Hey, what's up? It's Cute What If. This side. Today we will be seeing what if Deku teamed up with the Game Master Hero. Before we move ahead with the FIC, leave a like and subscribe to the channel for future what ifs like this. The late afternoon light filtered through the crooked blinds, casting pale beams across the dust that hung in the air like it hadn't moved in weeks. The room appeared half lived in, too clean for comfort and too empty for nostalgia. Kazuho Hanayama stepped inside, almost 19 now, her features sharper than before. The eye patch over her left eye caught a shimmer of light as she glanced around. She noted the space and remarked on its state. Naoto, 15 and a half, nodded and closed the door behind her. He mentioned finding the key in a drawer, indicating that no one had returned. Kazuho sank into the old couch, as if it were second nature. Ram, the pale-furred cat, padded silently across the floor and leapt into her lap, curling up as if nothing had changed. She greeted Ram with affection, scratching under the cat's chin and commenting on how much the cat had grown. When she glanced at Naoto, she expressed surprise that Ram still remembered her. Naoto affirmed the cat's intelligence, insisting she would never forget anyone. Kazuho sighed, rolling her eyes at the sentiment. She then inquired about Koichi, and Naoto informed her that he was still in New York, sharing that Koichi had sent a photo that morning. Kazuho produced a folded printout, revealing Koichi in a bright hoodie, surrounded by strangers, smiling widely. She noted that Koichi claimed to have received a rare item, but she dismissed the notion, stating it wasn't rare at all. Naoto let out a breath that was almost a laugh. Kazuho then suggested that he could get a phone, expressing her frustration at being his messenger. Naoto dismissed the idea, stating he disliked distractions. Kazuho teased him about his aversion to reception, but the familiar silence settled between them. She then asked if he had accepted Scarf Guy's offer to attend UA. Naoto confirmed that Mr. Aizawa had asked him to meet for a briefing with the principal. Kazuho observed him closely, her voice softening as she asked if he was truly okay with this decision, noting that he had never been one for school uniforms. Naoto explained that it wasn't about fitting into a box but about breaking free from the one others had placed him in. He expressed his desire to tell Koichi himself that he had made it, emphasizing that it was proof that their efforts had not been in vain. Something shifted in Kazuho's gaze, revealing a quiet pride. She reflected on how far Naoto had come, recalling the boy who had once struggled to speak and flinched at attention. She smiled, albeit with a hint of sadness, acknowledging his growth. Naoto, feeling a bit sheepish, apologized for any past behavior. Kazuho playfully dismissed his apology, urging him to leave before she became emotional. Naoto hesitated, but Kazuho nudged him gently, encouraging him to go before she started crying like someone had during his first encounter with friends. A flicker of a smile appeared on Naoto's face, earnest and alive, as he thanked her. He activated a faint shimmer in the air beside him, selecting his gear for the upcoming challenge. Strapping on the elytra, he walked to the balcony, pausing at the threshold to look back at Kazuho one last time before stepping outside, inadvertently leaving the key behind on the kitchen counter. Kazuho remained still, Ram purring in her lap as she absent-mindedly stroked the cat's fur. Her gaze drifted to the sky beyond the window, and she whispered a hopeful wish for Naoto's success. Naoto landed silently, his boots meeting the pavement with quiet precision. The remains of his elytra faded from view as he absorbed the landing. The evening air hummed faintly with static, and a shimmer of firework dust caught in his hair. From the shadows, Aizawa stepped forward, his presence calm yet weary, instructing Naoto to follow him. They moved through the back alleys of the campus, avoiding the main gate and crowds, navigating narrow paths between glass and stone, where silence reigned. Aizawa informed Naoto that the entrance exam was in 2 hours and that he would participate alongside other candidates. Naoto questioned the necessity of this, given that a decision had seemingly already been made. Aizawa clarified that it was not official yet, and this approach ensured fairness. Naoto accepted this without argument, keeping pace beside the older man. Aizawa emphasized that Naoto would be treated like any other candidate, with no shortcuts or special treatment. Naoto understood the weight of this challenge and quietly pondered his place in it. Aizawa paused, prompting Naoto to reflect on whether he truly belonged. They arrived at a side door secured with a code panel, which Aizawa opened, revealing a bare training room bathed in cold fluorescent light. As Naoto stepped inside, the door closed behind him with a final, mechanical sigh. In the dim observation room, Aizawa, Nizu, and Midnight watched Naoto through the one-way mirror. He stood in the center of the briefing chamber, perfectly still, his eyes focused yet unfocused, hands hanging loosely at his sides. He remained motionless, embodying a sense of containment. Midnight noted that he hadn't moved in 5 minutes, to which Aizawa replied that he wouldn't unless necessary. Nizu remarked on Naoto's past, recalling how he had entered the building 2 years prior without any formal request, just a week and a bold move in a game. Aizawa mentioned the cafeteria match, noting that everyone had heard about it. A seemingly lost middle schooler had wandered into the teacher's wing, not speaking but achieving 4 wins and 1 draw, playing as if he belonged there. Nizu remarked that the boy didn't dazzle but proved something else, which was enough. Inside the chamber, a red light shifted overhead, and a soft chime echoed through the room, mechanical and neutral. Aizawa pressed a button on the intercom, addressing Naoto. He clarified that this wasn't an evaluation but a confirmation. Naoto's voice returned, even and precise, acknowledging the parameters. Aizawa continued, explaining that Naoto wasn't expected to score high, but the other students and staff needed to see him function and that he wasn't a danger. Naoto lifted his right hand, and a subtle shimmer appeared as a heads-up display flickered to life, invisible to those beyond the mirror. He announced the active game and selected the companion cube. He extended his hand, and a pale, cubic object phased quietly into existence. Holding it for a moment, he felt its weight smooth and harmless. He declared its integrity stable and intent non-combative. Nizu chuckled, admiring how Naoto was disarming suspicion before the test even began, while Midnight murmured about reminding himself not to arm anything else. Naoto lowered the cube and placed it gently on the floor, stepping back with a steady gaze. He expressed his determination not to fail, even if he didn't win. Aizawa reminded him that the outcome wasn't the focus. Naoto's pupils flickered, and something in his voice stuttered, glitch-like. He brushed the side of his head, adjusting unseen data, prompting Nizu to observe that he wasn't in sync yet. Aizawa instructed him to walk. A door opened at the back of the chamber, light spilling in starkly. Aizawa leaned toward the mic again, informing Naoto that he would be watching. Naoto nodded once, picked up the companion cube, and stepped through the door into the test. The door sealed shut behind him, leaving silence in its wake. Naoto stood alone for a few seconds, allowing his eyes to adjust to the pale outdoor light ahead. He crossed into the practical zone without speaking, his steps soundless against the cracked pavement. The world had transformed from sterile glass and silence to a crumbling urban landscape bristling with tension. Collapsed buildings loomed at the edges of the arena, and debris lined the streets like forgotten remnants. Upturned vehicles rusted under the weight of fog, and energy filled the air, taut and volatile, as dozens of applicants lined up behind the boundary. Some trembled, while others buzzed with adrenaline, their quirks already sparking against their skin. From the control tower above, the faculty watched. Aizawa stood near the front, arms crossed and eyes narrowed. Naoto positioned himself at the end of the line, not speaking or glancing around. His hands rested calmly at his sides, and his gaze locked on the ruins ahead. A faint breeze shifted the silver strands of his hair, catching the morning light just long enough to remind the others he was there. The loudspeaker crackled to life, and Present Mic's voice exploded across the zone, urging the students to begin the practical exam without a countdown. The line broke apart as students surged forward, shouting and launching themselves into action. Quirks bloomed like fireworks, creating chaos. Naoto remained still, lifting his right hand slowly as a translucent HUD shimmered into existence in front of him. His thumb scrolled calmly across the interface, selecting a game. He reached into the air as if pulling items from invisible shelves, closing his fingers around a paraglider and a round bomb before starting to run. A Class 1 robot emerged between the shattered walls of a collapsed building, prompting Naoto to jump. The glider deployed above him with silent precision, catching the wind just as he reached height. With his free hand, he dropped the bomb, triggering an explosion that launched him upward at an angle. He twisted midair, landing in a crouch on a rooftop, perfectly balanced. Two more robots rolled into view on the street below, their optics scanning. Naoto scrolled again, selecting a basic power beam from another game. He fired twice, the energy pulses disrupting the machines, which short-circuited and collapsed in a hiss of fried metal and smoke. Naoto dropped to the street, remaining silent and focused. At the entrance of a narrow alley, he summoned another object from his HUD, a cube from Portal. He placed it with quiet precision and left without hesitation, knowing two other students would use it minutes later to climb to safety, unaware of who had placed it there. A thin, shallow cut appeared on his cheek, already drying. He opened the HUD again and selected a pixelated red apple from another game. He bit once, swallowed, and continued walking. Present Mick's voice rose in disbelief from the control tower, questioning who would eat during a battle. Aizawa remained unfazed, noting that Naoto didn't waste a single move, not even to bleed. Naoto kept walking, his steps steady and breath even. In the distance, a towering Class 0 robot came into view, moving heavily through the broken street. Naoto stopped and returned to his HUD, scrolling slowly until he found the icon for Masamune, the infamous longsword of Sephiroth. Its digital edge gleamed faintly, but he hesitated, his finger hovering over the icon. After a moment, he closed the menu, choosing not to engage. The robot passed him by, unaware of the boy standing still in its shadow. Silence returned to the field, dust drifting downward in slow spirals, settling like ash across the broken ground. In the distance, the smoking remains of the giant robot smoldered, its bulk collapsed into itself like the remnants of something once invincible. Izuku Midoriya lay crumpled near the wreckage, one arm twisted unnaturally beneath him, struggling to breathe. His eyes were wide, caught between shock and pain as he whispered to himself, reflecting on his decision to jump in to save someone. He tried to move but was overcome by pain, tears welling at the corners of his eyes. A shadow moved into view, silent and weightless. Naoto Shirogane dropped beside him, kneeling with an unreadable expression, offering presence without panic or rush. With a flick of his hand, a soft shimmer of light formed beside Midoriya, visible only to him. A heads-up display floated in the air, clean and silent. Naoto's thumb moved across the interface with methodical calm as he selected a category: Minecraft Consumables. One icon appeared, Healing Potion. Without a word, he reached through the HUD and pulled out a small bottle filled with soft pink light. He uncapped it quietly, then slid an arm behind Midoriya's shoulders and lifted him with surprising care. The bottle touched Midoriya's lips, and he murmured in disbelief about the potion's authenticity. There was no reply, but warmth spread through Midoriya almost immediately. It wasn't instant, it didn't erase the pain, but bones began to knit, muscles eased, and the sharpness in his joints dulled enough for him to breathe. He inhaled shakily, sitting up slowly and testing the limits of his limbs. His voice was softer now as he questioned Naoto's actions, but Naoto remained silent. He returned the empty vial to the HUD, dismissed the interface, and rose to his feet. "You don't move like them," he said quietly. "You broke yourself for someone else. That's enough." He turned to leave, and Midoriya stared after him, speechless. He managed a quiet thank you, but Naoto didn't stop or answer. Just before disappearing behind a wall of broken concrete, he lifted one thumb without looking back, quick, silent, almost mechanical. Then he was gone. It was almost night at the Shirogane family's old apartment. Naoto had left the practical exam without speaking to anyone. No questions, no goodbyes. He moved through the crowd like smoke, unnoticed and unread. He needed to feed Ram. By the time he reached the top floor, the rain had started. It was light at first, barely a whisper against the walls, but hours later, it had grown heavier, filling the room with a steady rhythm as it tapped against the windows. He sat at his desk, hood over his head, one leg drawn up beneath him. Ram had already eaten and curled into sleep nearby, her pale fur rising and falling in quiet rhythm. The apartment smelled faintly of boiled rice and soldered metal. The envelope had arrived that morning, but he hadn't opened it, not from fear, just not yet. Now, in the glow of the old lamp, he reached for it and broke the seal. The mechanism inside activated at once, emitting a faint chime followed by a pulse of light that hovered midair in front of him. A golden ring spun slowly in place, radiating soft warmth. Then, with a burst of color, the projection flared to life. All Might's voice filled the room, congratulating him on being accepted into UA High School's prestigious hero course. Naoto didn't react, watching motionless as the hologram continued with its dramatic pauses and flashing visuals, filled with words like future, bravery, and exceptional potential. He knew he wasn't one of them. Eventually, the theatrics faded, replaced by a simple floating display, a list rotating softly, white letters against blue light. He read it. Shirogane Naoto admitted Hero Course Class 1A. He exhaled quietly once. The hologram asked if he wanted to replay the message, but he reached for his keyboard instead, pressed one key, and froze the image. He saved the screenshot, naming the file proof, and left it on the desktop without a folder. He stood, pulled on his coat, and didn't dry his hair. The rain had not stopped. He opened the door and stepped outside. No umbrella, no message sent, no one told, no music, no fanfare. Just proof. The morning haze lingered over UA High, wrapping the towering gates and pristine buildings in a softness that felt at odds with the electricity in the air. Fresh uniforms rustled with movement, and laughter bubbled up from groups of students clinging to each other as if proximity could ease the weight of what was beginning. Naoto walked in alone, with no parent trailing behind him, no final wave or whispered encouragement marking his entry. Just the soundless rhythm of his steps and the smooth, obedient glide of the suitcase rolling behind him. His hood was down, his face unreadable, and pale strands of hair caught the light, streaked with white. A few students glanced at him briefly, but he didn't return the look. Inside, the hallways stretched like the interior of a machine, with polished floors, fresh paint, and a lingering scent of antiseptic pride. Everything was in its place, everything felt new. Classroom 1A waited at the end of the corridor, its door open like a held breath. Naoto paused, reaching out to touch the frame lightly, as though he needed to be sure it wasn't another simulation. Then he stepped inside. Voices faltered, not all at once, but enough for the shift to be felt. The room wasn't full yet, but it buzzed with energy. Chairs scraped, and someone laughed too loudly in the back. Midoriya was already seated, notebook open, hands still wrapped in bandages. His eyes flicked upward and caught Naoto's silhouette, causing him to stiffen. Naoto didn't look at him. He simply walked to the furthest empty seat, lowered himself with quiet precision, and folded his hands on the desk, his suitcase remaining at his side. Bakugo burst in a few seconds later, igniting tension like flint to stone. He didn't spare a glance toward Naoto, but from the middle of the room, Ida watched the way Naoto moved, his quiet steadiness, something strange there, too measured to be dismissed as shyness. Naoto unzipped the top of his bag, pulling out a single object, a Rubik's Cube, its colors dull in the fluorescent light. He turned it once, silently, not solved, not even trying, then set it down and waited. The morning haze had barely lifted when they were summoned outside. There was no time for orientation, no icebreakers, no tour of the school, just a sand-covered training field, white lines painted with military precision, and a sky heavy with clouds. The air smelled of metal and dust. It wasn't warm or cold, it just waited. Naoto stood with the rest of Class 1A, quiet in the lineup. He didn't look around, not when Aizawa walked in, not when the other students whispered guesses about what was coming. He adjusted the strap on his sleeve once and kept his eyes forward. Aizawa stood in front of them, hands in his pockets, an expression like wet cement. He informed them that they would measure their quirks precisely, tossing a softball to Bakugo. Bakugo smirked, rolled his shoulders, and walked up. The throw exploded from his palm with a blast of heat and sound, the ball launching high into the sky like a rocket. Somewhere across the grounds, Present Mick's voice rang out with wild glee, announcing the impressive distance of the throw. Scattered applause followed. A few gasps filled the air as Aizawa turned to the students, his expression flat. He reminded them that they were not there to play hero but to become one. He urged them to use their quirks and show something useful. One by one, the students stepped up. Ochako made her ball float effortlessly, while Midoriya grimaced in pain after breaking his finger mid-throw, despite achieving an impressive distance of 705.3 meters. Murmurs rippled through the group, and then Aizawa called out a name. Shirogane. Naoto stepped forward without hesitation, his posture calm and composed. He took the ball in both hands, small and unremarkable, and walked to the circle. Setting the ball down, he flicked his fingers, causing a heads-up display to shimmer into existence, visible only to him. From the interface, he selected a game, manifesting the Sheikah slate from Breath of the Wild. He activated the stasis function, encasing the ball in a glowing golden aura. Naoto rolled the ball gently forward, just enough to set his plan in motion. He pulled another item from the HUD, a stylized sledgehammer from the same game. Kneeling down, he angled the head of the hammer and struck the ball 5 times. Each hit sent pulsing kinetic energy into the frozen object, golden arrows stacking like a countdown. Stepping back, he let the stasis end. The ball launched silently, slicing through the air with incredible speed, like a shot from a railgun. The device beeped, displaying a score of 923.6 meters. Silence enveloped the group, and someone near the back remarked that he hadn't even used his body. Naoto turned away from the marker and walked back across the sand, passing Aizawa without a glance. Aizawa's eyes followed him, unreadable, as he quietly acknowledged Naoto's method. Returning to his place, Naoto picked up the Rubik's Cube he had left in the dirt, turning it once before waiting. The training field gradually emptied. Scores were displayed, and murmurs faded. Some students lingered to compare results or stretch sore muscles, while others left in silence. Naoto remained behind, not checking his results. His HUD had vanished, and his bag was zipped shut. He brushed dust from his sleeves, as if removing residue that didn't belong. Behind him, Midoriya hesitated, shifting his weight nervously. After a moment, he stepped forward, introducing himself and expressing gratitude for Naoto's earlier actions during the entrance exam. Naoto turned to face him, his expression unchanged, and explained that he had acted logically. Leaving someone to suffer was inefficient. Noticing Midoriya's left hand, Naoto pointed out that he was still bleeding. Midoriya blinked in surprise, assuring Naoto that Recovery Girl would take care of it. Naoto's HUD flickered back into view, and he selected an item from Pokemon Moon. He produced a small translucent bottle with a pale label and a drop-shaped symbol, offering it without expression. He explained that it was a full restore, faster than the nurse, with no side effects and no sting. Midoriya cautiously reached for the bottle, glancing between it and Naoto's face, expressing his thanks. Naoto had already turned away, walking silently across the sand. Midoriya looked down at the shimmering liquid inside the bottle, holding it tightly as Naoto's voice echoed in his mind, assuring him it wouldn't sting. The wind shifted, and the field fell quiet again. Midoriya stood alone for a moment, cradling the bottle, before nodding to himself in gratitude. The late afternoon light settled gently over Yue, casting long shadows from the observation deck overlooking the training field. The area below had emptied, with only faint chalk outlines and scattered sand remaining as evidence of the tests. Toshinori Yagi stood beside Aizawa, who appeared thoughtful. Toshinori remarked that he had seen students like Naoto before, quiet and detached, but this one felt different. Aizawa eventually responded, noting that Naoto was not hiding but measuring. Toshinori recalled the precision Naoto had displayed, recognizing it as deliberate, as if every part of him was focused on a single goal. Aizawa explained that he had signed Naoto in because he only acted with purpose, using only what was necessary. A breeze stirred Toshinori's coat, and he hesitated before mentioning that he had heard Naoto didn't need Recovery Girl after the entrance exam and had quietly helped Midoriya. Aizawa confirmed this, noting that Naoto had handed Midoriya something from his inventory without saying a word. A silence fell between them as Toshinori looked down at the field, wondering if Naoto would connect with the rest of the class. Aizawa considered this, suggesting that it might happen eventually if they gave him time. However, he warned that if they treated Naoto like something broken, he would shut them out for good. Tashinori hoped they would see Naoto clearly, acknowledging that even the quiet ones deserved understanding. The midday break cast long shadows over the training yard, where students tested their quirks or exchanged observations under the weak sunlight. Naoto sat alone beneath a shaded platform, upright and still, observing without engaging. His quiet presence seemed to absorb the noise around him. Kirishima noticed him and approached without hesitation, smiling and asking if he could sit. Naoto nodded once, granting permission. Kirishima settled beside him, stretching out one leg and exuding warm energy. He complimented Naoto on his performance during the entrance exam, noting how he moved with the skill of someone who had trained for years. Naoto simply replied that he had been observing. Kirishima expressed disbelief at Naoto's precision without sparring partners, calling him almost machine-like. After a brief pause, Kirishima mentioned that Midoriya had said Naoto helped him, though he didn't elaborate. Before Naoto could respond, the sharp rhythm of footsteps interrupted them. Bakugo approached, arms crossed, jaw tight, and eyes blazing with intensity. Naoto observed the whispers surrounding him, calm and composed. Bakugo approached, his words sharp and electric. He challenged Naoto, questioning the effectiveness of his silence and reliance on technology. Kirishima instinctively placed a hand on Bakugo's arm, urging him to ease up, insisting that Naoto wasn't looking for a confrontation. Naoto's voice was flat and cold as he stated that he wasn't seeking a fight either, but he would not hesitate to respond if someone caused harm for amusement. The atmosphere shifted, a heavy silence enveloping the space as Kirishima processed the weight of Naoto's words. Naoto's unwavering gaze conveyed his resolve. He asserted that the training ground was meant for heroes, not predators. Bakugo's expression flickered momentarily before he dismissed Naoto with a scoff, telling him to stay out of his way. He turned and walked away, leaving Kirishima to exhale and grin lopsidedly, remarking that the situation could have been worse. Naoto quietly stated that he was not there to impress anyone, only to fulfill his purpose. Kirishima, tilting his head thoughtfully, decided he would be impressed regardless. Naoto remained still, allowing Kirishima to stay by his side as the wind resumed its gentle flow through the field. Later, past midnight, Naoto returned to his apartment. The darkness was familiar, and the silence welcomed him. Ram stirred, curling beside him as he sat down. Naoto recalled the urgency of submitting his hero costume, a realization that struck him after Aizawa had confronted him earlier that day. Aizawa's words echoed in his mind, emphasizing the importance of timely SBMs and the responsibilities of a hero. The soft glow of the tablet illuminated the room, displaying a blank 3D model labeled, "Pending SBMs." Naoto stared at it, his fingers eventually moving to create a suit devoid of capes, bold colors, or noise. The design was sleek and silent, with protective plates at vital points and a low-profile visor. It was crafted to blend into the surroundings, with muted colors and minimalistic features that reflected nothing. As he finalized the design, Ram climbed into his lap, providing comfort. Naoto tapped the screen, and the interface went dark. Leaning back against the wall, he felt Ram settle fully, content. He softly murmured that if the suit broke, he would discard and rebuild. Ram purred in agreement as Naoto closed his eyes. Naoto had not intended for a dramatic entrance when he donned the suit in the locker room and walked into the training hall. The fabric was silent as he entered, and though he appeared unchanged, the atmosphere shifted slightly. Tsuyu commented to Uraraka about the suit's mobility, while Mina laughed, likening it to a ninja outfit. Kaminari joked about the suit's resemblance to a video game character, and Bakugo scoffed, suggesting Naoto was overcompensating. Yaoyorozu observed him longer than the others but remained silent. Naoto stood still, unbothered on the surface, yet he absorbed every comment, including those unspoken. His gaze briefly dropped to the hem of the cape he hadn't intended to include, realizing that even a design meant for invisibility could attract attention. Kirishima's voice broke through the moment, bright and grounded. He approached Naoto with his usual easy demeanor, nodding in acknowledgement. He complimented Naoto's suit, stating it looked smart and solid without being flashy or weak. Naoto did not respond verbally, but he felt a shift in his stance, a subtle loosening of tension. Kirishima returned to the group without further comment, leaving behind a simple moment of connection. All Might stood nearby, arms crossed, his grin steady and pleased. He called the students to gather for the combat trial, instructing them to check the board for team formations and partners. Naoto hesitated at first but felt a sense of readiness as he adjusted his visor and stepped forward. He remained silent, embodying the calm of a player prepared for his turn. In the observation room, students gathered, their breaths held in anticipation. Naoto stood apart, arms behind his back, eyes focused as All Might's voice echoed, signaling the start of the battle. Below, the simulation activated, and Bakugo charged onto the field with explosive energy, each movement a demonstration of power. The room buzzed with gasps and murmurs, but Naoto remained unaffected, his gaze tracing the action. Bakugo's intent was clear, he was not merely fighting to win but to dominate. Naoto observed the chaos unfold, noting how Midoriya led Bakugo away from his allies, drawing fire with calculated movements. Explosions erupted in the corridor, fast and fierce, as Naoto's eyes narrowed in response to the reckless aggression. Midoriya endured the onslaught, his strategy focused on survival rather than retaliation. Naoto's fingers curled behind his back, his expression unyielding as he watched the unfolding drama, aware of the stakes involved. At the end, he launched himself forward, his arm breaking upon impact, breath ragged. He was not victorious, but he was absolute. Bakugo was stopped. Naoto closed his eyes for just a moment as the screen dimmed into the aftermath. Smoke filled the air, and stillness enveloped the room. Silence reigned. Around him, the room erupted into noise. He turned without a word and walked toward the corridor, his steps making no sound. At the threshold, he paused, his voice quiet yet certain. He stated that it wasn't a battle, it was a purge. Then he disappeared into the hallway. Behind him, All Might's voice boomed through the speakers, filled with praise and pride, but Naoto did not hear it. He was already gone. The training zone was dim and narrow, composed of concrete and condensation. Ventilation pipes ran overhead like silent scaffolding, and low fog crept along the floor, half real and half generated by the system. All Might's voice echoed through the comms, announcing the heroes and villains for the match. Inside the building, Mina paced near the objective, cracking her knuckles. Her stance was light, but her eyes were alert. She muttered that they would hit fast if the opponents showed. Kaminari stood nearby, half-charged, electricity crackling faintly between his fingertips. He suggested that he could light up the whole room, confident and loud. Mina rolled her eyes but nodded in agreement. Outside, Naoto crouched in the shadows of the stairwell, with Tsuyu leaning against the wall beside him, her gaze steady. She noted that their opponents would be loud and that they should move quietly. Naoto opened his inventory, soundless, revealing a simple scroll. The item materialized in his hand, a knockback stick, weightless and efficient. He held it out toward her, and she blinked in surprise, tilting her head as if reassessing him. He confirmed that it was for her, explaining its properties: light, silent, precise, and repelling on contact. Tsuyu spun the stick in her palm, testing its balance, and remarked that it was neat. They split up, with Naoto moving down the east corridor, a small orb in hand. He flicked it forward into a side duct, a roller mine, glowing faintly as it rolled out of sight. From the opposite duct, Tsuyu slipped in silently, her body pressed against the ceiling, upside down, without making a sound. The roller mine rolled in first, causing Mina to step back in surprise. Kaminari reflexively zapped it, electricity surging down the pipe and causing a minor overload that flickered the lights. Above them, Naoto crouched motionless on a suspended beam, one hand resting lightly on the metal, the other poised near his belt. He observed the scene without wasting any motion. Kaminari challenged them, demanding to know if that was all they had. Mina frowned, warning him to stay sharp, sensing that their opponents would pull something. She remained unaware of the slow drip above her. Tsuyu descended silently behind her, balanced and poised. She murmured an apology before striking Mina with the stick. The impact sent Mina flying across the room, crashing into a wall of stacked barrels. The echo of the impact resonated, and her acid spread out in a lazy puddle, sealed and neutral. She lay still. In the observation room, many flinched at the sight, a wave of second-hand pain washing over them. You muttered about the pain Mina must have felt, while Kaminari turned too late to react. Naoto dropped down behind him, calm and weaponless. Kaminari lunged, but Naoto sidestepped, tossing a weighted companion cube at his feet, causing Kaminari to slip. Tsuyu landed beside them again, stick raised, but Naoto quietly stated it was not needed. He walked toward the objective without looking back, and Tsuyu tapped it gently with her foot. All Might's voice rang out through the arena, declaring the heroes as the winners. Later, in the observation room, Kirishima stared, slack-jawed, noting that they hadn't even talked. Sato nodded in agreement, while Jiro questioned if Tsuyu had just thrown Mina with a stick. Aizawa, arms crossed, watched the replay and commented that they never crossed a line controlled and clean, exactly what the course was meant to teach. In the locker hall, Tsuyu returned the stick and Naoto took it without a word, storing it silently. She studied him for a moment, noting that he trusted like he fought. He almost left without speaking but paused, his voice even as he mentioned the next trial would involve grappling an item for air maneuvering. Tsuyu smiled slightly, expressing her readiness to catch it. The sky was the color of cooled steel, heavy clouds hovering low over the UA campus, dimming the afternoon into a quiet that amplified voices. Groups of students passed through the main gate in clusters, still charged from the battle trials. Some laughed, others reenacted their matches with dramatic gestures, while some walked side by side in comfortable silence. Naoto was the last to exit, his bag hanging loosely over one shoulder. His steps made little sound against the pavement, his posture clean and composed, exuding a weightless quiet. He rounded the corner and stopped. Bakugo was waiting just outside the gate, leaning against the wall with arms crossed, shoulders tense, and eyes sharp, fixed forward. He broke the silence, questioning Naoto's method of winning. Naoto did not respond. He simply looked at Bakugo, not with defiance or curiosity, but with a silent recognition of the moment. Bakugo pushed off the wall, accusing Naoto of hiding behind games and letting others do the fighting while everyone praised him as if he had solved a great conflict. He approached slowly, each step a challenge, but Naoto remained still. Bakugo asked if Naoto had ever thrown a real punch. A faint breeze brushed a strand of white hair across Naoto's forehead as he replied that he had once, and it had broken something. Bakugo's mouth twitched, almost forming a smirk. He challenged Naoto's intelligence, suggesting that his cold demeanor did not make him untouchable, but rather scared. Naoto did not blink, but something flickered in his left eye, as if the idea had brushed against something old. He quietly stated that he was simply not interested in giving Bakugo what he wanted. The weight of his words landed heavily, not as a retort, but as a simple truth. Bakugo's fists clenched at his sides, not sparking but holding tightly. He warned that one day, silence would not save Naoto. Calmly, Naoto replied that noise would not save Bakugo either. There was a brief silence before Bakugo scoffed and stepped back, dismissing the moment. As he turned to leave, Naoto's voice stopped him. He clarified that he had never stood in Bakugo's way. Bakugo paused mid-step, his foot settling as he kept his back turned. He stated that Naoto had stepped into his path twice now, delivering the fact neutrally. The silence that followed was clean and surgical. Bakugo did not respond. Naoto added that Bakugo had not even looked at the objective. He had looked at Midoriya. Only Midoriya. He walked past Bakugo, quiet and unbothered, devoid of smugness or challenge, just clarity. Bakugo remained still for a long time, not stunned but grappling with the truth that had settled in. He lacked the words to push it away. The soft scraping of chalk brought the classroom to a slow halt. Aizawa stood at the board, his posture slouched, eyes half-lidded, hair a chaotic mess. His presence did little to stir urgency until he spoke. He apologized for the sudden announcement, his voice grainy with sleep, and informed the class that they needed to choose a representative. A pause followed, and then the tension broke almost collectively. Shoulders eased, jaws unclenched, and relief swept through the room like a gentle breeze. Finally, something normal in this class, someone thought, and the comment rippled through the students like static. The noise erupted immediately. Kirishima's eager voice cut through first, expressing his desire to be class representative with arms shooting up like rockets. Mineta leaned forward, his face flushed, proposing a program that involved the girls showing more leg. Mina launched a fist into the air, declaring her interest in the position. Aoyama, near the window, smiled serenely, claiming the role existed solely for him. Jairu raised her hand slightly, stating her desire to take on the role, her tone dry as paper. At the back of the room, Naoto remained silent, watching without reaction. Then, a sudden voice cut through the chatter. Ida rose from his seat like a blade drawn from its sheath, fists clenched with reverence. He declared the role sacred, demanding respect and trust from peers, emphasizing that a true leader would emerge from a democratic choice. He paused, allowing his words to settle. That's why it must be decided by vote. Silence followed, even Mineta looking unsure. Aizawa blinked slowly, stating that as long as they decided by the end, he didn't care. The rustle of paper filled the room as voting slips were passed out. Pens were uncapped, some students scribbling carefully while others doodled or stared into space before jotting down the first name that came to mind. Naoto held his slip between two fingers, looking down at it for a long time, his gaze unfocused as if trying to decipher a complex code. With a subtle motion, he folded the paper in thirds and slid it into his coat pocket, leaving it blank. This class wasn't ready for hierarchy. There was no unity, no understanding, just noise wrapped in procedure. He had nothing to vote for. Yet, when the tallied names appeared on the board, his eyes paused. Midoriya Izuku, 3 votes. Yaoyorozu Momo, 2 votes. Shirogane Naoto, 1 vote. He blinked slowly, surprised by the recognition. He hadn't voted, and no one had said his name aloud. The missing logic scratched behind his eyes, a break in sequence, the one unknown in a system that should have returned. A few seats over, Tsuyu glanced up from her slip, noting the tally without changing her expression. She had seen him fold the paper earlier, blank. He hadn't made a choice, which meant someone else had. With only 1 vote, it couldn't have been him. Then Bakugo's voice exploded from the other side of the room, demanding to know who voted for Deku, dragging everyone's attention sideways. Shiro leaned back nervously, commenting that at least they knew who Bakugo voted for. Ida stiffened, realizing he had received 0 votes. His voice cracked under pressure as he connected the dots, acknowledging that his insistence on the sacred nature of the role had backfired. Yaoyorozu approached calmly, pointing out that he hadn't even voted for himself. Behind her, Sato frowned, questioning Ida's thought process given how badly he wanted the role. Aizawa finally straightened, half yawning, and announced that Midoriya would be the class representative, with Yaoyorozu assisting. Midoriya looked as if he had just been handed a live grenade, stammering in disbelief. Yaoyorozu muttered that it was close, already adjusting to her new role. Naoto didn't react, the slip still in his pocket, blank. He never asked why, but the question lingered, not just that day but afterward, not completely leaving him. The cafeteria buzzed with a soft, structured rhythm. Trays collided at intervals, laughter wove between clusters of students, and the steady scrape of chairs punctuated the room like predictable code. Naoto sat alone in a corner near the window, his posture quiet, eyes distant. He didn't move or eat, just held a pixelated apple, red and blocky, flickering slightly in his palm. Each bite was clean and minimal, not mindless but far from pleasurable. Across the room, Ida spotted him and straightened instantly, calling out Naoto's name, which carried farther than necessary and turned a few heads. Ida advanced with purpose, stating that he noticed Naoto always dined alone. While some preferred solitude, he believed shared meals fostered understanding. Naoto blinked once and looked up, not defensive but not ready either. His voice came out flatter than intended, stating that he didn't usually align with group parameters. Ida paused, tilting his head in confusion. Pardon? Naoto hesitated, then dropped his gaze briefly, explaining that he didn't usually align with group parameters. It was meant to sound neutral but landed awkwardly. Ida smiled, undeterred, acknowledging Naoto's commendable input during combat. Naoto didn't answer right away, tilting his head slightly as he searched for sarcasm. There was none. After a quiet pause, he nodded, small and intentional, and stood. At the table, the noise felt closer, not louder but less distant. Naoto took the edge seat, still holding the apple in one hand, the flickering light reflecting on the table's surface. Uraraka leaned forward with a bright smile, complimenting him on his match with Tsuyu, calling it super smooth. Naoto looked toward her, stating it was efficient. Midoriya shifted beside her, visibly searching for the right way to engage. He hesitated before asking about the item Naoto used during the match, wondering if it was from Minecraft. Naoto nodded, explaining it was a knockback 2 item, common in PvP contexts, designed for directional launch rather than direct damage. Midoriya's eyes widened and lit up in recognition. Uraraka giggled, asking if he always ate digital food. Naoto replied that it was safe and controlled. No allergens. Minimal preparation required. Ida nodded in approval, acknowledging the efficiency of the suggestion. He still recommended supplementing with whole nutrients and offered to provide a chart. Naoto raised an eyebrow slightly, intrigued. Uraraka grinned and slid something across the table, a small wrapped mochi, soft and real. She presented it with a smile, stating it contained real sugar and required no HUD. Naoto looked at the mochi, then at her, and for several seconds he remained still. A flicker of something passed behind his eyes, not alarm, but a ripple of unfamiliar code. He acknowledged her gesture and took the mochi. After a small bite, his expression remained unchanged, but he didn't delete it. The bell rang, trays clattered, and voices rose in a wave as students stood to collect their belongings, moving with the casual momentum of routine. Naoto stayed seated for a moment longer. The apple in his hand flickered once before dissolving, leaving the neatly folded mochi wrapper at the center of the table. He watched the others leave, their footsteps fading while their laughter lingered. He didn't follow, nor did he retreat to his corner, not today. As lunch continued, the energy from the morning still lingered. The cafeteria buzzed with chatter and clattering trays, a rare lull in the pressure of their new life. Naoto sat with his back against the wall, his tray untouched, his eyes scanning the rhythm of his peers, observing the ordinary chaos of teenage mood swings mixed with rising ambition. Then the alarm rang across the campus. An urgent voice announced an emergency level 3 due to a breach in security, prompting students to evacuate promptly. Confusion erupted as someone cried out in alarm, questioning the meaning of level. Others shouted about the seriousness of the situation, noting that it had been 3 years since anyone had breached the school grounds. Trays hit the ground, and screams erupted as chairs toppled, igniting a wave of panic. Naoto rose slowly, instinct guiding his movements. He had witnessed the ripple effect of panic before, how it escalated and trampled logic. He scanned the main doors, noting their narrowness and the crowd's density. Someone had to stop the chaos. Without a second thought, he opened his HUD. He selected an item from his list, and a pixelated black-green pearl appeared in his hand, faintly gleaming. He drew back, eyes scanning the upper support rail across the hallway, and with a silent breath, he launched it in a perfect arc. The ender pearl vanished midair, and he followed it. In a blink, he reappeared atop the central barrier, high above the sea of panic. A moment of vertigo passed before he regained his balance, crouching with one foot against the narrow beam. Below, the stampede surged unchecked, voices blending into a cacophony. One fall could lead to disaster. His hand moved again, selecting an item from his HUD this time, a red cube with a yellow cone, the super horn. He pressed the trigger without hesitation. A deep, reverberating blast exploded from the device, creating an omnidirectional wave that expanded across the room. For a heartbeat, everything stopped. Students froze mid-run, trays half spilled, eyes wide. Silence rang louder than the alarm. From the crowd below, a voice broke the stillness, calling out Naoto's name. All eyes turned upward. Naoto didn't speak. He stepped down from the barrier, blending back into the flow of students. Ida seized the moment, urging everyone to remain calm. He clarified that it wasn't a villain attack, journalists had forced their way past the front gate. Murmurs erupted, confused but no longer panicked. Naoto landed quietly near his table, his tray still untouched. As students returned to their seats, some still shaken and others laughing nervously, Ida glanced in Naoto's direction, offering a small, grateful nod. Naoto didn't return it, but he didn't look away either. No thanks were needed, it had simply been necessary. The alert dimmed, replaced by calm. Naoto slipped back into place near the wall, ignoring the looks directed at him. As the crowd settled again, Ida gave another small nod in his direction. Naoto didn't take credit. It hadn't been his words that calmed the room, but Ida's. The super horn dissolved moments later, folding back into nothingness, but the echo of its sound lingered, restoring calm by force. No one was trampled that day. The atmosphere had settled, though remnants of tension still lingered in the quiet. Yaoyorozu stepped forward, holding a small ballot notebook. She addressed the class representative, ready to begin. Midoriya rose hurriedly, fingers clutching the corner of his desk. He hesitated before suggesting that Ida would be the best person for the role. A beat of silence followed, then Kirishima enthusiastically agreed, recalling Ida's actions in the cafeteria. Kaminari chimed in, noting Ida's reminder of the emergency sign. Jairu shrugged lightly, expressing indifference toward who would take the role but didn't finish her thought as Ida stepped forward. He appreciated the support but insisted he didn't deserve all the credit. Scanning the room, he briefly settled his gaze on Naoto, acknowledging his contribution. Shirogane had done the hardest part of the job, prompting several heads to turn in surprise. Kirishima recalled seeing Naoto at the exit gate, while Jairu noted he was the one who acted first, stopping everyone with the sound. Kaminari scratched his head, questioning whether it had been mere luck or a planned action. Before Mina could speak, Naoto's quiet voice cut through the chatter, asserting that while he acted, Ida had directed everyone, giving them something to follow. He stood to emphasize his point, stating he didn't want the role and wasn't fit to lead with words. His expression remained unchanged, but a moment of clarity passed between him and Ida. No one deserved the role more than Ida. Silence stretched across the room until Ida, after a slow breath, nodded once, accepting the will of the class. Kirishima grinned, celebrating the decision. Emergency exit. Kaminari raised a fist, urging everyone not to let them down. Tsuyu blinked slowly, a hint of a smile on her face, confident in their teammate. Midoriya sat quietly, deep in thought, while Naoto remained still in the back. Ida glanced at Midoriya one last time, understanding that this was not just a rejection but a sign of respect. A normal class day unfolded in the gym, which smelled faintly of dust and metal. Light filtered in through square patches on the floor, interrupted by the angular shadows of overhead beams. The bleachers were full but quiet, the atmosphere relaxed as everyone watched. Naoto Shirogane stepped forward, scanning the space without stretching or acknowledging the sensors embedded in the floor or the dormant drone ports lining the far wall. Above him, a crosshatch of structural beams crisscrossed the ceiling. Ahead, the glowing balise awaited, and on the far wall, 3 panels stood ready. Aizawa stood near the sidelines, arms folded, his voice low, and even as he commanded the class to begin. Naoto moved, his right hand closing around something that had seemingly appeared from nowhere, a hookshot, modeled after one from a popular game. It was simple yet elegant, compact and silver blue, its tip glinting softly in the gym's light. He raised it, quiet and precise, drawing curious glances from the stands. Kirishima frowned, questioning whether Naoto was going to fight. Jairu murmured her uncertainty, and Ida leaned forward, his glasses flashing as he urged everyone to wait. With a sharp metallic snap, the hookshot fired, latching onto a far pipe above the drone ports. In an instant, Naoto's body was pulled into motion. He didn't swing, he flew a controlled burst, clean and direct. His boots touched the pipe for just half a second before the hookshot fired again, locking onto the next anchor point. The first drone activated, scanning the empty space, but Naoto was already past it. Midoriya's breath hitched as he realized Naoto was not dodging but rerouting. A second anchor point was secured, higher this time, with a satisfying clank that shifted Naoto's momentum once again. He moved with precision, navigating through chaos without wasting a single moment. Uraraka leaned forward, her voice barely audible as she noted that he wasn't even touching the floor. Todoroki narrowed his gaze, recognizing that Naoto had mapped the area. The final drone activated, but it was too late, its arc never touched him. Naoto landed just 2 steps from the balise, pressing his palm against it without any flourish or urgency. A chime sounded, and the drones powered down. In just 41.7 seconds, the hookshot faded away, decompiled from reality without ceremony. Naoto walked off the field the same way he had come, measured and intact. From the upper rows, Bakugo clicked his tongue in annoyance. Mina expressed her disbelief that he had won without fighting, while Kaminari noted how little movement Naoto had made. Aizawa remained still at the edge of the platform, his gaze following Naoto's retreat. He acknowledged the validity of Naoto's approach movement, anticipation, and zero waste. There was no applause, but something shifted in the room, a sense of recognition rather than tension or comfort. Tsuyu tilted her head, whispering that Naoto's method was minimal but effective. Naoto remained unresponsive, while Midoriya pulled out his notebook, murmuring about zero-damage trajectory and predictive hook placement. Aizawa's eyes stayed fixed on the back of the only student who had cleared the course without needing to fight. The hallway pulsed with midday noise as students moved between classrooms in waves. Doors slid open and shut with soft thuds, voices rose and fell in layered conversations, and shoes tapped quick rhythms against the polished floors. Naoto navigated through it all like a silent current beneath the surface, carrying no bag, just the quiet clink of his console brushing against his hip. He turned a corner and stopped. By the lockers ahead, Midoriya stood alone, notebook balanced on one forearm, pen scribbling at a pace that matched the urgency in his eyes. He was muttering to himself, focused on his notes about trajectory, non-contact navigation, and behavioral consistency. Naoto didn't move or interrupt, he simply observed. He recognized the terms and the structure of the analysis. Midoriya was writing about the grapple scenario, about him. His fingers twitched slightly, not from emotion but instinct, recalling Midoriya's match against Bakugo, where he had calculated risks and emerged victorious. Now, that same analytical eye was dissecting him. A quiet flick of his mental interface called up the data on his last 5 objects used. The display was too clean, too obvious, too predictable. He dismissed it, murmuring to himself that Midoriya was mapping him. Without speaking or warning, he turned and walked the other way, adjusting his course. The architecture of his choices had been exposed, and it needed to shift. He whispered under his breath about injecting randomness into his next cycle to break the map. Midoriya never saw him, but the pattern had been broken, and the system had begun to change. The faculty wing was quiet now, most students having left for the day. Evening light filtered through the tall windows, casting pale rectangles across the polished floor. Inside the staff room, Toshinori Yagi sat hunched over a scattered pile of files, his skeletal frame drooping under the weight of the day. A knock broke the silence, and the door slid open as Naoto stepped inside, showing no hesitation or need for words. Toshinori didn't lift his head, his voice low and dry as he remarked that Naoto didn't usually visit staff offices. Naoto replied flatly that this was a functional exception. Toshinori looked up, narrowing his eyes slightly, and then, with a sudden burst of light, transformed into All Might, his radiant form beaming larger than life. He greeted Naoto with enthusiasm, but Naoto remained unfazed, tilting his head slightly as he asked why Toshinori had changed form when no one was watching. After a brief pause, Toshinori returned to his normal state, diminished and exhausted, acknowledging that Naoto had already known. Naoto confirmed that it was apparent from Toshinori's gait, breathing, and voice delay. He stepped forward, requesting software authorization for 3 new titles and inventory access. Toshinori raised an eyebrow, questioning whether Naoto meant games. Naoto confirmed, explaining that his current loadout was statistically exposed and had been observed by at least one peer in detail, making pattern exploitation likely. The silence that followed was heavy, and Toshinori recognized that Naoto was referring to Midoriya. Adapting was the only preventive measure, Naoto insisted, needing unpredictability in his inventory to avoid becoming traceable. Tashinori nodded slowly, reaching for the authorization slip, signing it, and sliding it forward, granting approval. 3 titles. Naoto took them and paused just before the threshold. He called out to Midoriya quietly. Tashinori looked up but Naoto did not turn around. Concern filled Tashinori's voice as he asked if he should be worried. Naoto turned, his gaze sharp, and explained that Midoriya observed quickly, mimicked strategies, and acted without hesitation in high-risk situations. There was a calmness to Naoto, but it was tinged with something colder. He noted that Midoriya had pushed himself to his limits on the first day for a stranger, something they both witnessed. Tashinori responded with a barely audible affirmation. Naoto continued, pointing out that Tashinori had been watching Midoriya closely, which made him more than just a student. Tashinori remained silent, and Naoto stepped further into the room. He expressed that he didn't fear Midoriya but didn't trust unpredictable patterns. He paused, contemplating that Midoriya broke rules predictably, making him volatile. After a moment of silence, Naoto mused that he could be the variable if Midoriya's presence triggered something he couldn't control. Tashinori's voice turned firm as he reminded Naoto that he would never harm Midoriya. Naoto met his gaze and admitted that he had already hurt people, looking down as he spoke. The weight of silence grew heavier. Tashinori remarked that both Midoriya and Naoto had strange paths, but neither was alone in this journey. Naoto's jaw tensed slightly before he stepped back, asserting that he would maintain separation from Midoriya and any variables. He paused again, thanking Tashinori for his honesty before leaving the room. Tashinori remained seated, staring at the closed door, whispering to the empty room that neither of them trusted the world, perhaps explaining why it needed them. Aizawa's voice was as dry as ever when he announced the day's basic hero training focused on rescue operations. He prepared them for disaster relief scenarios, including fires, floods, and collapsed buildings. The site was remote, so they would be taking the bus. With that, he instructed them to get ready. The students scattered in a flurry of excitement, exchanging jokes and predictions as they suited up. Costumes were optional, as some quirks didn't fit the task, but Aizawa had singled Naoto out, noting that he struggled to see the point in wearing one at all. If given a choice, it would likely remain in his suitcase forever. Naoto sighed at the memory, the difference in treatment no longer surprising but rather dull. He slipped away quietly, fingers brushing the sleeve of his suit as he slotted Pokemon Moon into position not for strategy, but for comfort. The bus was nothing special, wide open with no assigned seats. Midoriya and Tsuyu were already seated together, deep in conversation. Tsuyu calmly stated that she generally said what was on her mind. Midoriya, startled, asked what she meant. She flatly requested he call her Tsuyu and pointed out that his quirk resembled All Might's. Midoriya flinched, stammering in disbelief. Around them, the conversation flowed in its usual chaotic rhythm. Kirishima leaned forward, animated, exclaiming that a strength-enhancing quirk was awesome and allowed for many cool possibilities. Aoyama twirled in his seat, beaming as he declared that his naval laser was both strong and stylish, perfect for a pro. Next to him, Mina laughed easily, adding that it was great as long as he didn't blow up his stomach. Bakugo stared out the window, arms crossed, simmering with frustration. Jairu remarked that if anyone wanted to talk about strength and coolness, it would be Todoroki or Bakugo. Tsuyu chimed in, suggesting that Bakugo was too unpredictable to be popular. Bakugo twitched at the comment, his irritation evident. Naoto, sitting further back beside Tokoyami, barely acknowledged the outburst. Dark shadow loomed gently over Tokoyami's shoulder, flickering like a silhouette against the sunlight streaming through the window. Then, something unusual occurred. Without a word, Naoto shifted slightly, his cloak rustling. He opened his HUD and selected Pokemon Moon, retrieving a single item, an oran berry, light blue and glossy. He passed it toward Dark Shadow without ceremony, not as a command or a test, but simply as a gesture. Dark Shadow blinked and, surprisingly, sniffed the berry. Instead of snatching it, it accepted the offering, seeming to smile as it nibbled the berry quietly and with focus. Tokoyami turned to Naoto, his eyes wide with a mix of disbelief and reluctant respect, noting that Dark Shadow usually hissed or attacked people. Naoto remained silent, giving a slow blink before returning his gaze to the road ahead. Though his expression didn't change, a trace of warmth and memory flickered within him, a brief confusion between a demon-like Quirk and a hunch crow. Laughter erupted from the front of the bus, with Yaoyorozu commenting on Bakugo's foul mouth while Ochako found it amusing. Aizawa's voice cut through the chatter, instructing everyone to look sharp as they arrived at the U.S. The class responded in unison, and the bus rolled to a stop. In the back seat, a shadow thoughtfully chewed on a berry from another world. The bus curved along the road, sleek and silent, its dark windows reflecting the sky above. In the distance, the immense structure of the USA loomed, resembling a world folded inward and locked shut. Inside the vehicle, conversations rose and fell in waves as students leaned across seats, gesturing excitedly, sharing theories and jokes. Ida adjusted his glasses and informed everyone about the 13 simulated disaster zones. Mina asked if they could choose which one to train in, but Tsuyu doubted it, suggesting they would likely be thrown into any situation. Midoriya inquired if 13, the rescue specialist, taught there, and though no one answered, the growing size of the dome confirmed it. At the back of the bus, Naoto sat with his arms crossed and eyes still, having not spoken since their departure. His gaze rested beyond the window, his posture quiet and unassuming. However, if someone had looked closer, they might have noticed the faint flicker in his irises, the minimal pulse of a HUD that was awake but not in use. As the brakes engaged and the doors hissed open, no one paid attention to him yet. Stepping into the heart of the USJ, the change was immediate. The world inside stretched wide and high, with artificial weather and landscapes molded for chaos. Simulated peaks rose toward the ceiling, a fire zone crackled to the east, and collapsed buildings leaned against each other like exhausted giants. One corner dipped into a shallow, flooded sector, a half-sunken boat resting in the still water. Everywhere, disaster had been manufactured with precision. The students gathered near the central platform as a figure in a spacesuit raised a hand. 13 welcomed everyone cheerfully, bowing slightly and emphasizing that being a hero wasn't just about fighting villains but also about saving lives. Midoriya whispered in awe, finding it incredible. Naoto, however, remained focused on the ruined sector, observing the concrete slabs torn from foundations and staircases leading to nowhere. His eyes tracked every line and angle, but he said nothing. Then something shifted, a pressure in the air, just off-center. He sensed it before it happened, not through his quirk, but through the architecture of the moment. Dark mist curled silently at the base of the stairs. Aizawa was already turning, instructing everyone to step back. The void opened, and from that disturbance, a figure emerged, vapor-bodied and silver-eyed. Kurogiri acknowledged the presence of so many young students, and 13 shouted that this was not part of the schedule as the dome screamed and portals ruptured open like fresh wounds. Naoto's HUD snapped into place, and he murmured that an anomaly had been detected. Then the world broke. When the dust settled, Naoto found himself far from the others. The ruin zone was silent now, save for the faint hum of artificial lighting and the soft crumbling of gravel beneath his boots. He knelt where he had landed, brushing his gloves against broken concrete. The air was thick with sediment and the sharp scent of scorched wiring. One of the surveillance drones buzzed faintly overhead before sparking out and dying. He stood without haste, checked his suit, and adjusted his collar as his HUD returned. He exhaled slowly, then heard sound. 2 figures stepped out from behind a twisted pillar of rebar and collapsed wall. They weren't staff or simulation dummies. Their eyes held intention, and their posture suggested violence. They moved with the confidence of those who had done this before. Naoto didn't blink or lift his arm. He quietly confirmed that a real threat had been identified. The impact had been brief and blinding. Now, dust hung in the air like fine ash, dancing through fractured light. Cracked concrete spread in every direction, jagged and gray. Naoto knelt in the middle of it, brushing away sediment from his sleeve in a silent, automatic gesture. He scanned the perimeter without moving his head. A few seconds passed, then laughter erupted, rough, close, and human. Two figures emerged from the collapsed edge of the ruins, lacking uniforms or protective padding. They weren't part of the exercise or anything that belonged there. One cracked his knuckles, smiling wide, while the other dragged a chipped blade across a steel beam, savoring the screech it made. The first one remarked that they had a quiet one, and the second suggested they see if he screamed when they started carving. Naoto remained silent as his HUD activated, casting a faint pulse through his retinas. One thumb moved with careful control, selecting items without panic. He loaded both an elytra and a firework rocket into memory. The wings clicked into place with a soft shimmer of pixelated texture against his back, and the firework hummed in his hand, silent but volatile. The first villain laughed at Naoto's choice of toys, but Naoto did not respond. He took 3 short steps forward and launched, igniting the firework. A crack of light and sound erupted as the wings flared wide, and the wind caught him. He vanished upward in a single, perfect arc. Concrete cracked beneath the pressure burst, causing the villains to stagger backward, coughing through the dust. Above them, Naoto rose, a silver blur against the curvature of the artificial sky. He didn't look back. His breath was steady, heart elevated but controlled. He circled once before landing on the edge of a rusted girder, a collapsed beam that jutted out over the zone like a broken rib. His HUD remained open, with no weapon drawn, just data, altitude and line of sight. He whispered to himself, barely audible, evaluating the situation. No direct confrontation. High ground secured. Target evaluation in progress. Below, the two villains regrouped near the rubble, squinting against the light. They muttered to each other and scanned the surroundings, unsure of how to deal with an opponent like Naoto. He wasn't fighting, he was operating, having already left the predictable patterns behind. Naoto had reached the upper structure above the flood zone, landing silently along one of the rafters. From this vantage point, the terrain lay bare beneath him, dark water, scattered debris, and the fragile silhouettes of classmates clinging to a half-submerged platform. Below, the water churned, deep and restless beneath the artificial dome. The scent of chlorine mixed with ozone, and bits of wreckage floated past, remnants of a simulation now irrelevant. 3 figures clung to what little structure remained above the surface. Midoriya was soaked, his breath ragged. Tsuyu crouched low beside him, alert but focused. Mineta trembled, clinging to them both as if the water would reach up and swallow him whole. They were in a dire situation, and Mineta expressed his fears, gasping about their impending doom. Midoriya, scanning the current, asked Tsuyu if she could reach a nearby ledge. She calmly replied that it was impossible with Mineta clinging to her and the chaotic water surrounding them. Midoriya glanced around, realizing there was no cover. He tried to breathe slower, anchoring himself in the moment, contemplating how to shift the water level when a barely audible sound interrupted him, a faint drop from above. Something fell through the misted air and landed beside them with a soft splash. It floated, a yellow Minecraft sponge, blocky and slightly glowing, unmistakable. It pulsed once, and then a soft sound followed, drawing in the water around it with absolute authority. A stable platform emerged, dry and firm, just wide enough to stand on. Mineta blinked in disbelief, questioning what had just happened. Tsuyu identified the sponge as coming from Shirogane without needing to look up. Midoriya climbed onto the cleared space, his footing steady. He inhaled deeply and tilted his head upward toward the rafters, acknowledging Shirogane's watchful presence over others across the entire USJ, even in such a chaotic moment. A flicker of motion above signaled Naoto's silent and precise vigilance. Tsuyu noted that he hadn't come down, to which Midoriya replied that he didn't need to. Far above, crouched along the steel support beams, Naoto folded his elytra wings in silence, his HUD already closed. He didn't wait for thanks, he didn't need it. He turned, measured the distance to the next sector, and prepared to move again, focused solely on his function and flight. Around an hour had passed since the beginning of the attack. Naoto had just finished checking the entire dome for any help he could provide. He thought he was done with protecting and assisting until he saw it. Naoto Shirogane, known by his hero name Tarnished, was a 15-and-a-half-year-old student at UA High School in Class 1A, standing at 170 centimeters, he had black hair with white streaks and cold gray eyes. His blood type was AB, and he had been personally recommended by Eraserhead before the official entrance exams. Naoto possessed a unique quirk called Quickslot, an emitter type that allowed him to access a mental inventory HUD linked to the last 3 video games inserted in his personal console. This interface enabled him to materialize real objects from those inventories, limited to 5 at a time and under strict conditions. He could not scan or take shortcuts. He could only summon what existed in the game data and what he remembered, understood, and controlled. There were limitations to his quirk. He could only have 3 active games, which could be swapped only outside of battle, and the items vanished once summoned. Modded or unstable items carried high risks, including corruption and glitches. Overuse could lead to memory errors or blackouts. Naoto's personality was marked by a glitched demeanor. He rarely expressed emotions, preferring to calculate and confirm rather than engage in conversation. Years of living under a father who valued strength above all else had taught him to suppress any signs of vulnerability. His logic acted as a firewall, and under stress, his speech would break into corrupted syntax, indicating a struggle within. He was known for his ghost-like calm under pressure, his HUD-like behavior in battle, and his tactical brilliance, which left little room for small talk. Naoto's backstory was steeped in silence and emotional distance. Growing up in an empty-feeling apartment, he faced the harsh reality of his father's obsession with legacy. Retsu, a second-rate pro-hero, had little compassion for Naoto when he showed no quirk. In contrast, his mother, Ashiko, was gentle and kind, trying to protect Naoto's fragile sense of warmth by offering him small gifts and whispering kind words at night. At the age of 10, Naoto discovered a safe world within his console, filled with music and loyal companions. However, Ashiko unknowingly provided the gears needed to awaken a terrifying power within him. When Naoto's quirk manifested at 13, it was out of control. A power beam from Metroid Dread shot from his arm, unintentionally injuring his mother and leaving her unable to walk. When Retsu returned to the scene, he saw only a monster in Naoto, blaming him for the tragedy and severing their relationship completely. The trauma from that day caused part of Naoto's hair to turn white. Alone in Naruhata, Naoto was taken in by Koichi and Kazuho, who never demanded he justify his existence. With their support and the guidance of Makoto Tsukachi, he began to rebuild himself, learning to understand his quirk and observing rather than panicking. His console became a keystone, linking him to what would later be known as Quickslot. Eraserhead noticed Naoto after an operation with vigilantes. Aizawa recognized his sharp tactical mind and rare control, seeing someone who still believed in the essence of being a hero. He offered Naoto a place at UA. Later, Naoto discovered that his father had reported him dead, leaving no trace behind, just a name erased. Accepting Aizawa's offer was not about finding a place but escaping the identity his father had imposed on him, that of a ghost, a villain, a monster. Meanwhile, the battlefield lay in ruins, reduced to dust and static. Midoriya was crumpled near a crater, his arm injured and breath shallow. One for all had been spent, and his eyes, wide with pain, tracked the hulking figure rising slowly from the rubble. The Nomu, battered and torn, still stood, ribs exposed but somehow healing. It had survived All Might's final blow, though it moved more slowly now, cracks lining its limbs and leaking steam. All Might, hunched forward and trembling, could no longer muster the strength to finish the fight, his silhouette flickering like a flame on the verge of extinguishing. Naoto couldn't just keep watching. Seeing Aizawa's condition, with his elbow in disarray and barely holding on to consciousness, made Naoto's mind snap. He needed to act, and fast. He searched through his inventory, his HUD flickering at an unprecedented speed. He had to find something, and quickly. As he continued searching, one item caught his eye. He exhaled softly, realizing it might be the answer. This could work, he thought as he pulled the mysterious object from his inventory. Shigaraki's voice broke the silence with a sadistic laugh, declaring that Naoto was finished. He was breathing heavily, watching the impossible unfold before him. The punch had not killed Aizawa, and Naoto could no longer move. Nomu raised its arm, not toward All Might or the crater, but toward Aizawa, crumpled and unmoving nearby. With a lazy flick of his hand, Shigaraki commanded the monster to erase Aizawa. A sound broke the static, sharp and clear, not wind or thunder, but a digital chime. Then came the impact. A figure dropped from above, colliding with Nomu's flank like a missile. The blow landed just beneath its clavicle, twisting its upper body from the force. There was no explosion or smoke, just a controlled release of momentum. The weapon vanished in a flicker of pixels. The home run bat. Noma did not fly. It was too massive and anchored to the earth. But its stance shattered, and its rhythm collapsed. It staggered, stunned. Shigaraki's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to see a lone figure standing on the broken platform beyond the blast zone. Slim and still, with gray eyes, it was Naoto. He did not look at the villain. His focus was on Aizawa. He calmly asked if Aizawa was human. Aizawa's lips moved, blood coating his teeth, revealing that he was a bioweapon, engineered and devoid of consciousness. Naoto blinked once, and then his HUD lit up, indicating permission had been received. The bat faded from his hand as the HUD flicked open, displaying that the game was loaded, Final Fantasy VII. An item manifested, Masamune. The air twisted slightly as the sword emerged, gleaming unnaturally, longer than logic allowed, and impossibly light. Behind him, without wind or warning, a single long and graceful dark wing unfolded. This was not real. It was a symbol, a feeling rendered in pixels. Naoto murmured that the erasure protocol was engaged, and then he moved. There was no shout or battle cry, just momentum and decision. Nomu roared, recovering, but it was too slow. Naoto closed the distance, pivoted, and swung. The Masamune cut clean through Nomu's chest, breaking not just bone and slicing through flesh, but through the very framework of the life form itself. Nomu froze and then collapsed, not unconscious, but completely disconnected. Naoto stumbled as the wing glitched, fractured, and disintegrated. Blood leaked from his nose and eyes, and his vision blurred. He dropped to one knee, struggling to stabilize as his voice cracked. Shigaraki screamed and bolted forward, hand outstretched, decay crackling around him, demanding to know what Naoto was. Then a shot rang out, followed by another. Shigaraki reeled back, clutching his shoulder as a calm voice echoed across the dome, instructing him to back away from the student. Smoke drifted from the barrel of Snipe's guns, high on the observation platform. All Might dropped to one knee, exhausted and bleeding, but alive. He whispered that Naoto had done it. A portal shimmered into existence as Kurogyari stepped through, his expression unreadable. He coldly instructed Shigaraki that they must retreat. Shigaraki snarled, insisting that Naoto was not just a student. Then they vanished. Across the field, Midoriya stared in stunned silence. Beside him, Tsuyu knelt, eyes scanning the collapsed forms. Naoto lifted his head slightly, blood still trailing from the corner of his mouth, declaring that the target was neutralized. His body trembled before collapsing to the ground, accompanied by fading, worried voices that he couldn't understand. Then there was silence. The system was offline. Not too far away, outside the dome, light curved through the glass like a cracked lens. At the top, Reiji Kurosaki crouched, unscathed and far from the conflict, yet close enough to savor every droplet of drama. A hand rested on his Wakfu scythe as he watched the scene unfold with a satisfied smile. To him, chaos was a beautiful painting, a work of art. Blood, smoke, cries, and symbols filled the air, but something else stood out, something oddly exciting: code and glitches. He watched not the Nomu, nor the collapsing symbol of peace, but Naoto, slim and still, with eyes lit by something colder than rage. Reiji's interest had already been piqued by the high schooler's home run smash, finding his methods amusing and far from boring, unlike the other students, who merely repeated tricks he had seen many times before. Then the bat disappeared, vanishing into tiny pixels. The wing unfolded, dark feathers falling like autumn leaves. Reiji leaned forward, captivated as if witnessing a splash of paint transforming the entire picture into a new masterpiece. "Magnifico!" he muttered, biting his lower lip in admiration. He observed the Nomu being dismantled, like a line of code being corrected. The Masamune gleamed briefly, a flash of divine light, before vanishing. Then came laughter, genuine and quiet. Reiji clapped his hands as if he had just witnessed a groundbreaking performance. He leaned back, slipping off the dome before falling into a portal, only to emerge through another that placed him right back on its surface. He pointed at Naoto, who was now near unconscious, lying in a puddle of his own blood. He expressed his admiration for the young high schooler's tempo with excitement. He continued, placing his hand on the dome glass, stating that he would be watching closely. The aftermath was intriguing. Did the student even realize what had pushed him to this point? Was that his best effort, or did he have more hidden away? Reiji was curious, but a gunshot interrupted his thoughts. He turned his head, his gaze falling on Shigaraki, who was screaming in frustration and pain, his hand struck by a bullet. Reiji blinked, analyzing the villain, and then smiled wider. "Oh, you're new." "I like new," he remarked, tapping his scythe twice with his fingers before it vanished. He decided it was time to visit an old friend. A portal opened behind him, long and spiraling with blue ripples. Before departing, he cast one last glance at the now unconscious Naoto. He advised the glitch boy not to break without him, bowed to an imaginary crowd, and floated backward through the portal. Just like that, he vanished, leaving the dome to forget he had ever been there. In the Kamino district of Yokoyama, a bar sat in silence. It was empty, the kind of stillness that seeped into the bones and lingered, making the clean surfaces feel hostile. A single light buzzed above the counter, and the stools stood in a perfect line, untouched. The room felt too still, too dry, too intact for what had just occurred. Then the darkness opened. A quiet swell appeared in the middle of the floor. The portal blossomed soundlessly, and a battered body spilled through. Shigaraki hit the floor with a wet thud, dragging a trail of blood behind him as he moved. He remained down for a moment, breathing heavily, trembling not from fear but from shame. He lamented his injuries, noting that he had been shot in both arms and legs. He pushed himself up with one elbow but collapsed again, acknowledging the crushing defeat they had faced. His body felt like a wreck, while the symbol of peace had emerged unscathed. He cursed the young high schooler, the glitch who had erased the Nomu effortlessly. He paused to cough, blood dripping onto the clean floor, and reflected on the state of their defeat. The monitor on the wall flickered to life, displaying no face, just a screen humming faintly. Then came the voice. Calm, controlled, and dispassionate. It stated that they had merely gotten ahead of themselves and underestimated their opponent. Fortunately, the League of Villains had come at a low cost. Static danced along the edge of the screen as the voice inquired about their creation, Nomu, asking if he had been retrieved. Kurogiri's voice emerged from the shadows, steady as always. He reported that Nomu had not been injured or defeated, he had been erased. There was nothing left to warp, not even a trace or signal. He had been unable to intervene in time, it had happened too quickly. A silence followed, measured rather than tense. The voice expressed disappointment, noting that they had built Nomu to rival All Might, not to be undone by an unstable child. Shigaraki growled low in his throat and pushed himself upright, filled with frustration. The voice reminded him that this child should not divert him from his main path, as Nomu was created to crush a symbol, and All Might remained that symbol. The glitch may be interesting, but it held no meaning to the public. Shigaraki's hand twitched against the floor, and he tilted his head slightly, eyes narrowing as he spoke of a kid who seemed as fast as All Might. He exhaled slowly, reflecting on how they might have succeeded without that pest. The voice dismissed his lament, stating that this endeavor was not a complete loss and that he should find stronger troops and take all the time he needed. Shigaraki remained silent, acknowledging that they could not move freely and that they needed a symbol like him. The screen brightened slightly, proclaiming that next time, the world would know the terror he represented. The silence did not last long. A slow clap echoed through the bar, deliberate and perfectly timed. On the couch, legs crossed like a bored noble, Reiji Kurosaki was already there, half-shadowed. One hand rested on a deck of cards, the other raised, finishing the third and final clap. He bore no blood or dirt, just an unsettling grace that made the air feel staged. He smiled, commenting on the touching scene and how he almost believed it. His steps were soundless yet felt loud, like music that resonated in one's lungs. He stopped a few feet from the puddle where Shigaraki still knelt, looking down at him and then up at the monitor. He noted that Nomu was erased, the symbol untouched, and remarked on the rebirth of evil starring Tamura Shigaraki, finding the script a bit stiff this time. Shigaraki's eyes narrowed, his body tense with a mix of pain and fury. He demanded to know who Reiji was and what he was doing there. Reiji's smile sharpened as he claimed to be visiting an old friend. He expressed his disappointment at finding a monologue instead of a crescendo. He leaned back on the couch, observing Shigaraki with a wide, unsettling smile. He mentioned watching a boy with gray eyes and a sword too long to be real, stating that while he was not stable, he still won, which intrigued him. He then playfully lamented that the boy was not on Shigaraki's side. Shigaraki pushed himself upright, his limbs shaking as he strained against torn muscles and burning nerves. Blood trickled down his sleeve, but he was unfazed. He growled low and hoarse, preparing to launch forward with decay seething across his fingers. However, before he could make contact, a violet rift split the air, and his hand vanished into it. Another portal opened above his head, and his decay-laced palm emerged, suspended midair and twitching. Uselessly, Kurojire's voice rang out, firm and cold, stating that it was far more than enough. Shigaraki snapped toward him, rage flaring in his eyes, demanding that Kurojire move. But Kurojire remained steadfast, explaining that he had just saved Shigaraki from redirecting his own hand through one of Reiji's portals, which would have resulted in serious harm. The monitor hummed, the static sharper than before, as the voice inquired about Kurosaki Reiji's presence. Kurojire adjusted the screen to face Reiji directly, who was already watching with an unshaken grin. The monitor flickered, its glow casting long, trembling shadows. The voice returned, recognizing Reiji and noting that it had been a while since their last encounter. Reiji casually replied that it had been 8 years, to be precise. The voice commented on his taste for dramatic timing, to which Reiji responded that he had considered waiting 9 years, but the decor was begging for contrast. A pause followed, heavy with implication. The voice acknowledged that Reiji was not there just to chat over coffee, suggesting that he had a reason for his visit. Reiji playfully countered that reason was a strong word, as the atmosphere shifted with unspoken tension. Reiji ignored the villain's outburst, continuing as if he were irrelevant. He casually mentioned that he felt like loitering and thought he would drop in to annoy the ongoing chaos. Shigaraki shattered the stillness with his frustration. He turned toward the monitor, his voice rising in anger. He demanded to know who Reiji was and why he was allowed to be there. The name, Tamura, cut through Shigaraki's shouting, silencing him. There was no need for louder words. The response was smooth, explaining that Reiji was not someone to confront directly, not yet. Reiji tilted his head, grinning like a predator who had lost interest in the chase. He teased that he might start blushing, which only fueled Shigaraki's anger. Shigaraki growled, his fists trembling with rage, insisting that Reiji keep his wild cards to himself. Reiji simply murmured that it was too late, tapping a card resting face down on the table with a cheeky smile and asking if Shigaraki minded. The monitor hissed faintly, and Shigaraki snapped in disbelief, questioning the order to let Reiji stay. The voice issuing the command was calm yet final, stating that they did not want to be on Reiji's bad side for now. Reiji stretched lazily, as if the couch were his own, remarking on Shigaraki's sweetness after all these years. The screen crackled with static, and a warning was issued for Reiji to play nice. He responded with a non-committal remark before Shigaraki stormed out, boots heavy and posture stiff, like a child throwing a tantrum. Reiji picked up another card from the deck, rolling it between his fingers and humming softly to himself. He observed the silence around him, fingers resting on the card at his side. He casually glanced at Kurojire, commenting on the mist's efficiency and politeness, appreciating Kurojire's calm demeanor. Kurojire remained silent, acknowledging Reiji's words without reaction, knowing that would hasten his departure. Reiji stood and brushed his coat as if preparing for a ceremony, promising to keep his claws to himself for now. The mist pulsed slightly, and Reiji gave the couch one last look, suggesting that Shigaraki's rage project might benefit from some breathing exercises to relieve tension. With a soft twist of the air, a vortex opened beneath him, and he gracefully fell into it, leaving the cushion undisturbed and the air feeling lighter. Back at the UA campus, the atmosphere was eerily quiet. There were no sirens or flames, just the heat rising from the damaged ground and the shallow breaths of those still standing. Naomasa Tsukachi stood near the edge of the broken plaza, his coat stained with soot as he counted the students. Some stood upright, while others leaned against rubble, their eyes unfocused. There was blood, but less than expected, most of it old and dry. He muttered to himself about the students' conditions, noting the one with the injured legs and another in a coma. His pen tapped against the page as he assessed the situation, concluding that they all seemed unharmed, a convenient lie, perhaps. Ojiro sat hunched against a crumbled wall, dust clinging to his sleeves. He wiped sweat from his face, feeling the weight of exhaustion. Hagakure's voice appeared beside him, light and familiar, teasing him about facing the fire alone. He gave a dry exhale, his shoulders relaxing slightly. He mentioned that he had survived using hit-and-run tactics, to which Hagakure excitedly shared her own experience in the landslide area, praising Todoroki's strength. Todoroki, standing a short distance away, silently observed a scorched fissure in the ground, reflecting on the power he could have used. Ojiro nodded faintly, relieved that Hagakure was okay. Aoyama, seemingly unbothered, struck a pose nearby, playfully asking about his own location. Tokoyami's cape fluttered as he engaged in conversation with Kaminari and Kirishima, who expressed frustration at being underestimated because of their age. Aoyama's hands sparkled as he twirled, but his playful demeanor fell flat as no one laughed. The moment lingered awkwardly until Tsukachi stepped forward, his voice sharper, announcing that they needed to return to the classroom and postpone any statements. Tsuyu, her gaze filled with concern, inquired about Aizawa-sensei. Tsukachi's response was direct, detailing Aizawa's severe injuries but reassuring them that there was no brain damage, though he might suffer long-term vision loss. Tsuyu looked down, her worry palpable. Tsukachi then turned to the others, confirming that All Might's injuries were not life-threatening. Uraraka stepped forward, her brow furrowed with concern for Deku. Ida adjusted his glasses nervously, asking about Midoriya's condition. Tsukachi nodded, checking his files and confirming that Midoriya had made it to the nurse's office in time. He noted that he had business there himself and left the rest to Sansa. The officer nodded, and as Tsukachi turned halfway to leave, a voice called out to him. Kirishima's voice was firm and loud, cutting through the tension. He asked where Shirogane was, and several students looked up, some blinking in confusion while others froze, as if recalling a painful memory. Tsukachi paused for a moment. He acknowledged the boy with the black and white hair and sighed, his voice dropping to a quieter tone as he revealed that Shirogane was in a coma. The silence that followed was heavier than anyone expected. He explained that the medical team had diagnosed a small subarachnoid hemorrhage caused by severe neurological overload. Tsukachi scanned the group, noting that some still seemed confused while others had gone pale. He continued, saying that Recovery Girl had managed to stabilize Shirogane, but he had yet to regain consciousness, and they did not know when he would wake up. For several seconds, the group remained silent. Tsuyu's hands curled slightly at her sides, and though her mouth opened, no sound emerged. Ida turned his gaze away, and Hagakure's voice, barely above a whisper, questioned if Shirogane had been with Aizawa during the incident. Tsukachi admitted he didn't know but confirmed that Shirogane had acted bravely, stopping the threat. Kirishima's interest piqued at this revelation, and he expressed disbelief that Shirogane had truly defeated the creature. Tsukachi offered no further answers, leaving the group in a state of uncertainty. Behind them, Todoroki finally lifted his gaze from the ground. Tsukachi tapped his pen against the inside of his coat and spoke softly, assuring them that they would take care of Shirogane to the best of their ability. He then walked away, his coat fluttering gently behind him, leaving the weight of his words lingering in the air like smoke that refused to dissipate. Over a week had passed since the attack on the USJ Dome. The lights in the nursery office buzzed faintly above the still cot. The curtains were drawn, the machines quiet, and a soft floral scent filled the room. The scent of antiseptic lingered in the air like a distant lullaby. Naoto lay still, one arm loosely connected to an foreline, his breathing slow but steady. The monitors beeped with a dull regularity. Nearby, Recovery Girl sat with a book in hand, her glasses resting on the bridge of her nose. Then Quitch. His eyelids fluttered, once, twice, before opening to a blinding brightness. He blinked, his pupils adjusting, and turned his head slightly as a whisper escaped his dry, groggy lips, noting that his system was rebooted, his vitals stable, and his consciousness intact, but the brightness around him was overwhelming. Recovery Girl looked up from her book, a small, knowing smile on her face. She rose gently and walked over to his bedside, adjusting the lamp to soften the light. She encouraged him to open his eyes, her voice warm and comforting. He attempted to sit up, but a sharp ache coursed through him, reminding him of his recent struggles. Longer he searched through the fog. Gradually, a frown crept onto his face as he wondered what had happened. The words barely escaped his lips as he recalled fragments of memory. A flash came too quickly for him to complete his thoughts. He remembered a jagged burst of imagery, his own silhouette midair, limbs stretched like a broken marionette, a massive black wing unfurling behind him, and a sword that was impossibly long, glinting with an otherworldly light. Suddenly, his hands flew up, clutching at his head as he tried to piece together the disjointed memories. A jolt of pain surged through his skull like static, causing him to double forward, breath caught, a low hiss of discomfort escaping his lips. Recovery Girl was at his side in an instant, one hand gently pressing against his shoulder, urging him to lie back and breathe. He obeyed slowly, settling against the pillow with his eyes clenched shut and jaw tight. After a moment, the pain subsided, leaving behind a ringing silence. He inhaled deeply, then exhaled, his voice quieter now as he asked how long he had been unconscious. She understood his question without needing to ask. 8 days, she replied softly. His eyes opened, and for a brief moment, something sharp flickered within them, not panic, not fear, but the heavy weight of realization. 8 days felt like too long. He looked away, the muscles in his jaw working silently. His hands, resting on the blanket, curled slightly. She observed him, not just the boy in the cot, but the boy she had met long before he donned the uniform, the one who had arrived soaked to the bone and hollow-eyed, more silence than child. "It's okay, Naoto," she said gently. "It's okay to be vulnerable now. You're safe here." His gaze dropped further, his throat moving once, but he remained silent. Then he sat up again, more slowly this time, and asked if the others were all right. She nodded, explaining that Midoriya, Aizawa, and All Might had been discharged after 2 days, their injuries easier to manage. She gave him a look that was half stern, half fond, reminding him that he had let his quirk nearly overwhelm him. Naoto flinched, his fingers faintly digging into the hem of the blanket. He hadn't just arrived late, he had ended up worse than any of them. A burden. He closed his eyes and whispered an apology. Recovery Girl took a moment before placing a cool glass in his hand, headache medication and water already waiting on the table. Her other hand rested lightly over his fingers as she reassured him that he had saved them and hadn't put them in danger. He held the cup for a long time without drinking, then nodded once, a nod that signified he had heard her, though not necessarily that he believed her. The room fell quiet again, but it was no longer a sterile silence. It felt lived-in, healing. Somewhere beneath the surface, the signal that had overloaded was beginning to settle. The door of the nursing office opened without knocking, and Aizawa stepped inside, his coat half unbuttoned, bandages across his head and throat still fresh. His left eye was swollen shut, and he moved with the quiet weight of someone accustomed to enduring pain. Naoto sat on the cot, legs over the side, hands resting on the blanket, not looking up. Aizawa dragged a chair forward and sat down slowly, the air between them remaining still. "You're alive," Aizawa stated. Naoto gave a small nod, his eyes fixed on the floor. Aizawa continued, noting that he had seen what happened at the dome barely, in a blur, but he had seen Naoto move without hesitation. Naoto looked down, acknowledging his late arrival and the fact that he had overextended himself, blacking out. He cut himself off, his voice cracking, but he forced it quiet again. Aizawa didn't interrupt, allowing the silence to settle before he spoke again. He reminded Naoto that he acted when no one else could, that he had stopped the threat, which was far more than enough. Naoto remained silent, his hands. So, Aizawa mentioned that Recovery Girl had managed a subarachnoid hemorrhage, but it could have been worse. I know, Naoto replied, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. You overloaded your quirk, Aizawa continued, his tone serious. Naoto collapsed after the impact, but the Nomu remained down. His breath caught slightly before he exhaled, expressing his desire to return. Aizawa raised an eyebrow, though it was hard to tell due to the bandages covering his face. He asked if Naoto wanted to go back to class now. Naoto nodded once, determined. Aizawa informed him that he wouldn't be able to train for at least the next 3 days. Naoto insisted he didn't need to, stating that he was already behind and didn't want to cause more trouble by worrying anyone. Aizawa didn't respond immediately, then stood slowly, reminding Naoto that homeroom started at 8. Naoto remained still. As Aizawa reached the door, he paused and mentioned that everyone thought Naoto was still unconscious, as no one had informed them of his awakening. Naoto remained silent as the door closed quietly behind Aizawa, leaving him alone in the room to gather his thoughts. Classes were cancelled the day after the attack, and silence hung heavily in the air, filled with the weight of memories. However, rest was not an option. The following morning, the doors of classroom 1A opened once more. Ida's voice rang out, calling everyone to their seats as morning homeroom was about to begin. He gestured with military precision, turning to the only student still standing near the entrance. The others stirred, taking their seats in a familiar routine. The classroom felt heavier than before, the echoes of their recent experiences lingering in the corners. Then, the door to the teacher's office opened with a quiet hiss. Aizawa entered, wrapped in bandages, his face mostly obscured, and his scarf tucked closely around his neck. His hair fell forward as usual, but his step faltered, revealing he was still recovering. The class reacted with a mix of bewilderment and relief at his return. Uraraka expressed her awe, while Ida raised his arm in greeting, glad to see Aizawa doing well. However, Uraraka's voice held a hint of worry as she commented on Aizawa's condition. He approached his desk with a slight wobble and seated himself carefully, stating that his welfare wasn't important because their fight was far from over. Bakugo leaned forward, brows furrowed, questioning if their fight was continuing. Midoriya's concern grew as he asked for clarification, while Mineta's mood plummeted at the thought of more villains. Aizawa's flat voice cut through the chatter, telling them they needed to wait until everyone was present. The room fell silent, confusion flickering across faces. Ida counted the students, confirming they were all there. He turned back to Aizawa, asserting that they were indeed present. Aizawa didn't respond but instead focused on the door, which opened to reveal Naoto stepping into the room quietly. He made no dramatic entrance, standing in the doorway, pale and expressionless, with his uniform freshly pressed. The light behind him cast a faint glow around his silhouette, creating an atmosphere of anticipation. Silence enveloped the room as some students froze, while others instinctively straightened, as if they were witnessing a ghost. Midoriya blinked in surprise, recognizing Naoto. Tsuyu softly acknowledged his awakening, while Uraraka whispered her disbelief. Kirishima brightened at the sight of him, and even Bakugo offered a gruff welcome back. Jiro remained silent but tapped her foot under her desk, and Aoyama said nothing at all. Naoto nodded slightly, unsure if he should feel ashamed or relieved to be back. He walked to his seat at a steady pace, and as he sat down, the silence lingered, the room adjusting to his presence. No one applauded or made a fuss, but a quiet shift occurred. He was back, no longer in danger, and his seat had waited for him. The morning air felt lighter now that everyone was reunited. Aizawa stood before the class, arms in casts and torso wrapped in bandages, commanding attention without raising his voice. He acknowledged the situation and shifted his gaze toward Naoto's desk before continuing, stating that it was time to focus on what mattered. A ripple of tension passed through the students as Aizawa announced that UA's sports festival was fast approaching. Half the class flinched at the news, expressing disbelief that such an event could occur so soon after the villain attack. Aizawa remained unfazed, explaining that it was necessary to demonstrate UA's crisis management protocols. He informed them that there would be 5 times the police presence compared to previous years, emphasizing that the sports festival was a significant opportunity for them. Midoriya straightened in his seat, asserting that the event couldn't be cancelled over a few villains. Mineta raised his hand nervously, questioning the importance of the festival. Naoto stiffened at the mention of the sports festival, realizing he had never seen one. He instinctively lowered his head, feeling the weight of his ignorance. His previous living situation had limited his exposure to such events, leaving him with only fragmented knowledge filtered through Koichi's admiration for All Might. Mineta defended himself, insisting he had seen the festival, but Aizawa interrupted, explaining that the UA Sports Festival was one of Japan's biggest events. He stepped forward, a slight limp betraying his condition, and compared it to the Olympics, noting how the tradition had diminished over time. He emphasized that the UA Sports Festival had taken its place as a major event in the nation. Naoto's attention sharpened at the mention of the top heroes watching, and a thought struck him: his father. He glanced toward Aizawa, a subtle movement that went unnoticed by others, but the weight of that thought lingered in the air. A single flicker of fear appeared in Naoto's eyes as he met Aizawa's unreadable gaze. Almost imperceptibly, Aizawa shook his head, signaling a firm no. Naoto blinked slowly, then looked down. Momo adjusted her seat, noting that the professionals would be there as scouts. Mineta's voice was smaller now, acknowledging the reality of the situation. Denki leaned on his elbow, explaining that they would be looking to hire them as sidekicks after graduation, as was customary. Jiro raised an eyebrow, pointing out that many sidekicks never managed to go solo and remained sidekicks forever. Smirked, teasing Kaminari about his future. Denki snapped back, but Aizawa remained unresponsive. Aizawa continued, explaining that gaining experience and popularity from a big-name hero would be beneficial, but their time was limited. He urged the class to show the professionals what they were capable of, emphasizing that this event occurred only once a year, giving them 3 chances. His final words hung heavily in the air, underscoring the importance of the upcoming event for anyone hoping to become a hero. Silence enveloped the room as the class collectively inhaled. Aizawa then dismissed them, and the shuffle of chairs broke the tension as students rose, conversations resuming in low tones. Some were already strategizing, while others whispered doubts. Naoto lingered behind, walking quietly to the front when the room had emptied. Aizawa waited silently for him to speak. Naoto made a request regarding the sports festival, asking to be listed under his first name only, just Naoto. Aizawa's gaze remained unchanged as he acknowledged Naoto's concern about being recognized. Naoto nodded, explaining that the public nature of the event could attract unwanted attention from his past. Aizawa quietly agreed to inform the staff, and Naoto expressed his gratitude before turning away, fading into silence. Aizawa's voice followed him, assuring him that he would do fine. Naoto didn't respond, but a subtle shift in his demeanor suggested a change. Naoto was on his way to the support course workshop, aware that the sports festival would be televised and widely viewed. He had asked Aizawa to use only his first name, but he knew that wouldn't be enough. If someone recognized his face along with that name, it could lead to complications he wasn't ready to face, especially concerning his mother. He needed a mask and a voice modulator, nothing elaborate, just something discreet. The hallway smelled of metal and oil, the scent of creation filling the air. Naoto walked slowly, each step weighed down by caution. His fingers brushed the fabric wrapped around his hip, where his console remained hidden and silent. He appeared composed, yet something beneath the surface twisted slightly. He stopped in front of the workshop door, sensing something was off. Just as he reached up to knock, he hesitated, feeling a prickling instinct at the back of his neck. He stepped back, and a moment later, the door exploded outward. White smoke and debris shot out as the metal hinges protested. Tools clattered to the ground, and a girl in goggles tumbled out of the mist, landing at his feet, covered in soot and grinning widely. Naoto's instincts had spared them both from an overly dramatic moment. Behind her, someone inside the workshop shouted in frustration. The girl sprang to her feet, surprised to see him. She recognized him as the guy with the oversized sword and excitedly grabbed his sleeve, pulling him into the workshop without waiting for permission. Inside, chaos reigned. Tools were scattered everywhere, scorch marks marred the walls, and a mechanical arm sparked quietly in a corner. The girl began rattling off blueprints before Naoto could fully process the scene. She suggested that he needed proper gauntlet stabilization to handle the weight of his weapon and proposed various enhancements. Naoto tried to interject, but she was too caught up in her ideas. When she finally paused, she realized she didn't know his quirk. Naoto attempted to explain, but she insisted he sit down and tell her everything. He hesitated, but her excitement was infectious, and he felt a warmth spread across his face, an unfamiliar sensation. After a moment, he relented. A few minutes later, Mei, now perched upside down on a hos, was trying to grasp the extent of his abilities. Naoto confirmed that he could pull out anything related to video games from a mental storage. Her reaction was one of pure amazement, and she immediately reached for his console, eager to see it for herself. Naoto leaned back, cautious about her enthusiasm. She begged him to show her just one item for science. After a long moment, he sighed and reached into his Quickslot, materializing a small, scarab-shaped drone. It blinked into existence, its design intricate and playful, reminiscent of ancient technology. The tough beetle from The Legend of Zelda, Skyward Sword, hovered between them, emitting a gentle whir. Mei gasped, her excitement palpable as she caught the drone midair, spinning it in her hands. She marveled at its details, her eyes wide with wonder. Naoto watched her, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. He had chosen well, and her joy was contagious. His confirmation was silent. She remained focused on the buzzing beetle as she spoke, more distracted than deliberate. She noted that she hadn't considered it at first when making the costume, but now that she was seeing him for real, quiet, composed, and somewhat ghost-like, it made total sense that he would need a mask. Perhaps even a voice box, something stealthy, vigilante style. Naoto blinked, realizing she was the one responsible for the cape. A pause followed, and he felt a slow internal shift. His gaze dropped slightly, and though there was no outward change, something in his posture bristled for just a moment, hinting at inner restraint. He finally spoke, his voice quieter than usual, explaining that this was actually why he had come. Mei groaned and flopped into a mess of scattered tools, as if it were his fault. She insisted that he should say those things first. Naoto didn't respond. He merely stared, his expression unreadable. She had some nerve, and it was starting to get under his skin. Suddenly, she spun on her heel, waving the beetle overhead. She exclaimed that it was mask time, as if she hadn't just said it moments ago. She dropped the drone onto a pile of cushions, where it somehow landed upright, and dove headfirst into the mess of her workbench with renewed energy. The first prototype looked like a red Oni face. As soon as he slipped it on, it spoke in a deep, edgy anime voice, declaring vengeance as its only path. Naoto removed it instantly. The second prototype featured a sleek LED panel across the mouth. When he tried to speak, the mask beeped and displayed an emoji-coded message indicating a cool and secretive tone had been activated. Mei clapped her hands, laughing, explaining the emotional subtlety behind it. He stared at her, unimpressed. The third prototype was a metallic faceplate mounted into a trucker hat. He hesitated, but she nodded encouragingly, so he put it on. Activated with a mechanical twang, announcing it was time for an old-fashioned butt whoopin'. After a brief pause, it added a comment about a $30 haircut. Even Power Loader, somewhere deep in the workshop, went quiet. Naoto pulled the mask off with serene finality, stating that a neutral tone would do just fine. Mei didn't seem fazed by his reaction. She assured him that she would come up with something by tomorrow and said goodbye. Naoto turned and headed for the door, his pace calm and his face unreadable. He wasn't angry, he was just overwhelmed. The door slid shut behind him, and the thought of what had just happened lingered warmly in his chest longer than it should have. The cafeteria buzzed with movement and heat when Naoto entered, conversations echoing off trays and glass. Some tables were packed, while others were only halfway claimed. Noise moved in waves. Naoto stood just beyond the doorway, still trying to figure out what had happened over at the support course. He felt like an outsider, his steps silent and calculated, his console hidden beneath the folds of his uniform. He didn't carry a tray, he never did. He didn't need one. Instead, he turned over a small, pixelated apple in his hand, blocky and faintly glowing. It fit perfectly in his palm, selected not for taste or warmth but for consistency. Efficient. He took a step forward when Kirishima's voice cut through the din, calling out to him. Heads turned, including Naoto's. At the far table, Kirishima waved an arm with a grin, inviting him over. Beside Kirishima sat Kaminari, Mina, Shiro, Sato, and Jiro, a familiar circle Naoto had never quite stepped into. He hesitated for a moment before approaching them. When he reached the table, he explained that he wasn't shy. He just hadn't gotten used to eating in group patterns. Kirishima insisted it was about time he got used to it and patted the bench, encouraging him to sit down. Naoto complied, and a subtle shift occurred. He didn't notice himself relaxing, but he didn't get up either. Mina eyed his hand and asked if that was all he brought, noting the absence of a tray. He nodded quietly, placing the apple gently on the table. A bottle of water appeared next, simple and unadorned. The group stared at him in surprise. Kaminari remarked that it looked like something from Minecraft. Naoto confirmed it was clean, efficient, and nutritious enough, with no waste. Sato tilted his head, asking if that was all he ate. Naoto replied that it was mostly true. Kirishima frowned, expressing concern for his health, while Mina joked that he looked pale, which explained everything. Naoto blinked but didn't argue. Kirishima dug into his tray, unwrapping an onigiri, and offered half of it to Naoto, encouraging him to try real-world rice. Naoto stared at the offer and then at Kirishima's hand before accepting it. The taste wasn't exceptional, but it was warm and salty, something real. Kirishima watched him chew, leaning in to ask for his thoughts. Naoto didn't respond but put away the apple and continued eating, which was enough for Kirishima, who smiled widely. The conversation flowed around them, mostly about the sports festival, training events, and scout agencies. Naoto listened intently, wanting to understand what this event that excited the whole class was all about. He felt like he was neither part of the noise nor excluded from it. Then Shiro turned his head and asked how Naoto was feeling. Kaminari added that they had never gotten to ask him about his condition after being unconscious for a week. Jiro mentioned a detective who had said something about an internal hemorrhage. Naoto set down the last bite of onigiri and explained that he had summoned something he couldn't handle, which had overloaded. Kaminari leaned back, mouth open in surprise, asking if he meant the 6-foot demon sword of death. Jiro elbowed him, and Kaminari protested that he was just curious about someone who had dropped in like a final boss. He suggested that Naoto needed theme music with heavy bass and a lightning strike behind him. Jiro rolled her eyes but smirked, saying he didn't need backup dancers. Naoto maintained a level voice as he explained that it was the Masamune, Sephiroth's blade from Final Fantasy VII. He described it as a single-edged katana over 7 feet long, capable of cutting through steel and concrete. In the games, it distorts the battlefield in the hands of its wielder. He paused for effect, letting the image settle before adding that it was his first time trying it. The stronger the item, the bigger the backlash, and the Masamune had been too much. Kirishima let out a low whistle, impressed. Sato tapped the table, asking what Naoto's quirk was, as no one had ever explained it. Naoto set down the last bite of rice and explained that he could access up to 3 mental inventories based on the last 3 video games he had played. In total, Naoto could extract up to 5 items at a time, limited to inanimate objects without any living attributes. Mina tilted her head in curiosity, questioning Naoto about the mysterious black wing he had displayed at the USA. Naoto remained unfazed as he explained that the wing was one of the reasons he had collapsed, suggesting that it had been an unexpected occurrence. There was a brief pause before Kirishima let out a slow breath, acknowledging the intensity of the situation. Kaminari leaned forward, eager for a demonstration. He insisted that Naoto couldn't just mention such a remarkable ability and leave them hanging without a show. Naoto blinked, hesitating for a moment as 5 pairs of expectant eyes focused on him. He let out a quiet sigh and reached into his Quickslot. To his friends, it appeared as if he was pulling something from thin air, causing the space around him to ripple slightly. In his hand, a slice of strawberry shortcake materialized, its soft layers of sponge, whipped cream, and bright red fruit almost glowing with a faint sparkle reminiscent of a whimsical treat. Mina gasped in disbelief, questioning the reality of the dessert. Naoto placed the slice on the table and summoned another, followed by a third, a fourth, and finally a fifth. Each slice was identical, arranged like offerings before them. The table fell silent as Naoto made no further comments, simply pushing each plate toward his friend's 5 perfect slices, one for each student. He didn't smile or elaborate, but his gesture was unmistakable. Shiro, unsure of how to proceed, asked if Naoto was truly giving them cake, wanting to confirm that he wouldn't face any backlash for indulging in the treat. Naoto gave a quiet nod, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Jiro added, a little softer, that they hadn't even asked for it. He wondered what the trick was. Naoto blinked in confusion. Mina found it adorable and expressed her surprise, stating that she didn't think wholesome was part of his programming, as she had assumed he was made of static and dead pixels. Sato took a bite of his food, paused, and looked down at his hands, noting that his quirk had just twitched. Kaminari leaned over, intrigued, and asked if it was that sweet. Sato confirmed it was real, sugar-rich, and dangerously good. Kaminari smirked, imagining what they might get from Zelda if this was what they pulled from Kirby. Kirishima, already halfway through his slice, remarked that Naoto might be quiet, but the food was hero-grade hospitality. Naoto remained silent, his plate empty. The cafeteria buzzed with excitement, a new current sweeping through the hallways, pushing groups and voices into motion. Kirishima exclaimed that he was pumped and that showing their skills at the sports festival was a big step toward going pro. Naoto walked slightly behind them, silent as ever, not because he didn't care, but because he didn't understand. Midoriya spoke softly, noting everyone's excitement. Naoto glanced at him but remained silent. Pro hero, exposure, endorsements, these thoughts swirled around like confetti, but he hadn't come to UA for recognition. He came to help quietly. What did recognition have to do with a hero's worth? Ida, ever driven, lifted a hand dramatically, declaring that this was their chance to add their names to the ranks of heroes, which was why they were in high spirits. Tsuyu calmly pointed out that Ida had a funny way of showing it. Naoto trailed near the edge of the group like a shadow, avoiding the spotlight as it brushed past him. Then all at once, the current shifted. Uraraka turned toward them with blazing eyes and fire in her voice, urging them to do their best at the sports festival. Midoriya blinked in surprise at her enthusiasm. Mina tilted her head, confused by Uraraka's change in demeanor. Mineta attempted to make an inappropriate comment but was swiftly silenced by Tsuyu's swift action. Uraraka declared her determination to crush the competition, raising her fist high. Kirishima cheered, playfully commenting on the inconsistency of her character. As laughter erupted in the group, Naoto began to slip away, drawn by the quiet. He had nearly vanished around the hallway corner when Uraraka called out to him, pointing with infectious willpower. She insisted he needed to be more enthusiastic and urged him to join in, raising his fist. He blinked and, almost as if responding to a mission command, raised his fist and replied affirmatively. That earned a fresh round of cheers, and for a moment he allowed himself to be swept up in the excitement. As Naoto walked out of the cafeteria, the voices faded behind him. He left the group as they dispersed, weaving through students like a wisp of static. Taking a detour along the upper walkway near the stairwell, he was guided not by destination but by a certain rhythm. He heard familiar voices below Midoriya, Ida, Uraraka. He hadn't meant to listen, but something about Uraraka's voice made him pause. Leaning slightly against the cold metal rail, He glided one finger along its surface, half absent. The sounds pulled him downward. Midoriya expressed surprise, questioning if Uraraka wanted to be a hero for the money. Uraraka's voice dipped, soft and honest, as she admitted that, ultimately yes, she did. She felt embarrassed, especially compared to Ida's noble motivations. Ida insisted there was nothing wrong with seeking a more comfortable lifestyle, while Midoriya found her answer unexpected. Uraraka continued, explaining that her family ran a construction company, but business was bad, and they were poorer than poor. She lowered her voice, asking them not to mention it to anyone. A calm voice from above assured her that he wouldn't. Naoto stepped into view, descending silently, revealing that he had been there the whole time. Uraraka blinked, unsure whether to laugh or hide, while Midoriya expressed his surprise at Naoto's stealth. Midoriya then turned back to Uraraka, suggesting that if she had permission to use her quirk, it could help cut costs. Uraraka lit up at the thought, recalling a conversation with her father. She imitated his deep tone, recalling his words about working for the family. A bittersweet smile crossed her face as she remembered her father's encouragement for her to pursue her own dreams. She resolved to become a hero to make her parents' lives easier. Ida adjusted his glasses, visibly moved by her determination, while Naoto quietly expressed his hope that she would succeed. The sincerity in his voice caught them off guard, and for the first time that morning, none of them had anything clever to say. Just as the group began to settle, All Might's footsteps echoed through the hall, causing a student to gasp in surprise. All Might burst around the corner, larger than life, arms wide and grin blazing. He called out to Midoriya, raising a small bento box and asking if he wanted to eat lunch with him. Uraraka burst out laughing, finding his tone amusingly schoolgirl-like. Midoriya, confused, agreed to join him, and they left together. As their footsteps faded, Uraraka wondered what All Might wanted with Midoriya. Ida speculated that it might be related to Midoriya's earlier actions when All Might was attacked, suggesting that All Might had taken a liking to him due to their similar super strength. Todoroki, who had been silent, shifted his gaze away from the wall, while Naoto remained quiet. He didn't wonder, he didn't need to. He had spoken to Toshinori before and felt a bond between them that was important, even if he didn't know the details. Without a word, he turned and walked back to the classroom. The room was quiet, half lit by the soft glow of ceiling panels. The only sound was the hum of distant vending machines and the dry tick of the wall clock as Naoto stepped inside. He noticed Midoriya's notebook forgotten on a desk near the window, sprawled open like a sun-basking animal, its pages ruffled and cover smudged from use. He recognized it immediately and slowed his steps, not touching it but knowing its significance. That book was packed with essential data, class patterns, speculation, and hero analysis, a student's obsession or a tactician's treasure. He hesitated before activating Quickslot. A faint shimmer, blue and precise, blinked into being at the edge of his vision. A single lens visor hovered beside his temple, weightless and drawn from something far older than the world around him. The scan visor from Metroid Prime. The scan engaged, silently copying data from the closed book. Once it was done, the interface receded into nothingness, and Naoto's eyes remained on the real notebook. He looked inward at the file now stored behind his gaze. Lines of handwritten chaos swirled into view sketches, keywords, underlines. He skimmed over sections gushing about All Might, Endeavor, and pro-heroes he didn't recognize before filtering harder. Then the information began to shift, revealing insights about Kirishima and the risks associated with his quirk against certain types of attacks. Todoroki relied too much on his right side. Fire had some sort of mental block. There was clarity beneath the mess, unpolished but functional. Too much noise surrounded him, but buried in it was real insight. Then he froze. A heading stood out, his name. He had just begun to read when the bell rang, shrill and sharp, dragging reality back into place. He sighed, his curiosity defeated by the demands of the moment. The screen dimmed, and he blinked once before closing the interface. The room was no longer empty, but he already had something worth studying. The rest could wait. As class ended and the bell rang, the corridor became clogged with students from every track: general studies, support, business, all craning to get a look at the infamous Class 1. Shoes squeaked across the linoleum, voices layered in a rising hum of speculation and amusement. Somewhere in the crowd, someone had started recording, holding their phone just above the heads. Uraraka blinked in confusion, wondering what was going on. Mineta squealed behind her, pressed to the side, expressing his panic about the crowd. Bakugo clicked his tongue, his eyes sweeping across the crowd as if it had personally offended him. The tension in his posture was already visible, shoulders squared, hands twitching. Patience was not part of his plan today. He growled that they were scoping out the competition, reminding them that they were the kids who survived a villain attack. It made sense they would want to take a look before the sports festival. Midoriya, halfway to nervous, pointed sideways with a wry smile, as if apologizing on Bakugo's behalf, noting that this was Bakugo on a good day. Then Bakugo shoved forward, not waiting for space to open. He made it. Shoulders bumped, feet scrambled, and protests died before they could form. He moved like a tank cutting through fog, unsubtle and inevitable. He dismissed the crowd, calling them cannon fodder. Midoriya flailed, trying to keep up, while Ida interjected, raising his voice with every precise chop of his hands, insisting that it was deeply inappropriate to label those they didn't know in such a way. A movement cut through the noise. From the body of the crowd, a single student stepped into view, composed, quiet, and unaffected by the heat of the moment. Shinso Hitoshi stood there, his neat uniform and tired eyes catching the hallway light. He didn't raise his voice, he didn't need to. His presence spoke for him, a sharp contrast to the storm ahead. He stated that they had come to get a look but noted the modesty of Class 1A. His gaze drifted lazily across the front row until it landed on Bakugo, and the silence seemed to tighten. He asked if all the kids in the hero course were like Bakugo, expressing his disillusionment if this was what they offered. He didn't wait for an answer, continuing that those who didn't make the hero course were stuck in general studies and other tracks, and there were quite a few of them. The noise faltered, and the tension thickened. Then, Naoto walked past them, moving through the crowd like water flowing between stones. He didn't push or notice. His eyes were on the book in his hands. His pace was even and unhurried, his uniform sharp, his silence intact. He didn't seem to hear the buzzing around him, or perhaps he simply didn't care. Midoriya looked up, startled, and called out to him, but Naoto didn't slow or look back. He continued forward, reading, not hurried, not above them, just elsewhere. Shinso watched him go, a flicker of analysis moving behind his eyes, but he said nothing. He simply shifted aside, letting Naoto pass without challenge. Others followed, not with hostility or reverence, but out of curiosity. Someone murmured that they recognized Naoto's hair, recalling that he was the kid their brother mentioned, a weird orphan who had been at UA for a week a couple of years ago. They recalled how he played chess with Nizu and Amakiji-senpai, noting that he looked funny. They had heard he stayed for a week or so, not talking much but apparently very sharp, playing as if it made sense in his head. The boy disappeared down the hall, still reading. Back at the door of Class 1A, confusion simmered. Many wondered since when Naoto had become a celebrity. Bakugo growled, eyeing the path Naoto had cleared, frustrated that he could walk through while others could not. He demanded the crowd to move aside. Shinso didn't stop him. He didn't care, and nobody moved. He raised his voice, calm and cold, stating that depending on the results of the sports festival, they might consider transferring students to the hero course, understanding that the reverse was also possible for them. He declared that for a general studies student like him, this would be the perfect chance to knock them off their pedestals, a declaration of war. Before the silence could settle again, another voice boomed forward. Tetsu crashed into the scene like a wrecking ball, shoving students left and right. He had heard about their fight with villains and wanted to find out more, but all he was hearing was arrogance. Midoriya, Ida, and Uraraka exchanged glances, recognizing another daredevil in the mix. Tetsu pointed straight at Bakugo, warning him not to make fools of the hero course. Nobody answered, and the tension hung like a storm until Bakugo glared hard enough for the crowd to part. He shoved through again, boots hitting the floor with authority. Kirishima blinked after him, questioning what he was doing. He complained that thanks to Bakugo, They now had a whole mob of haters. Bakugo dismissed their concerns, stating that he was focused on reaching the top. Kirishima sighed in admiration, acknowledging Bakugo's straightforwardness. Tokoyami nodded, agreeing that Bakugo was not wrong, while Sato calmly supported him. Kaminari grumbled that Bakugo was only winning them enemies. It took a while for the tension to fade, and although Naoto didn't show it, he was grateful that the students had left him out of the chaos. Night had settled quietly over Naruhata by the time Naoto stepped inside, returning from a long day at UA. The apartment was still, the old air moving like breath long held. He shut the door behind him, and with no lights on, the shadows held their shape. He didn't rush. He slipped off his jacket, folded it in practiced silence, and placed it on the back of a chair. The familiar hush of the place remained unchanged, just as his movements through it were quiet, measured, and distant. A soft sound echoed from deeper inside light, hesitant pause followed by a low, plaintive meow. He crouched silently, waiting. Ram emerged from the shadows near the kitchen, her fur glimmering in the moonlight like frost. She approached him with the certainty that only cats possess: no theatrics, no questions, just her presence. He lifted her gently, cradling her against his chest, and she purred immediately, as if this sound had been waiting just for this moment. He carried her to the bedroom. The room had not changed much either. It felt frozen in time, dimly lit by a single lamp on the nightstand. A desk stood untouched near the window, and the bedsheets, plain and loose, looked undisturbed. He changed into a loose white t-shirt and simple pajama pants, without any fanfare. Then he sat on the edge of the bed, Ram still nestled in his arms, her paws curled against his chest. Her purring continued, a low thread anchoring the moment. He reached toward the air, fingers deft and silent. He opened Quickslot, selected Metroid Prime 3, and retrieved the scan visor from earlier. A shimmer flickered, then faded from his peripheral vision. He blinked, and the copied file appeared page after page of Midoriya's notebook, recorded in totality. Ram shifted, climbing onto his lap, and he lay back against the headboard, allowing her to stretch across his torso. She settled without hesitation. He began to read. At first, most of it was noise-handwritten chaos, scratch theories, messy underlines. Names, hero notes, exaggerated stats filled the pages. He skimmed through, skipping the lengthy passages on All Might, Endeavor, and the rankings. Midoriya's admiration permeated everything, but Naoto filtered it out. He wasn't here for worship, he was searching for patterns. His eyes caught on entries about his classmates. Kirishima's entry noted that while hardening was versatile, it might not dampen shockwaves from the inside, suggesting that sonic pressure could bypass the surface. Kaminari's entry mentioned the power of his quirk but warned of his vulnerability after overuse, pondering whether he could build resistance. Ida's entry highlighted his incredible speed but pointed out the limitations of straight paths and the potential issues with frozen pipes. Bakugo's entry praised his movement and offense but speculated that long fights might tire him out faster. Todoroki's entry marveled at his ice abilities but questioned why he barely used his left side, sensing something was holding him back, yet believing he would be unstoppable when he did. He read it all softly, a whisper to no one, while Ram shifted slightly, prompting him to adjust his hand on her back. The next page loaded, and his own name stood out at the top. He paused for a moment before continuing. The entries were filled with chaotic energy, yet beneath it lay a structure. Then he found the page with his name, Shirogane Naoto. Kaminari's overuse of his quirk left him defenseless and immobile after discharging. Prolonged use meant he became a burden. Ida's engine calves were powerful but predictable, making them susceptible to being clogged or frozen. His straight-line speed required too much space. Bakugo's explosions provided him with mobility, but his aggression often led to wasted stamina. He could easily be baited into overextending himself. There was still no official record of Shirogane's quirk. It wasn't that it was absent, it was something he held back. He didn't speak much, but his presence shifted the way others acted. During combat drills, he rarely moved first, yet everyone ended up following his rhythm. He didn't lead, he aligned things quietly and perfectly. It seemed he used some kind of internal inventory system, tech-based but precise, nothing standard. His tools were coordinated and chosen with no wasted movement. Although he wasn't ranked, that was likely because he didn't care. Or perhaps he had been operating outside the system from the very beginning. Todoroki watched him, while Ida respected his timing. Even Bakugo didn't lash out at him like he did with the others. He still called him names like Mophead or Ghost Boy, but it was never explosive. It felt more like testing, as if Bakugo was trying to gauge Shirogane's reactions without pushing too hard. It was clear he sensed something about Shirogane but couldn't quite figure it out, which frustrated him. To be honest, Naoto didn't think Bakugo was a bad person. He just seemed to fear people. Despite his odd attitude, Shirogane still made friends easily. Naoto blinked, reading the thoughts again. He let the visor fade as Ram shifted slightly, adjusting her weight. He reached up to scratch behind her ear, and the purring continued. Somewhere in the city, lights flickered off as buildings settled into sleep. In this room, only the quiet remained, with Naoto still reading, one hand resting on his cat and the other on a truth he hadn't expected. The next day, the room was still, with only the low hum of the city pressing against the window. Naoto sat on the edge of his couch, elbows resting on his knees, while Ram slept behind him in the sheets. A of dusty light crossed his hands, and his fingers twitched slightly. He remembered her voice, casual, exasperated, almost laughing, suggesting he could get a phone since she was tired of being his messenger. At the time, he had brushed it off, thinking it was too much noise and exposure. But now, with the sports festival approaching and UA expecting coordination, being reachable felt like basic readiness. He stood slowly and quietly, reaching for his hoodie. It was time to fix that. Naoto landed in front of Kazuho's building, taking the stairs 2 at a time for efficiency. When he arrived at the door, he knocked once and waited. Footsteps approached, a deadbolt clicked, and the door creaked open. Kazuho blinked at him, visibly unprepared, a pen still tucked behind one ear. She asked if he actually got free time at UA, sounding suspicious. He nodded. Leaning against the doorframe with her arms crossed, she questioned if he came all the way just to say hi. He replied quietly, admitting he needed a phone. Her brows lifted in surprise, and then she laughed, stepping fully into the hallway. She remarked that it was a wise decision, glad he reached out because letting him wander into an electronics store unsupervised would be like giving a bath to a cat. He'd walk out with a pager and call it cutting edge. Naoto gave a small nod, neither smiling nor closed off. She locked her door with one hand while tugging him by the sleeve with the other. She guessed he had no idea what model or carrier he wanted, and that the last phone he used had a stylus. He admitted he had a DS. Kazuho gave him a look, but he didn't flinch. She muttered for them to go before he somehow ended up with a fax machine. The streets buzzed with summer heat, rising in waves off the pavement as they walked side by side. Kazuho occasionally muttered as they passed each store. The first shop was rejected immediately when the salesman tried to sell them an ultra-premium foldable with 8 cameras and cat ear headphones. At the second shop, Naoto paused too long in front of a rack labeled retro style, prompting Kazuho to physically drag him away, insisting she would throw a flip phone into the river if he tried to get one. They eventually ended up in a modest corner store, clean and unflashy. Kazuho knew the owner, and within 5 minutes, they had a display unit on the counter. She pointed to a box, stating it was simple, durable, and had good privacy settings without any weird spyware or 5-minute charging cables. Naoto inspected the box silently and then nodded. Kazuho watched him for a moment before asking if he was okay, noting he was being unusually cooperative. He explained he didn't like making mistakes, which left her momentarily speechless. They paid and she set up the SIM card, pushing the phone into his hand once they were outside. She informed him she had already put her number in. The screen lit up with a new message. It was from Kazuho, stating she could now yell at him before he did something foolish. The next message followed, showing Koichi's number. Naoto stared at it for a moment, neither shocked nor hesitant, just still. Then he locked the screen, making no comment or decision, not yet. Kazuho nudged his shoulder, congratulating him on being officially reachable and advising him to try not to regret it. He replied that he already did, which made her grin effortlessly. They stood on the corner, cars drifting past, the city heat slow and hazy around them. For a brief moment, it felt like it used to neither silence nor tension, but memory. The week flew by as Naoto had a lot of work to do to prepare for the UA Sports Festival. The night air pressed faintly against the cracked window panes, thick with the residue of the city's breath. Naruhata below was restless, but up here, the silence held. Naoto sat at his desk, hunched slightly over a fresh notebook. A single lamp pooled amber light across the page. Ram lay across his lap, warm and steady, her purr rising and falling like a soft engine. He had already scanned Midoriya's notes, reading them twice, some messy, some sharp, all honest. Now it was his turn, but in his own way. He flipped to the first page and wrote a name at the top. Izuku Midoriya. Strategic Loadout. By Naoto. Valley. Power Bracer, Pokemon. Limits uncontrolled shockwaves and channel strength in one direction, reducing collateral damage and self-injury. Medic Spray, Kid Icarus, Uprising. Provides emergency healing in case of self-inflicted damage during overexertion. If facing an opponent. Sheikah Slate, Stasis, Zelda, Breath of the Wild. Temporarily freezes body motion to intercept a smash attack mid-launch, opening a safe window for repositioning. Tornado Rod, Zelda, A Link Between Worlds. Lifts the target vertically with low impact, disrupting momentum and canceling contact-based strikes without harm. He turned the page. Katsuki Bakugu's strategic loadout included Speed Boots, Kid Icarus, Uprising, which boosted ground speed and reduced sweat consumption, and Full Heal Burn Heal, Pokemon Moon, which healed potential burn damage from explosions without disrupting his quirk. Despite his doubts about it ever happening, he prepared for the possibility. If facing an opponent, the probability stood at 89%. He could utilize the Minecraft Shield, Minecraft, to block frontal blasts without recoil. Reflect Barrier, Kid Icarus, Uprising, would reflect shockwaves and close-range detonations, ensuring he faced no excessive harm. He moved on to the next name. Tsuyu Ajui's strategic loadout featured the Slip Talisman, Kid Icarus, Uprising, which reduced ground friction and improved mobility on dry surfaces, and the Water Rod, Zelda, A Link Between Worlds, which created a temporary water stream to rehydrate the terrain and restore movement fluidity. She hoped she wouldn't need the opponent section. For opponents, she had the Banana Peel, Mario Kart Smash Bros., which could be placed to cause a harmless slip, interrupting a leap or redirecting an attack trajectory. The Gale Boomerang Zelda, Twilight Princess, allowed for a controlled throw with a twisting breeze, enabling disengagement without injury. She aimed to neutralize with grace, feeling no pressure or pain. He paused longer before the next name. Shoto Todoroki's strategic loadout emphasized that temperature wasn't the only thing that needed balance. His allies could benefit from the Chill Armlet, Kid Icarus, Uprising, which reduced core temperature and stabilized dual-side quirk use without overheating, and the Elemental Resist Badge, Paper Mario, the Thousand-Year Door, which buffered secondary effects of fire and ice, useful for coordinated strategies. If facing an opponent, he could use the Fire Resistance Potion, Minecraft, to approach through flames without losing mobility. The Gust Bellows, Zelda, Skyward Sword, provided a targeted burst to dissipate lingering fire or frost on the battlefield, while the Hammer, Ice Climbers, Smash Brothers, could disrupt frozen structures or weak ice pillars, designed to avoid direct contact. He knew that if he had to face him, it was better to have airflow than aggression. Almost done for now. Tenya Edis. Strategic loadout included Quick Boots, Kid Icarus, Uprising, which maintained speed without balance loss and supported extended sprints, along with Stamina Fruit, Kid Icarus, Uprising, which regenerated endurance between bursts to prevent burnout. If facing an opponent, he could use the Ice Rod, Zelda, A Link Between Worlds, to freeze a small patch of ground, disrupting acceleration without injury. The Bumper, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, created a harmless knockback zone, canceling charges without contact. If he messed up the timing, he would be in trouble. He finally rested his pen. One hand slid gently down to Ram's head, and she leaned into it with a quiet sigh. He didn't know which of these scenarios would come true. He didn't write them to win, he wrote them so no one would get hurt. He had to continue with every single one of his classmates. Not because he felt obligated, but because he wanted to. The city murmured through the window, but inside, everything was still. For the first time in weeks, his mind was at peace. 4 days before the sports festival, Naoto walked through the narrow streets of Naruhata, head down and hood up. He wasn't trying to vanish, not today, but quiet felt easier than attention. He traced a route without thinking, following old paths and familiar turns, each step keeping time with the thoughts running in loops behind his eyes. He hadn't drawn any blades in months, except during the Masamune incident. But he wasn't looking for a weapon meant to kill, he needed something for utility, and they were still there, waiting, tucked into Quickslot like sealed doors in a house he used to live in. He knew he needed options, reach, and precision. He needed to train. But with whom? Aizawa was still recovering, and he didn't trust anyone else easily. Then a voice called out to him, lazy and familiar. Naoto stopped mid-step, mid-thought, and turned to see Soga Kujisaki standing a few meters away, hands stuffed in his coat pockets, bandana pulled tight around his head, grinning as if he had just found a coin on the sidewalk. Soga recognized the brooding figure in the black hoodie and approached. Naoto blinked, surprised. Soga smirked and remarked that it had been a while since they last met. Naoto nodded, his eyes drifting to Soga's outfit. Soga explained that he had taken it from his father, who, despite his condition, was still active. Naoto acknowledged that it was good to hear. Soga nudged him lightly as he passed, asking what Naoto was doing out there instead of drowning in homework like other UA students. Naoto remained silent. 5 minutes later, they were sitting side by side on the edge of a low stairwell, 2 vending machines buzzing softly behind them. Soga exhaled through his nose, trying to understand Naoto's situation. He summarized that Naoto had a big event coming up and was trying to get back into sword fighting, just in case. Naoto didn't deny it. Soga raised an eyebrow, teasing Naoto about his typically gentle nature. Naoto looked away, explaining that there might be robots, obstacles, and quirks he couldn't handle barehanded. Soga leaned back, considering this, and asked if Naoto had found anyone to help. Naoto shook his head. Soga stared at the sky for a moment before standing up with a sigh. He declared that Naruhata was quiet these days, and he was bored. He pulled one hand from his coat, curling it into a fist, and 3 metal spikes extended from his knuckles. He wasn't a swordsman, but he believed this old thing could be good enough to test Naoto's moves. Naoto frowned, concerned about the possibility of Soga getting hurt. Soga playfully challenged Naoto's perception of him, insisting he was not fragile. Naoto rubbed his scalp, grimacing slightly, then shook his head. Soga smirked and urged Naoto to follow him. 4 days before the sports festival, Naoto followed silently behind Soga, weaving through narrow alleys and old backlots. Neither spoke, not much needed to be said. The city noise faded as they reached the edge of Naruhata's industrial zone, where rusted fences and dented vending machines stood, remnants of a past life. Soga stopped in front of a large, battered sliding door and asked if Naoto remembered the place. Naoto nodded. The hangar hadn't changed much, same warped panels, same cracked pavement, just quieter now. Soga pushed the door open with one shoulder, and dust swirled in strips of light from the broken skylight above. Empty crates lined the edges, and a few torn posters still clung to the walls. This had been their base, back when the chase for Bebop burned through every streetlight. Now it was just silence. Soga dropped his coat over a crate and cracked his knuckles, the sound echoing against the tin walls. He remarked that it still felt like a place where one could unleash their strength. Naoto stepped inside, scanning the space. The floor was clear enough, wide and open, good for movement and mistakes. Soga stretched his arms with a grin and told Naoto to warm up while he would go easy on him for 5 minutes. Naoto gave him a dry look, and Soga laughed. Then, the metal spikes slid from Soga's knuckles, not aggressive, just there. He encouraged Naoto to show what he had. Naoto, calm and steady, opened his Quickslot. No blade yet, just a breath. He stepped forward, not to fight, but to learn. In a flicker of motion, a simple, harmless wooden sword appeared in his hands, reminiscent of something from a game. He gripped it with both hands, adjusting his stance, balanced and neutral. Soga raised an eyebrow, questioning Naoto's seriousness. Without answering, Naoto prepared himself. Soga moved fast and fluidly, bringing his metal spikes down with a decisive swing. The wood snapped in two, one half hitting the floor and bouncing before coming to a stop. Naoto looked down at what remained in his grip, showing no reaction. Soga took a step back, resting the spikes against his shoulder, teasing Naoto about his lack of intensity. Naoto opened Quickslot again, this time without hesitation, selecting a blade that shimmered with a violet hue. The sword of Saint Trina emerged, its edges lined with a pale lilac glow. It didn't radiate power, it whispered it. Soga's grin returned, impressed by the weapon. Naoto stepped forward again, calm and deliberate. His stance held steady. This wasn't about violence, it was about control. For the first time in months, the blade in his hand felt like it belonged there. The first few clashes were light, a test of skill. Soga lunged with short, sharp jabs, his spikes barely grazing the earth. Naoto moved with quiet precision, deflecting, retreating, and turning on the edge of each step. There was no brute force, only placement and timing. Soga clicked his tongue, circling Naoto as he muttered about holding back too much, suggesting that Naoto's opponent was not fragile. Naoto remained silent, waiting for the next blow. It came faster this time, a feint to the left followed by a low sweep. Naoto slid aside, pivoted, and let the slim blade glide along the metal spike with a gentle motion. It made no noise but halted Soga cleanly. Soga stepped back, rolled his shoulders, and cracked his neck. He decided to escalate the intensity. This time, he burst forward without warning, one spike flashing toward Naoto's chest while the other swept low. Naoto dropped, turned his body mid-step, and parried with the flat of his sword, the lilac shimmer catching the light. Soga grunted, impressed, but before he could finish his thought, Naoto stepped inward. With a twist of the wrist and a shift of weight, Soga lost his balance for a brief moment. It was enough. He landed hard on one knee, spikes up, staring at Naoto's blade hovering just above his temple. Silence enveloped them. Soga blinked, then laughed, breathless and surprised, perhaps a little annoyed. He acknowledged Naoto's skill, suggesting that next time he should be warned before being used as a punching bag. Naoto lowered his sword and stepped back, calm, as if nothing had happened. Soga rose with a grunt, brushing dust from his pants, remarking on Naoto's unchanged demeanor. Naoto returned to his stance, quietly asking if they should go again. Soga grinned, eager for another round, ready to push himself further. Hours passed like seconds, the sound of metal against shimmer filling the air. Soga didn't hold back after the third round, and Naoto didn't break, he only adjusted and recalibrated. By the time they stopped, the hangar was bathed in golden light from the late afternoon sun filtering through the broken skylight, dust hanging in the warmth. They sat side by side, backs against a crate, sweat cooling on their necks. Soga unscrewed the cap of a half-crushed water bottle and handed it over without a word. Naoto drank, and a comfortable silence settled between them. Finally, Naoto expressed his gratitude, not just for the water but for everything Soga had done for him that day. Soga blinked, turning his head to the ceiling, acknowledging Naoto's words without his usual humor. The stillness between them held a deeper understanding. Naoto leaned his head back, breathing slowly, feeling a sense of closeness that transcended mere competition. It was about something solid, something he could hold and wield when the time came. As the hangar door slid shut behind him with a low scrape, night fully enveloped Naruhata. The industrial zone was quiet under flickering street lamps, and a breeze carried the scent of rust and asphalt. Naoto adjusted the strap of his bag, stepping onto the cracked pavement, followed by Soga, who carried the weight of their sparring in his limbs. They stood for a moment under the orange glow, and Naoto thanked Soga again. Soga grunted, telling him to quit thanking him, and Naoto nodded slowly before turning to leave. After a few steps, Soga called out, reminding Naoto about the upcoming UA Sports Festival and encouraging him to do well. Naoto paused, looking back at Soga, who offered a lazy wave. Naoto returned it, small and certain, before walking on into the city lights, ready for what lay ahead. The sky above Naruhata was clear that night. Naoto walked without hurry, hands in his pockets, the soft scuff of his boots against the sidewalk the only sound accompanying him. He looked up at the stars, faintly blinking above the city glow, scattered like dust. For a moment, that was enough a quiet walk home, free from distractions. Then, his steps halted abruptly, eyes widening in realization. He quickly reached into his Quickslot, activating his elytras and fireworks without hesitation. The wings snapped into place on his back, and he launched upward in a blur of violet and blue, over rooftops and neon lights, the wind tearing past him. The apartment came into view as he landed roughly on the balcony, barely breaking before sliding the door open into darkness and silence. Inside, he found Ram curled up on his bed, her back turned. She flicked her tail once before stilling again, her ears flat, eyes definitely not closed. Naoto stepped in slowly, apologizing for forgetting to feed her. He retrieved a large green food pack from the cupboard, labeled with a huge Sprigatito face and a warning in his handwriting, "Rams only. Touch and you die." He filled her bowl with the delicate scent of mint and berries, perfect for grass types, and set it down gently. He quietly reiterated his apology, hoping it wouldn't happen again. Behind him, the bed creaked as Ram stretched and walked down like a queen dismounting her throne, not acknowledging him as she approached the bowl. She sniffed once, ate a piece, and then turned her back to him, continuing to eat. Naoto sighed, recognizing that she was still upset with him. He didn't expect forgiveness, but at least she was eating, and that was enough for now. She finished her meal without a glance and, with deliberate dignity, padded back to her corner. For the first time in months, she spent the night in her basket, ensuring she would never be forgotten again. 2 days before the UA Sports Festival, Naoto returned to campus before sunrise, moving through the quiet corridors of the support department to check on the one thing he still lacked: his mask. He looked broodier than usual, having woken that morning without the familiar weight of Ram on his chest. The empty corner of his room felt heavier than he cared to admit. The lab door was slightly open. He hesitated, stepping forward with the quiet tension of someone who had witnessed unfortunate outcomes before. He pushed the door gently, and for once, it didn't swing open violently. Inside, the usual chaos remained unchanged. Wires spilled from benches like ivy, and spare parts littered the floor. A small drone buzzed past his head, squeaked midair, then darted away with what sounded like a playful giggle. May Hatsum was hunched over a half-dismantled shoulder brace, goggles down, fingers moving swiftly. She acknowledged his presence without looking up, mentioning that he was either early or late, depending on her interpretation of the schedule from the previous night. Naoto didn't respond. He simply stepped inside and let the door shut behind him. May informed him that she had completed the mask, at least structurally, cautioning that it wasn't ready for a war zone yet but was good enough to breathe in. She stood, walked over to the nearest table, and retrieved something wrapped in gray cloth, tossing it to him without ceremony. He caught it in one hand. It was black, clean-lined, and designed to cover only the mouth and nose. It resembled something a shinobi would wear, crafted from a firm yet flexible composite that was smooth to the touch but solid enough to protect what lay beneath. She explained that there was no metal, ensuring it wouldn't block communications. The seal was adjustable, preventing him from sounding like a vacuum cleaner. The inner layer had vibration absorption, allowing it to withstand impacts. Naoto expressed that he had no intention of testing that feature. May muttered that everyone said the same thing, already returning to her tools. She instructed him to sit. He complied, handing over his console. She expertly opened a panel in the back and connected a short cable from a blinking device on her bench. She was installing a homegrown text-to-speech plugin, synced to the mask's speaker system. It wasn't AI or cloud-based, ensuring no leaks, just a direct voice output through the mask. After tapping a few keys, she frowned at the pre-installed voices, which she deemed unsatisfactory. She added a few of her own creations, offering options like neutral, serious, vaguely polite, and one that sounded like an annoyed librarian. Naoto blinked slowly, and May acknowledged his reaction with a grin, pleased with her work. A light chirped green on the console, and she unplugged it, handing it back to him. She had loaded a few phrases into quick memory, such as, "I'm on your side," "stand back," "I'm fine," and "don't touch that." He could record more if he wanted, and she had encrypted it for security. He nodded, sliding the console back into its case. May encouraged him to try it, folding her arms as he adjusted the mask. It fit snugly, and when he pressed a thumb against the side tab, a soft chime sounded, followed by a clear, low mechanical voice stating, "I'm on your side." May grinned, pleased with the crisp delivery, which she found mildly threatening and very much like him. He remained silent, and she observed him for a moment longer before asking if he was nervous. He denied it, but she tilted her head, calling him a liar. He stood, his voice still absent behind the mask. She didn't press further, reminding him not to smash the mask and to bring it back in one piece if he did, so she could learn from it. As he turned toward the door, she added a casual, "You're welcome," for saving him from whatever chaotic creation he might have constructed on his own. He paused at the threshold, finally nodding in acknowledgement and expressing his gratitude with a simple, "Thanks." She didn't respond immediately, flicking her goggles back down. After a moment, she told him to go be spooky and mentioned she would see him in 2 days, returning to her work as if the conversation had been a brief intermission. The door closed behind him with a soft click, and the corridor returned to silence. He didn't look back, but something within him had eased, as if being visible no longer meant being exposed. It was the day of the UA Sports Festival. Naoto made his way to the service corridor behind the stadium, arriving early not out of habit, but necessity, having forgotten the mask. The hallway hummed beneath the weight of the crowd above, filled with bright lights, metal doors, and polished concrete. He walked in silence, his sports uniform regulation deep blue with bold white lines. Nothing stood out except the matte black mask covering his mouth and nose and the slim console strapped to his left forearm, with a nearly invisible cable running from the sleeve to the neckline. The mask was solid yet flexible, seamlessly shaped and attached to the system installed just hours earlier. The console operated a custom text-to-speech interface, featuring a selection of pre-loaded phrases and a compact keyboard for quick input. He stopped at a door marked "Staff Only" and knocked twice. It opened almost immediately, revealing Aizawa, who scanned him from head to toe. Aizawa noted that Naoto hadn't mentioned the mask when making his request. Naoto remained silent and pressed a button on the console with practiced ease. The calm, low voice that followed was unfamiliar yet human, clear and natural, confirming that he had come to verify the mask, having forgotten earlier. Aizawa's gaze shifted from the mask to the console and back to Naoto, waiting for further explanation. He inquired about the support team, to which Naoto nodded and typed a few quick words. A soft click confirmed entry, and the voice replied that the support team had helped him install it directly into the uniform that morning. Aizawa asked about sensory input, and Naoto replied that there was none, nor was there a heads-up display, aside from his quirks. Aizawa processed this information, confirming that only voice relay was allowed. Naoto added another short line, indicating that the system included pre-programmed phrases and live typing. Aizawa crossed his arms, maintaining his unwavering gaze. Present Mike then stepped into view, exuding enthusiasm as he pointed at Naoto, declaring that he was bringing some serious ninja cool to the event. He inspected the console with mock reverence, praising the tasteful engineering of the support team. Naoto remained quiet, the mask offering no response, but his stillness conveyed enough. As midnight arrived, swirling her coffee, she circled him slowly, intrigued by the mask and console. She noted the absence of vents and tricks, commenting on the control over expression that allowed for selection rather than hiding. She smiled, her eyes sharp, appreciating the drama in his approach. With a softer tone, she reminded him that even silence leaves an impression. Aizawa gestured toward the exit, instructing him to go as they were preparing for the first entrance. Naoto nodded, this time speaking with his own voice, affirming that he understood the command. Present Mike called after him, encouraging him to give the crowd a show, emphasizing that presence mattered more than a name. The door closed behind him, and while they didn't notice, his real voice responded to stress as it once had clipped. Cold, automatic. The mask kept that hidden. It was supposed to protect his identity. Somehow, protected more than that. The prep room was quieter than expected, just minutes before the beginning of the UA Sports Festival. Buzzing energy never really died in Class 1A, but even excitement learned to hush when the stakes got high. Naoto stepped through the door, silent as always. Heads turned, not because of drama or spectacle, but because of the mask. It was subtle, matte black, shinobi-shaped. Not flashy, just deliberate. Paired with the console on his left forearm, it gave him the air of someone here for a mission, not a show. Mina was the first to react, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. She zipped up to him, hands hovering as if she wanted to touch the mask but knew better. Behind her, Kirishima followed with his usual easy pace and gentler eyes. He commented on Naoto's look, calling it kind of badass. Naoto didn't respond with words but tapped a few quick keys on the console, his voice coming out smooth and grounded. He explained that he chose the mask for function, not style, but appreciated the compliment. Kirishima blinked, impressed, and noted that Naoto's voice sounded different. Mina circled him like a curious cat, asking if the console had a flirting mode. Naoto typed a response, stating that the system was not equipped for that. Kirishima found it amusing, while Mina dramatically lamented the missed chaotic potential, but her smile showed she was genuinely entertained. Minutes later, the prep room buzzed with voices and footsteps, some louder than others, but none urgent. Ida stood near the front, checking the clock repeatedly, urging everyone to get ready as the event was about to begin. Mina expressed her disappointment at not being able to wear her costume, and Kirishima reminded her of the fairness rules. She pointed out that Shirogane could wear accessories, to which Naoto calmly explained that he had asked for permission in advance. The door opened, and Todoroki stepped inside, his gaze fixed. He addressed Midoriya, stating that he was stronger and more capable. The words felt acknowledged rather than accusatory. Todoroki declared that he would beat Midoriya, and the silence that followed was thick with tension. Kaminari leaned in, excited by the declaration, while Kirishima tried to ease the mood, reminding them they were about to compete. Midoriya stood his ground, expressing his determination to give everything he had, even if he felt outmatched. The room fell into a focused stillness, one that felt significant. Naoto watched Midoriya, feeling something stir within him. He raised his head slightly, not reaching for the console this time. It wasn't ambition or pride, just the quiet ache of wanting to try. He quietly declared that he would also give his all. Midoriya turned, surprised by Naoto's response, as if he had seen something begin to bloom. Bakugo remained silent but shifted slightly, his scowl still present but his eyes sharper, as if something new had ignited within him. Naoto stayed still, grounded and present, the mask covering most of his face. The stadium roared like a living creature, echoing across the sky. Present Mick's voice sliced through the noise, announcing the UA Sports Festival, where the fledgling heroes would compete in a grand battle. Cameras flashed, and drones whirred overhead as the gate creaked open, unleashing a wave of light and sound. Midoriya squinted toward the crowd, feeling panic rise within him. Ida reminded everyone of the importance of performing well in front of so many spectators, while Kirishima joked about the expectations. Bakugo's smirk was sharp, revealing his excitement. Kirishima turned to Naoto, about to ask him something, but Naoto was trembling, his body flickering as if struggling to stay in place. Kirishima stepped back, alarmed, and called out to Naoto, trying to snap him out of it. Naoto attempted to type on his console, but his fingers were too shaky, resulting in broken, fragmented output. Present Mike continued announcing the lineup, moving on to the next classes. And here came the support course classes, F, G, and H, along with the business course. A few voices in the general studies section sighed loudly enough to be heard. They expressed their feelings about being there, feeling unmotivated and overshadowed by the others. A pair of pale eyes lingered on Naoto from the crowd, but Shinso remained silent. Suddenly, the sound of a whip cracked through the stadium, drawing attention to the center stage where Midnight stood. The crowd gasped in excitement as Midnight announced that the first year's referee was the R-rated hero, Midnight. Questions arose about the principal's absence, as he was typically assigned to the third-year stage. Tokoyami flinched at the mention of Midnight's title, while Mineta told him to be quiet. Another sharp crack echoed, and Midnight called for order, announcing the student representative, Katsuki Bakugo. Midoriya's eyes widened in surprise as Bakugo stepped forward, and Siro speculated that Bakugo's position was due to his top score in the entrance exam. A bitter voice from the general studies side reminded everyone that it was the Hero Course entrance exam. Bakugo took the microphone, declaring his intent to take first place, which was met with a storm of boos from the crowd. Ida expressed outrage at the disrespect shown towards the event, while Bakugo remained unfazed, suggesting that his peers would only serve as stepping stones. Tetsu shouted his determination to crush Bakugo, but Naoto stayed quiet, reflecting on the difference between Bakugo's serious demeanor and the usual arrogance they were accustomed to. Midnight clapped her hands, announcing the start of the first event, and Uraraka sighed, commenting on the usual promptness of Yue. Midnight continued, explaining that the qualifiers would send many home in tears, and revealed the first event, an obstacle course race around the stadium. Naoto prepared himself, pulling out his console and selecting his games. As Midnight spoke, the crowd focused on the screen displaying the obstacle course map. With the first ding, Naoto equipped the Pegasus boots from Zelda, and with the second ding he loaded Minecraft. The crowd held its breath, and with the third ding, the signal blared, and dozens of students surged forward, racing to the towering metal gate marking the start of the course. Ice exploded across the path a moment later, and Present Mike excitedly announced Todoroki's lead. However, Naoto stood perfectly still, calm amidst the chaos. Present Mike questioned whether Naoto was frozen in fear, but then realized he was preparing a ranged item. Confusion rippled through the audience as Bakugo glared, wondering what Naoto was planning. Naoto calmly loaded a modified crossbow from Minecraft, attaching a glowing healing arrow with an ender pearl. He aimed not at an enemy but upward, firing the arrow into the sky. For a moment, nothing happened, and then a flash of purple energy appeared far ahead. Naoto vanished from the starting line, leaving Present Mike in disbelief as he questioned if Naoto had teleported to the front. Todoroki continued without looking back, but his frost cracked underfoot as Mina and Monoma expressed their astonishment at Naoto's apparent cheating. Aizawa confirmed that Naoto had stayed on course. High above, Naoto rematerialized on the head of a giant robot, crouched low as the wind whipped around him. Below, other students struggled with the first obstacle as robots charged at them. Naoto chose not to engage and instead equipped his elytras from Minecraft. He stepped forward, spread his arms, and jumped, soaring gracefully above the chaos. As he glided over the battlefield, Present Mike lost his composure, marveling at Naoto's skill. The students below stared in disbelief, noting how effortlessly he moved. Bakugo growled in frustration at Naoto's nonchalant demeanor. Naoto landed on the far ledge of a massive canyon, where most students clung to cables, scrambling across with fear. He barely tilted his wings, gliding effortlessly to the other side, leaving the crowd in awe of his performance. Not a sound. He touched down as if he had never left the ground. Final segment, the minefield. One zone left. Naoto reached into his satchel mid-stride, never slowing. A golden mushroom blinked in his hand, activating Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Quickslot registered it with a sharp beep. He squished it in his hand, boost active. The Pegasus boots on his feet were already in play. His form blurred forward in a rush of speed. He ran, arms wide to the sides. Present Mike gasped, taken aback by Naoto's unusual posture. He paused, clearly listening to his earpiece. That was a Dr. Slump reference. Was it legal? All clear? Okay, then they were good. Mines exploded behind him, one after another. He never touched a single one. At the finish line, the crowd leaned forward. Midoriya was in front of the rest now, dirty, panting, and battered. He sprinted toward the goal with everything he had, knowing he couldn't be first after the chaos. He froze, eyes widening as he spotted Naoto. Silent. Unscathed. He had been there for a while already, standing still, 3 meters from the finish line. Naoto lifted his arm, thumb raised toward the finish line, a quiet motion that seemed to say, "Go on." Midoriya hesitated, then ran past. The screen lit up, first place, Izuku Midoriya. Naoto could have taken first, but the one in first place would become the biggest target, and he didn't need the spotlight. He just needed the distance. A cheer exploded. Naoto followed, taking one step, then another. Controlled. Second place, Naoto. Present Mix's voice was low, almost reverent. Naoto had thrown away first place when he had so much time to keep it. It was an unexpected twist. Bakugo's face twisted in pure rage, even he knew that wasn't the full story. He shouted in frustration, demanding to know what game Naoto was playing. Midnight raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Tashinori, watching from the shadows of the staff box, smiled faintly at both Midoriya and Naoto. "Well played, kid." Naoto didn't celebrate. He exhaled once and walked toward the next phase, unrushed and unshaken. The air was still heavy with dust, tension, and something electric that hadn't quite settled. Students trickled back from the obstacle course, some triumphant, others limping or laughing it off. The ones who hadn't made it far tried to look indifferent, but most failed. Deku sat on a bench near the edge of the recovery zone, his shirt clinging to his back, streaked with dirt. He wasn't catching his breath or even thinking about the mines anymore. He was still watching Naoto. The boy hadn't moved since he crossed, standing a few steps from the edge of the track, not quite in the way, not quite apart either. Just still, head slightly down, arms folded. The black mask erased all expression, except that he didn't look tired or flustered. Deku's fingers curled slowly into his knees. He could still see the way Naoto had raised his arm, thumb pointing to the finish line. It wasn't a handout or a challenge, it was just a gesture that said go. Uraraka's voice broke through his thoughts, shaking him back to the moment. She and Ida hurried over, both still catching their breath. She grinned, eyes wide, praising his performance in the minefield. Ida nodded, his eyes gleaming through his glasses, commending Midoriya for his first-place finish. Deku didn't answer right away. He blinked, looking down at the ground, then toward the edge of the track again. Naoto hadn't moved. Uraraka frowned slightly, softening her voice. She asked if everything was okay. He turned his head slightly, as if waking from somewhere else, and quietly wondered why someone would throw a victory away. Ida stiffened, asking what he meant. Midoriya blinked, looked at them, then back at the track. His hand twitched, and he quickly dismissed his thoughts, saying he had to check something. He didn't wait for a reply and just started walking. Naoto heard him coming. Midoriya slowed his steps as he got close, maintaining a few feet of space between them, as if the air still needed to settle. He called out to Naoto, who turned his head deliberately. Naoto requested not to be called Shirogane, stating that here he was just Naoto. Midoriya hesitated, then asked why Naoto had chosen not to take first place. Naoto didn't answer right away, tilting his head slightly as his fingers brushed the edge of his console without typing. Finally, he explained that he didn't need first place. Midoriya's brows furrowed in confusion, questioning if Naoto had lied about giving it his all. Naoto turned his gaze away, watching the other students coming in. He confirmed that his strategy included not being first in this section because he had a bad feeling about it. Suddenly, Bakugo stormed toward them, furious and demanding to know what Naoto meant. He grabbed Naoto by the front of his uniform, pulling him forward with a clenched fist. Naoto remained calm, looking straight into Bakugo's face through the black mask. He stated that he didn't take any of them for a joke, explaining that he aimed for second place because he underestimated none of them. Unlike most, he didn't fight for ultimate recognition but went with everything he had in his own way. Bakugo was about to respond when Todoroki's voice cut through the tension, commanding silence. He stepped into the group with steady steps, his eyes cold and unreadable. Bakugo snarled, questioning if Todoroki was siding with Naoto. Todoroki clarified that he hadn't said that, but if Bakugo was going to attack Naoto over a decision made during a race, he might not be thinking straight. He then turned his gaze to Naoto, expressing his curiosity about how he operated. Naoto preferred to see the truth now rather than later. He maintained his gaze, unwavering. Bakugo's fist remained clenched for a moment longer before he released it, shoving Naoto back with a spark of energy crackling around him as he turned and stormed away. Todoroki observed Bakugo's retreat before shifting his attention back to Naoto, remaining silent. Midoriya stood still, processing the moment with his heart racing. Naoto did not flinch. He adjusted his collar and walked away. As the dust settled, a few groans echoed across the stadium as the last competitors crossed the finish line, breathless and battered. The mechanical limbs of the obstacle bots twitched briefly before powering down, signaling the end of the trial. Midnight raised her whip with a flourish, her voice resonating through the microphone. She announced that the event was finally over, letting the silence linger for a moment, her smile sharp and confident. With a dramatic flair, she suggested they check the results. The stadium screen flickered to life, illuminating the sky. Naoto scanned the display in silence, taking in the names listed. Izuku Midoriya, Shoto Todoroki, Katsuki Bakugo, Burashiza, Juzo Hananuki, Tenya Ida, Fumikage Tokoyami, Antasiro, Ajiro Kirishima, Tetsu Mashareo Ojiro, Yosetsu Owaze, Tsuyu Azui, Mizo Sho, Rikido Sato, Achiko Uraraka, Momo Yaoyorozu, Minoru Mineta, Mina Ishido. He only needed to focus on 20 names. The rest faded from his mind. He had made it and so had the others. His gaze lingered just long enough to catch a few names that resonated with him: Denki Kaminari, Hitoshi Shinso, Toru Hagakure, Hatsum Mei, and Yuga Oyama. The remaining names blurred past his awareness, irrelevant to his current achievement. Midnight's heels clicked against the stage floor as she raised her microphone again, her energy theatrical. She announced that the top 42 from this qualifying round would advance, prompting a light cheer from the crowd mixed with tension. Some students visibly relaxed, while others remained on edge. She added that for those who placed lower, there was still an opportunity to showcase their abilities. A few heads turned, and she allowed the anticipation to build. The main selection was about to begin. The giant screens captured the restless press rows, eager for the next event. Midnight beamed, cracking her whip, and encouraged everyone to give it their all. With a smirk that glinted with mischief, she announced the second event. She paused dramatically before revealing the next challenge, and the screen behind her exploded with color, displaying the bold letters, Cavalry Battle. Kaminari's shoulders slumped in defeat. He expressed his concern about not performing well. Mineta, filled with enthusiasm, excitedly exclaimed about the idea of riding people. Tsuyu, ever practical, questioned how the teaming would work. Midnight pivoted, grinning as she explained that participants would form teams of 2 to 4 members and arrange themselves in a horse and rider formation. The rules would follow those of a typical cavalry battle, where they would need to snatch opponents' headbands while protecting their own, with one key difference. She held the moment, and the students leaned in with curiosity. Each participant had been assigned a point value based on their ranking in the previous event. Sato nodded, arms crossed, and noted that they would earn points similar to the entrance exam. Mina quickly grasped the concept, realizing that a team's point value would depend on its members. Midnight's whip cracked through the air, demanding their attention as she prepared to elaborate. She confirmed that individual point values would start at 5 for the lowest-ranked student. Whispers spread among the students as they processed this information. Midnight clarified that the student who placed 42nd would be worth 5 points, while the 41st would be worth 10. Her grin sharpened as she spun, raising a finger toward the board behind her. With a voice that echoed like thunder, she declared that the first-place participant would be worth an astonishing 10 million points. Midoriya staggered at the revelation, astonished by the magnitude of the reward. Gasps echoed as heads whipped around, and panic ignited in the air. Midnight's voice cut through the chaos, declaring that the higher-ranked students were the ones to aim for and that this survival game was a chance for a comeback. She pointed toward the field, emphasizing that it was anyone's game. Near the edge of the group, Naoto stood still, not flinching at first. However, a slight twitch at his temple betrayed him. A sharp breath escaped him, and a single drop of sweat slid down just under his eye, not from heat or fear, but from the awkward sting of putting someone else in the crosshairs. He hadn't meant for Midoriya to end up first and hadn't expected the zero-pointers gamble to flip the board. His eyes flicked toward Midoriya, who looked as if he had just been handed a live grenade. Naoto exhaled soundlessly, feeling a pang of regret for Midoriya. Then his face reset, becoming blank and ready. Just like that, the game began again. The noise of team building swelled around them. Names flew through the air like weapons, with some students shouting across the field while others circled each other with practiced ease. Lines were already being drawn, and alliances set in motion. Naoto remained unmoved, standing off to the side with his arms at his sides, mask still in place, watching the numbers drift behind the screen with no urgency to act. Footsteps approached from behind, steady and purposeful, with no shift in rhythm. It was Todoroki, who stopped beside Naoto, not imposing but simply stating that he wanted Naoto on his team to take the left flank. Naoto tilted his head slightly, pausing before asking why. Todoroki explained that he wanted to see how Naoto operated, emphasizing that this chaotic event was perfect for reading people under pressure. He expressed his trust in Ida and Yaoyorozu to stay stable but wanted to see how Naoto would influence the flow of the field. If it didn't work, he would know not to try again. Naoto took a moment before reaching toward his console and typing something brief. The mask's voice replied, confirming his role on the left flank. Todoroki gave no nod or further words and simply turned to walk away, prompting Naoto to follow. The preparation zone crackled with tension as teams formed, circled, and recalibrated. Names whispered like numbers, and strategies shifted with every second lost. Near the edge of the field, a team locked into place, Todoroki leading Ida to his right, and Yaoyorozu behind, preparing support tools with silent efficiency. Naoto stepped into formation, blending in seamlessly. Yaoyorozu blinked in surprise as he approached, adjusting her grip on a half-finished staff. She noted that he had really joined them, and Ida echoed her sentiment, expressing their honor at his acceptance. Naoto's real voice cut through, reminding them that it was Naoto, not Shirogane. Ida lowered his head in apology. Naoto's hand hovered over his console, and a soft chime sounded as the voice from his mask confirmed that their formation was functional and that he wouldn't disrupt it. Yaoyorozu smiled faintly, acknowledging his response, while Ida furrowed his brow, questioning if this was tactically sound given Naoto's preference for independence. Naoto typed again, stating that temporary cohesion improves survival rates, which was enough for him. From the edge of the zone, Kaminari caught sight of them, his jaw dropping in disbelief at Naoto joining such a powerful team. Shiro leaned in, expressing their doom, while Kirishima whistled low, recognizing the strength of Todoroki, Ida, Yaoyorozu, and Naoto as a formidable force. Sato muttered that it was just unfair, and even Bakugo paused to narrow his eyes, remarking on the overcalculated crew. Further back, Shinso kept his gaze fixed on them, a slight smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. Yaoyorozu leaned toward Naoto one last time, determined to ensure their opponents regretted underestimating them. Naoto's mask clicked softly in acknowledgement. The starting buzzer had yet to ring, but on Todoroki's team, he stood tall, arms crossed, surveying the field with calm confidence. Ida adjusted his glasses, checking their formation's balance, while Yaoyorozu scanned the area like a chessboard, counting the teams closing in. Naoto, meanwhile, pulled something from the air, a quiet shift of Quickslot revealing 3 soft glows: gold, red, and blue that blinked in his palm before he flicked them away like memory cards. He handed the first to Todoroki, a circular badge shimmering with flickers of fire and ice, which settled into Todoroki's hand. Naoto's voice filtered through the mask, explaining that it was an elemental resist badge from Paper Mario, designed to help regulate ambient extremes and buffer Todoroki's Quirk's side effects. Todoroki turned it over in his hand, acknowledging its usefulness. Next, he offered Ida a pale orange fruit, clearly not organic. It was a stamina fruit from Kid Icarus, Uprising, intended to restore energy in motion and keep Ida's edge intact. Ida accepted it with a small bow, expressing his gratitude for the ingenious support. Finally, Naoto handed Yaoyorozu a small, glowing totem with prismatic edges, a totem of shielding from Minecraft dungeons. providing 5 seconds of projectile immunity. She blinked in surprise, the faint glow lighting up her palms, and thanked him for thinking it through. Naoto did not respond but checked his console one last time, tucking something small into his palm, a fishing rod from Minecraft Dungeons. Unassuming and blocky, he let the end of the line flick once through the air before locking it into position across his back. He wasn't planning to chase every bandana, some would come to him. Nearby, other students whispered among themselves, astonished that Naoto had given his teammates loadouts and questioning whether they were allowed to do that. They felt overwhelmed, realizing they were at a disadvantage. No one addressed Naoto directly, except for his team. Todoroki calmly instructed him to stay left and cover elevation, while Yaoyorozu scanned the right flank, ready to deploy the totem at the first sign of targeting. Ida braced himself, stating they would hold formation until the last 15 seconds before bursting. Naoto nodded once, and then Midnight's voice cut through the field like lightning, announcing that it was time to begin. The countdown to the intense battle royale began. Todoroki shifted, his eyes narrowing as he focused ahead. Ida tensed, the engines on his gear humming softly. Yaoyorozu checked her stance one last time, while Naoto remained silent. As the countdown reached 3, Todoroki spoke clearly, stating their target. But Naoto raised a hand, a soft tap echoing from his console. The calm voice of the mask interrupted, instructing them to wait and not engage. Todoroki turned slightly, questioning why. Naoto typed again, explaining that Midoriya was the target and everyone would move toward him, with the first wave igniting the field. They needed to preserve their points, read the chaos, and then strike. Ida blinked in surprise but stepped back without protest. Yaoyorozu inhaled sharply, acknowledging that they would wait. Todoroki confirmed their understanding. They remained still, biding their time. As the countdown reached 2, students surged into position across the arena. Dust kicked up, breaths hitched, and fingers tightened on shoulders and sleeves. The scoreboard illuminated above them, displaying the points for each team. When the countdown reached 1, the field erupted into motion. Every team charged forward, drawn to 1 point, except for Todoroki's team, which remained statuesque. Ida adjusted his posture, holding formation, while Yaoyorozu calculated her next move. Naoto waited, the fishing rod still strapped across his back, his hand hovering near the console. They were not there to chase the crown just yet, they were there to outlast the storm. Midnight's voice rang out, signaling the start, and chaos ensued. The field exploded as the buzzer sounded. Dust and shouting filled the air as students rushed forward, all magnetized toward the 10 million points at the center. Yet, Todoroki's team remained unmoved, each member poised between instinct and strategy. Naoto's hands hovered above his console, waiting. The mask's voice instructed him to read priorities and wait for the second rotation. Yaoyorozu flinched at the sound but did not question it. Ida narrowed his eyes, tense but grounded, while Todoroki observed the mass of students converging on Midoriya's team. They were all going for him, Todoroki noted quietly, but Naoto was focused on something else. From the corner of the arena, Monoma broke from formation, grinning as he approached. He reached Naoto in seconds, activating his quirk upon contact, but nothing happened. A message blinked across the interface, indicating no game data was detected. Monoma was bewildered, demanding to know what was going on, accusing Naoto of cheating. Without a word, Naoto pulled the fishing rod from behind his back. With a swift flick of his wrist, the hook latched onto a loose bandana hanging from Monoma's neck and snapped back into Naoto's hand. He tucked it into Todoroki's belt without a word, while Monoma continued to shout in disbelief. Todoroki, almost amused, remarked that Monoma hadn't even moved. The storm around Midoriya intensified as 3 teams converged on him. Bakugo's team held back, but others pressed forward. Tokoyami was forced to defend, while Hatsum shouted about calibration issues. In that moment, Dark Shadow hesitated, a flicker in its movement. Naoto noticed and tapped the console once more. The rod slid free again, and the mask quietly instructed him to execute a target lock. The line shot out, silent and precise, hitting the 10 million point bandana and dragging it through the air like a flag. Midoriya yelped in surprise as the bandana was pulled away from him, landing cleanly in Naoto's palm. He remained calm, and Todoroki acknowledged the moment, realizing their points had surged dramatically. Next, they became the target of multiple teams. Bakugo attacked from above, Shoji from the side, and Mineta launched sticky projectiles through the gaps. Naoto remained unfazed, commanding Yaoyorozu to activate the totem. Without hesitation, she placed the totem, creating a protective dome around them. Every projectile shattered harmlessly against its edge. Ida braced himself, but there was no need to run. Todoroki remained still, while Naoto recalibrated. The mask confirmed the successful deflection, and they held their position. The final seconds ticked away without further surprises, and their score remained safe and unreachable. Todoroki observed the field settle into silence, declaring that they would hold their ground. Naoto turned to him, using his name for the first time, asking for their original bandana. Todoroki was taken aback, questioning why they needed it when they were already secure. But Naoto's gaze conveyed a deeper intention. He had allowed Midoriya to cross first, and now he needed to repay that. After a moment of contemplation, Todoroki handed over the bandana, acknowledging it wouldn't cost them anything. Naoto accepted it silently, turned, and let it drop in a single, clean motion. The fabric fluttered through the air, and Dark Shadow caught it mid-flight, dipping low toward the ground. Tokoyami caught it in one hand, his eyes sharp as he looked up. Naoto did not look back. Midoriya was still struggling to rise, shaking but not crying. Not yet. His breath was shallow, arms limp, as if he hadn't realized it was over. Then Dark Shadow opened its jaws. A folded strip of cloth slid free. Faint. Familiar. Midoriya stared at it, his eyes widening and lips parting. And then the dam broke. He cried, loud, ragged, unstoppable, a real fountain of tears, as if all the tension in his body had nowhere left to go. Naoto watched, and in the quiet that followed, a thought rose, simple and unfinished. He doesn't know it was me. But if he knew, it would feel wrong. I let him cross first. I made him a target. This doesn't fix it. But it's something. He exhaled, not quite a smile, not quite a relief. Maybe a ghost of both. Ida observed him, then nodded quietly, a smile on his face. He saw a hero in becoming the kind he wanted to be. Yaoyorozu didn't speak for a long while. When she did, it was quiet, almost thoughtful. What you did wasn't dramatic, or loud, or even visible. She turned the totem once in her hand. But it changed something. That's what makes a good strategist. Naoto didn't respond. He just watched the scoreboard flicker once. And disappear. The field was still buzzing with post-match adrenaline. Students regrouped by the sidelines, some limping, some grinning, others still breathless with the rush of it all. Grass was trampled into mud, Todoroki's ice was already starting to melt under the sun, and the crowd's cheers were beginning to quiet as the next instructions were called out. Kaminari groaned somewhere near the back, staggering with a dopey grin on his face, one arm draped lazily over Siro's shoulder. Jiro rolled her eyes, noting that he was still fried. Siro shifted his weight and commented on Kaminari's repeated exclamations. Behind them, Mina jogged up beside Yaoyorozu, still catching her breath. She expressed her astonishment at the totem Yaoyorozu had dropped, describing it as a sudden, impressive barrier. Yaoyorozu gave a modest smile, brushing dust off her uniform and explaining that it was an item called a totem of shielding, distributed by Shirogane before the round. Mina, half impressed and half annoyed, remarked on its effectiveness and then asked where Shirogane was. Ida, still adjusting his gloves, mentioned that Shirogane had been speaking to Todoroki but seemed to be looking toward Midoriya's team. Uraraka then realized Midoriya was missing and began searching for him. Across the field, the wind lifted gently, stirring the edges of the empty space where Midoriya's team had stood just moments ago. Neither of them were there. Further ahead, the air still carried echoes of the stadium's roar, distant now, like applause from a dream already fading. Between the arena exit and the waiting rooms, one hallway remained hushed, holding its breath. Naoto hadn't meant to stop, but familiar voices drifted through the silence. He paused just before the bend, listening intently. Todoroki's voice was calm but unreadable as he spoke about Midoriya's connection to Shirogane, noting that he had given away the 710-point bandana without Midoriya even noticing. Midoriya's cautious response revealed his surprise at the revelation. Todoroki continued, suggesting that Shirogane seemed to know something they did not. Midoriya froze, the weight of the implication heavy in the air. Todoroki pressed on, recalling how All Might had always been there for Midoriya, while Shirogane had never questioned it, as if he already knew the answer to a question that had lingered in Todoroki's mind for some time. Midoriya's voice trembled as he tried to deny any deeper connection to All Might, but the tension in the air was palpable. Todoroki's serious tone cut through as he posed a provocative question about Midoriya's lineage. Naoto felt the atmosphere shift, the tension easing slightly as Midoriya stumbled over his words, trying to clarify his relationship with All Might. He denied the theory but acknowledged the absurdity of it, leading to a moment of contemplation. Todoroki's steady gaze revealed his determination, and he continued to press Midoriya about the secrets he was hiding, linking their families through their heroic legacies. Midoriya's voice trembled as he questioned Todoroki's motives for sharing such personal information. Todoroki remained unfazed, discussing the concept of quirk marriages and their troubling history. Naoto's breath caught at the mention of a term he hadn't heard in years, one that echoed far too closely to his own experiences. The silence that followed spoke volumes, and as Todoroki elaborated on the unethical practices of earlier generations, Naoto's hand instinctively moved toward his coat pocket, feeling the weight of the past pressing down on him. One object pulsed faintly beneath the fabric, the fishing rod he had used earlier. His father had leveraged his wealth and fame to make his mother's family agree to the marriage, all to gain access to her quirk. He had raised Naoto as a hero who could surpass All Might, merely to fulfill his own ambitions. The corridor felt colder now, not from Todoroki's power, but from something else. Naoto felt a deep resentment, realizing he was nothing more than a tool for someone he despised. Memories of his mother's tears surfaced, and he recalled her words about his left side. She had expressed her frustration before throwing scalding water in his direction. Naoto had stopped breathing at that moment. He had chosen not to use his left side against his father as a form of revenge. He vowed never to rely on his father's quirk. By rising to the top without it, he would deny his father everything. Silence enveloped him, then a sharp crack echoed through the air. The fishing rod in Naoto's hand shattered, dissolving into hundreds of quiet, gleaming pixels that flickered once before vanishing completely. As the light faded, his mask slipped down to his neck, and he made no effort to stop it. His face, now bare, was as hard as stone, devoid of confusion or doubt. Only a quiet, absolute hatred remained, so dense it felt like ice. He turned and walked away. From further down the corridor, Bakugo leaned half out of a side alcove, his eyes tracking Naoto's movement with precision. He hadn't noticed Naoto until the pixels had appeared and the mask had slipped. It wasn't shock that he felt, but an overwhelming pressure, as if standing too close to something nuclear. A bead of sweat traced down his temple as Naoto never looked back, leaving only the echo of his footsteps and a silence that signified a new enemy had emerged. It wasn't Midoriya, it was the one who had hurt a mother, the one who had made it seem normal, still ranked among heroes. Farther down the corridor, past the service door and the hum of vending machines, Naoto slowed his steps. His hand brushed against the wall as he stopped. Above the fallen mask, too quiet for anyone to hear, a whisper escaped his lips, a vow directed at Endeavor. He hoped that one day Endeavor would witness true horror, that he would see what it was like to have all his efforts wiped away as if they were nothing. Naoto would make his pride rot. He continued walking, this time leaving no trace of his footsteps. As he approached the lunch break area, a heavy silence surrounded him, deafened by his hatred. The crowd had faded behind concrete and noise, leaving only the sound of his slow, deliberate footsteps on the sun-warmed stone. He stopped, realizing the rod was gone, but the sound of its breaking lingered like static in water. He didn't move. With care, he reached for the edge of his mask, pulling it back over his face and tightening the straps. His breath steadied slightly, a thin layer of control settling over something darker. He reminded himself that he couldn't destroy men like Endeavor with rage. Instead, he would outlast them, outplay them, and smile when they least expected it. He stood taller, determined. If he wanted to tear it all down, he had to remain quiet, sharp, and become the flaw in their system, not because he was chosen or inherited anything, but because he refused to lose, even to monsters who called themselves fathers. He looked at his bare hand, clenched and pale, but he didn't finish the thought. The hatred softened, not vanished but caged, replaced by something colder and smoother. His face, once shadowed by fury, returned to its usual stillness, unreadable and untouched. His purpose was clear: not to hurt or attack, but to dismantle every lie, every principle, and every brick that made that man untouchable. Then, a whisper escaped him, so quiet it barely left his breath, a vow etched in silence. He would make Endeavor witness the glitch he had forgotten to design for. He walked on, devoid of mercy or fury, just design. A few minutes later, back at the lunch area, the break was almost over. Students had regrouped near the tents, the sun warm and the noise low. Voices returned, casual and tired, everything seemed normal. Except for Bakugo, who stood off to the side, his tray untouched and his eyes fixed on Shirogane, who was talking to Kirishima and then to Azui, calm and neutral, as if nothing had happened. Bakugo noticed the cold, unreadable expression on Shirogane's face, a void that no one else seemed to recognize. But Bakugo had seen it: the hallway, the break, the look in his eyes, the way he walked as if he had made up his mind to confront a god. And now? He appeared just fine. Bakugo frowned, his jaw tense and one brow twitching. He didn't know what Shirogane was, and he didn't care, but something in his gut told him this was far from over. "What is his deal?" he muttered under his breath, but for once, he had no one to shout it at, only silence and questions. A few minutes before the main event, the girls of Class 1A were gathering in the prep zone. Mineta pointed triumphantly at the cheerleaders in the distance, declaring that all the girls had to be part of the cheer squad after lunch. Yaoyorozu, skeptical, noted that no one had informed them about this. Kaminari stepped in with a confident shrug, claiming Mr. Aizawa had told them about it himself, but he didn't finish his sentence. A hand dropped on his shoulder, light yet final, and another settled on Mineta's. Both boys froze. Standing behind them, silent until now, was Naoto, wearing his mask again, his console blinking faintly at his wrist. But it wasn't the grip that terrified them, it was the look in his eyes. His glare was colder than silence, a precise incision of disgust, judging rather than angry. Without changing his expression, he tapped the edge of his console. The voice that emerged was not his own, carrying no warmth. Mineta crumbled instantly, apologizing profusely, while Kaminari dropped to his knees, pleading for mercy. Naoto didn't react, he didn't move or blink. He let the silence linger for just a moment longer before turning and walking away, leaving no words behind. The silence and the intense gaze had already unsettled them. Mina blinked, watching him disappear around the corner, then glanced down at the two flustered individuals still kneeling before her. A grin spread across her face as she acknowledged Yukiana's impact. Naoto, already a few steps away, paused briefly, offering a silent nod that was just noticeable before he continued walking. Mineta swallowed hard, feeling the weight of Naoto's presence linger. He remarked on the intensity of Naoto's gaze, suggesting it felt like a count of defeated opponents. Kaminari, staring at the ground, echoed the sentiment, claiming that it felt as if his very essence had been scrutinized in mere seconds. A few minutes after lunch, the atmosphere in the stadium felt revitalized. The clear sky and the loud crowd buzzed with energy as President Mick's voice filled the space once more. He announced that the lunch break was over and shared exciting news for those not competing anymore. A recreational activity had been organized for all participants, complete with cheerleaders flown in from America to boost morale. After this fun event, the final competition would commence. The excitement built as President Mike revealed that the 16 members of the 4 winning teams would face off in a series of one-on-one battles, leading to a formal tournament. Kirishima's enthusiasm was palpable as he expressed his eagerness to compete in the ring he had seen on television. Mina leaned toward Siro, curious about the previous year's format, and learned that while the structure varied, head-to-head competitions were a staple. Naoto interjected with a flat, almost curious tone, referencing a well-known martial arts tournament, but was abruptly silenced by Midnight, who warned him about potential legal issues. The atmosphere shifted as she explained that matchups would be determined by drawing lots, and it was up to the finalists whether they wanted to participate in the recreational activities or conserve their energy. Just then, Ojiro stepped forward, visibly nervous, and expressed his desire to withdraw from the tournament. Gasps rippled through the group as Midoriya and Ida reacted with shock, urging him to reconsider. Ojiro, however, explained that he had no recollection of the cavalry battle and felt unworthy of continuing. His voice trembled as he expressed his struggle with pride and self-doubt, prompting supportive words from his classmates. Despite their encouragement, Ojiro remained firm in his decision, emphasizing his need to uphold his dignity. Kirishima, moved by Ojiro's resolve, whispered about his admiration for his bravery. The crowd responded with surprise, while Bakugo turned away, unimpressed. Present Mike, momentarily taken aback, acknowledged the unexpected turn of events. Midnight, with a glint in her eye, seemed intrigued by Ojiro's choice and declared that he had officially withdrawn. In a show of solidarity, Aoyama vowed to win for Ojiro. Midnight then announced that a member of Team Kendo, who had placed 5th, would take Ojiro's spot. Kendo stepped forward, suggesting that her team deserved the opportunity due to their efforts during the previous event. Midnight agreed, reinstating the competition with Tetsu stepping in as the 16th competitor. As the final matchups were revealed on the screen, Naoto's gaze sharpened when he saw Shinso Hitoshi's name beside his own. Shinso acknowledged him with quiet confidence, and Naoto responded with a small nod, a silent promise of readiness. During the event break, while others mingled with the crowd, Naoto found a quiet alcove near the prep hall's edge, where the music and lights faded into the background. He meticulously checked his mask, recalibrated the voice modulation, and ran tests, ensuring everything was perfect. He knew that if anything went wrong in the ring, he would be left exposed, with nowhere to hide. Taking a deep breath, he let the silence envelop him before standing up and waiting for his name to be called. The sun shone brightly over the arena as cheers erupted from the stands, and Present Mick's voice resonated through the speakers once more. Cementos completed the final touches on the ring, and the excitement in the air was palpable. Present Mike rallied the crowd, reminding them of the challenges they had overcome to reach this point. With the tournament about to begin, he encouraged the competitors to rely on their own abilities, emphasizing the importance of spirit, technique, strength, wisdom, and knowledge. The rules were straightforward. Win by knocking an opponent out of the ring, immobilizing them, or forcing them to concede. With a burst of energy, Present Mike declared the tournament open, urging everyone to give it their all. Recovery Girl was on standby in the med bay, already sighing as the excitement built in the arena. Present Mike encouraged the competitors to fight smart, emphasizing that while ethics were important, they were not the focus of the match. The crowd murmured in surprise at the intensity of the atmosphere. Cementos settled into a concrete chair he had formed for himself, arms crossed, as the match was about to begin. Present Mike introduced the first competitor, Hitoshi Shinso from General Studies, who stepped into the light with a calm demeanor, his eyes steady and focused. The crowd's reaction was mixed, with polite claps and murmurs of confusion. Shinso showed no signs of nervousness as he prepared for the battle ahead. Present Mike then introduced Naoto, a mysterious contender from Class 1A, wearing a signature black mask that concealed his features. Curiosity rippled through the stands as whispers filled the air, questioning his identity and motives. Naoto entered quietly, his console blinking faintly at his wrist. He stood across from Shinso, eyes fixed and unreadable. Midnight cracked her whip against the floor, signaling the start of the match. The rules were clear: no killing, no permanent injury, and victory could be achieved through knockout, immobilization, or ring out. Shinso broke the silence first, commenting on Naoto's quiet demeanor. He expressed disappointment at not facing a more flamboyant opponent, but Naoto remained still, not reacting to the taunts. Shinso continued, trying to provoke a response, but Naoto's silence only deepened the tension. As the match progressed, Shinso attempted to assert control, but Naoto's calm presence unnerved him. When Shinso finally realized that Naoto had used a vocal device to respond, he felt the weight of the deception. In a moment of frustration, he declared his forfeit and walked off the stage, leaving the crowd in shock. Present Mick's voice echoed through the arena, expressing disbelief at the unexpected turn of events. Midnight confirmed Naoto's victory by default, but the atmosphere was charged with confusion and intrigue. Naoto remained still as the crowd noise faded, his thoughts consumed by the match. He watched Shinso leave, feeling a shift within himself. There was something significant about the encounter that he couldn't ignore, prompting him to follow. In the quieter corridors beneath the arena, Shinso walked alone, reflecting on his defeat. He leaned against a wall, frustrated with himself for not having won. Naoto approached, still wearing his mask, and Shinso braced for a confrontation. Instead, Naoto spoke softly, apologizing for the misunderstanding and explaining his reasons for wearing the mask. He revealed that he didn't want to be seen, not to gain an advantage but to avoid drawing attention. Shinso was taken aback by Naoto's honesty and vulnerability. The two stood in silence, and Shinso felt a shift in his perspective. He admitted that he didn't want to win under those circumstances, and Naoto nodded in understanding. After a moment, Naoto suggested they find a quieter place away from the crowds, offering a simple companionship that surprised Shinso. After a brief hesitation, Shinso agreed, and they moved together toward a less crowded corridor, leaving the chaos of the arena behind. They walked in silence. At the edge of the arena, half shadowed by the structure, they found a quiet spot with a view of the ring. No words passed between them, they simply sat. The match below began, bringing new voices, tension, and noise. But up here it felt still. After a while, almost as an afterthought, Shinso expressed gratitude. Naoto didn't respond, his eyes calm behind the mask as he continued to observe the field. The seats they found were shaded by one of the arena's overhangs, not far from the ring but distant enough from the noise. A quiet corridor led to this space, easily missed unless someone was seeking solitude. Shinso dropped into the seat first with a faint grunt, while Naoto remained standing for a moment before sitting one row above, close but not quite beside him. They didn't speak. Below, the arena began to shift, signaling the start of the second match. The first match commenced, Ashido versus Zero. Shinso leaned forward, elbows on knees, and made a playful bet about Ashido's fighting style. Naoto tilted his head, noting the resemblance of her footwork to capoeira. On the field, Ashido spun low, sliding beneath Zero's tape and launching him with a spray of acid across the floor. The crowd roared in excitement. Shinso grinned, feeling vindicated, while Naoto offered a faint nod of acknowledgement as Zero groaned from the ring's edge and Ashido bowed cheerfully. Next up was Midoriya versus Kaminari. Shinso scoffed at Kaminari's confidence, while Naoto observed quietly, noting that if Midoriya could provoke a full discharge, he might win. The fight began, with Kaminari exclaiming his readiness and firing a massive burst of energy. Midoriya dodged just in time, his fingers twitching as he baited Kaminari into overloading. In an instant, Kaminari froze, dazed and unable to move. Shinso blinked in surprise, realizing Midoriya had planned that move, while Naoto remained focused on the field, recognizing Midoriya's strategic mind. The match continued with Todoroki facing Aoyama. Shinso folded his arms, predicting a quick end to the match. Naoto agreed, pointing out Aoyama's predictable quirk. On the field, Aoyama twirled flamboyantly, ready to unleash his laser, but before he could, ice surged, ending the match before the beam even fired. Shinso grimaced at the abruptness, while Naoto's gaze lingered on Todoroki longer than necessary. Then came Bakugo versus Uraraka. Shinso acknowledged Uraraka's courage, while Naoto watched her opening moves, noting her strategy to create a blind spot using debris. The plan unfolded beautifully, with floating chunks of the arena spinning around them. Bakugo exploded upward, blasting through it all with raw force. Uraraka crumpled, shaking but refusing to give up until she fell. Shinso exhaled in admiration, while Naoto reflected on her determination to prove herself. The next match featured Kirishima against Tetsu. Shinso laughed at their similarities, predicting it would come down to endurance. It did, resulting in a full-out brawl with fists flying and no technique, just pure heart. The match ended in a draw, prompting Shinso to clap slowly, amused, while Naoto remarked that a rematch would be scheduled. Then it was Tokoyami versus Yaoyorozu. Shinso squinted, expressing his unease about Tokoyami's quirk, while Naoto noted his improved control. However, Yaoyorozu hesitated, giving Tokoyami an opening. Dark shadow surged, and the match concluded swiftly. Naoto observed that she had the tools but lacked conviction, prompting Shinso to comment on his insight. As the match below shifted, Ida stood at one end, formal and rigid, while Mei bounced on her heels, ready to unveil her chaotic inventions. Naoto leaned forward slightly, a subtle shift that Shinso noticed. He commented on Naoto's focus, which elicited no reaction. Mei began unpacking her gear, and Ida flinched at the sight. Shinso questioned Naoto's interest in the match, but Naoto remained silent, his hand resting near the console on his wrist, engaged rather than nervous. Shinso observed Naoto for a moment longer before leaning in with mischief, jokingly asking if Mei was his girlfriend. Naoto blinked in confusion, genuinely not understanding the comment, which made Shinso burst out laughing. As Mei activated a hidden boot thruster and launched herself sideways, narrowly avoiding Ida's charge, Shinso expressed his disbelief at her tactics. Naoto calmly defended Mei's approach, noting that she was showcasing her inventions as promised. The match concluded with applause, more confused than celebratory, as Mei bowed and jogged off the field, leaving Ida twitching with restraint. Up in the shade, the noise faded into background static. Shinso stretched, commenting on the spectacle, while Naoto's eyes grew distant again, his interest cooling back to its usual calm. Eventually, Present Mick's voice echoed throughout the stadium, announcing the next match, Naoto versus Mina Ishido. Shinso lazily encouraged Naoto to break a leg, adding a playful warning not to overanalyze her dance moves. Naoto rose without a word, but as he stepped past, Shinso's teasing remark prompted a brief pause from Naoto, who blinked behind his mask, neither agreeing nor offended, just contemplating the moment. Acknowledgement. He walked down the aisle, quiet and steady, the light catching faintly on the edge of his console. The shadowed seats remained empty again. The arena had barely settled from the previous match when Present Mick's voice roared back into focus. The crowd answered instantly, thunderous. They were down to the quarterfinals, where legends are made. Drones spun overhead, and the giant screen flashed. Cementos adjusted his arms with a heavy sigh. Up next was Mina Ishido from Class 1A. Cheers erupted like fireworks as she bounced onto the field with her usual flourish, pink curls flying and eyes glittering with adrenaline. She spun once, blew a kiss to the stands, then dropped into a half squat, arms loose and ready. Facing her was Naoto, still masked and unreadable, a silent presence from the machine. The noise was mixed this time, curious murmurs and scattered claps, but unmistakable tension filled the air. Naoto walked forward without reacting, wearing the same dark blue UA sports uniform and a black shinobi-style mask covering his mouth and nose. The wrist console on his left arm blinked softly, its light lost in daylight. He didn't look at the crowd or glance at Mina. He simply took position still, calculated, waiting. Midnight cracked her whip against the ground. The combatants were ready. Mina rolled her shoulders, grinning. Naoto raised his hand slightly, fingers grazing his console. The speaker embedded in his mask came alive, announcing he was ready. The voice wasn't his, but it was calm and natural. Midnight's tone lifted, theatrical, and she declared the match to begin. Mina didn't rush this time. She circled instead, leaving a faint acid trail behind her that caught the light like a comet tail. From the far side, Naoto remained still, one arm raised slightly. In his gloved hand, something mechanical unfolded with a faint hiss, a curious, bell-shaped device with tribal markings and a flexible mouthpiece. The gust bellows, directly pulled from a legendary game. A soft pulse of air pushed forward. Mina flicked a test shot of acid, but the air dispersed it mid-flight. Her grin widened as she tried again, this time with a sharper burst from the side. The gust met it again, but not completely. Some of the acid hissed against the arena floor. Naoto adjusted by a single step, precise and anchored, still not counterattacking. He was waiting and she knew it. But she wasn't afraid of pressure. She looped around wide, dipped her shoulder, and launched forward, only to feel her right heel slide on something smooth. She gasped as gravity took hold, her balance failing. The world tilted, and then she hit the ground hard, sliding on her side across the edge of the ring. Her momentum carried her just over the line, and the buzzer rang. She lay there for a moment, blinking up at the sky, where a single, innocent banana peel gleamed in the center of the ring, glossy, yellow, and comically malicious. The crowd erupted, half in shock and half in laughter. She groaned, then laughed, breathless. She couldn't believe that was how she went down. Naoto approached, silent, his steps slow and deliberate. He paused beside her and extended one hand. She looked up, smiled, and took it. He helped her up gently, then stepped back. Mina brushed herself off and muttered that he was brutal, but in the most polite way possible. He didn't respond through the mask, but just before turning he spoke again, barely audible, this time with his real voice soft and careful. He apologized, saying he didn't want to hurt her. She blinked, not at the words but at the way it sounded real, human. She smiled, softer now, assuring him that he hadn't hurt her. Together, they walked back toward the tunnel, no more words exchanged, just two silhouettes in the heat haze. The noise of the crowd carried on behind them, but something had shifted. For the first time in the tournament, Naoto wasn't moving to survive, he was moving with someone. And for a moment he looked present. Naoto walked off the ring in silence. Behind him, the roar of the crowd softened, filtered by layers of concrete and heat haze. In the service tunnel, light bent sharply into shadow, and the stadium's pulse dimmed to a heartbeat. Shinso was already there, leaning against the wall with arms crossed and head down slightly. His voice was flat and dry as he remarked on the banana peel. Naoto didn't stop but stood 2 meters apart, a breath between them. Shinso tilted his head, studying him and commenting that Naoto hadn't even needed to trigger Mina's instincts, he had just let the rhythm carry her. Still, Naoto offered no answer, only a faint shrug. Shinso noted that it was cold, not stupid but cold. Naoto turned his head slightly, and Shinso's gaze stayed steady. Naoto turned just enough to let the pause breathe. Finally, the speaker clicked on, and he stated that he was cold, but not for recognition or to be on top. The voice was level and distant. A breath passed as Shinso studied him, asking what Naoto was fighting for. Naoto didn't respond in words, but something in the stillness of his stance, the weight behind it, the calm pressure of restraint answered enough. Shinso didn't push further, nodding just once. Naoto resumed walking, slow, quiet, and precise. Shinso brushed dust from his sleeve. As he pushed off the wall, noting that it was funny because he didn't even think Naoto liked fighting. Naoto's voice, through the modulator, finally answered that he didn't. Shinso stepped past him without a nod or farewell, but as he reached the curve of the corridor, he turned his head slightly, allowing the echo to carry. He remarked that Mina was tougher than she looked and that Naoto hadn't broken anything before disappearing into the side tunnel. Naoto stood still as the crowd roared again, louder now. Present Mick's voice exploded through the overhead speakers, dragging the entire stadium back to its feet. It was time for the next match. The light shifted at the end of the tunnel, and the screen flashed bright above the field. 2 silhouettes climbed the steps on opposite ends. The next match was the one everyone had been waiting for. From Class 1A, the boy who had fought tooth and nail to be there, with a quirk that kept evolving under pressure, was Izuku Midoriya. Cheers burst out across the stands like fireworks. And facing him was the Silent Storm, the prodigy from the prestigious Todoroki family, ice in his veins and fire in his blood, Shoto Todoroki. The arena cracked with sound. Naoto didn't move yet, but something in his chest pulled tighter. A tension lingered in the air, as if the world held secrets it shouldn't. Above the crowd, Endeavor leaned forward in his seat, not focused on the fight itself but on his son, his creation. Below, Naoto remained in the shadows, whispering beneath his mask, ready for what was to come. The crowd barely had time to settle before a new buzz surged through the arena. Present Mick's voice thundered across the field, louder and more electrified than before, announcing the second match of the quarterfinals. He let the anticipation build, feeding off the tension. Both competitors had excelled in the festival so far, but only one could emerge victorious. The match was set, Todoroki versus Midoriya. The crowd erupted in cheers, a wave of excitement sweeping through the stands. Up in the VIP section, Endeavor remained stoic. Down below, Naoto stood at the edge of the light, not quite hidden, observing the two competitors as they took their positions. Midoriya appeared tense, while Todoroki remained calm, like glass before a storm. As the silence cut through the noise, the call came to start the match. Ice erupted across the arena in a flash of white-blue, the air turning sharp. Naoto exhaled, feeling the weight of the moment. The first wave of frost reached the barrier in less than a second, cracks spidering across the reinforced walls. Todoroki stood unshaken, his breath barely visible in the frigid mist. Across the ring, Midoriya remained on his feet, though his finger was already injured from a single punch that had halted the wave of ice. Present Mick's voice echoed with excitement, marveling at Midoriya's counterattack, reminiscent of his earlier battle against a giant robot. Naoto remained still, tracking the rhythm of the fight. He noted Todoroki's footwork and the timing of each ice launch, observing Midoriya's defensive stances. The tension in his jaw revealed his focus, even as his expression remained neutral. He understood this kind of fighting raw and intense. Another wave of ice surged forward, sharper and more menacing. Midoriya didn't flinch. Instead, he stepped into the attack, spinning and striking back, though the impact left him injured. The crowd roared with excitement as Present Mike exclaimed about Midoriya's resilience, questioning how many fingers he was willing to sacrifice. Naoto's eyes narrowed as he observed Todoroki's continued precision. He adjusted his stance, anticipating the next move. The third attack was calculated, forcing Midoriya to leap to avoid the full force. He spun again, but the sound of impact was unsettling as he landed, breathing heavily, his right hand now hanging limply at his side. Todoroki advanced with determination, his steps sharper. He utilized the ice beneath him to propel himself forward. Midoriya, however, remained unyielding until the last moment, dropping low and unleashing a powerful strike. The shockwave hit Todoroki, causing ice to shatter along his ribs, but he remained standing. Naoto felt a rush of breath catch in his throat as he realized Midoriya was now using his left arm, indicating he was nearing his limit. Present Mick's voice boomed again, marveling at Midoriya's tenacity despite his injuries. The atmosphere thickened as the crowd sensed the intensity of the moment. Midoriya paused, allowing the tension to build before he pivoted and leapt once more, aiming for Todoroki's defenses. The sound of the impact was nearly drowned out by the roar of the crowd as Todoroki's wall crumbled. Midoriya landed in a crouch, his left arm dragging, his right fingers trembling from the effort. Despite the toll it had taken on him, he stood resolute. Naoto observed the reckless determination in Midoriya's stance. This fight was not merely about victory, it was a call to action, a plea for Todoroki to awaken from his frozen state. Midoriya broke the silence, acknowledging Todoroki's shivering form. The ring was cracked and veined with frost, and Midoriya, panting, challenged Todoroki's limits. He argued that quirks were merely physical abilities and questioned how much cold Todoroki could endure. Naoto's hand twitched, his breath sharp as he watched the exchange. He felt the weight of the moment pressing down on him. Midoriya urged Todoroki to give everything he had, igniting a spark of frustration in Todoroki, who questioned Midoriya's motivations. As Todoroki dashed forward, ice cracking beneath his feet, Naoto tracked the rhythm of the fight. The flow had shifted, Todoroki's attacks were becoming more deliberate. The battle was far from over, and the stakes had never been higher. The launches became less precise. Naoto thought about Midoriya's words. His ice had a limit. Then a loud crack echoed through the frost as Todoroki was sent flying. Present Mick's voice boomed with excitement, announcing the intensity of the match. Midoriya staggered, struggling to maintain his balance. Todoroki managed to catch himself, sliding to a stop and coughing. He exhaled sharply, frustration evident on his face. Up in the stands, spectators gasped in surprise at the turn of events. "He landed a hit on Todoroki," one exclaimed. "But it looks like Midoriya can barely stand." Todoroki spat out ice and pushed himself upright, challenging Midoriya. Another wave of ice surged toward him, but Midoriya barely dodged it. "It's not just you that's slowing down," he shouted, though he could feel his own movements lagging. "Your ice is getting weaker too." Yet Midoriya struggled to form a fist, pain evident on his face. He clenched his jaw, blood trailing from his lips, and bit down hard, summoning his strength. "Smash!" he yelled, the air warping around him as he unleashed his power. Todoroki reeled from the impact but remained standing, eyes wide in disbelief. "Why are you going this far?" he asked, astonished. Midoriya gasped but managed to respond, expressing his desire to meet expectations. Naoto closed his eyes for a brief moment, reflecting on his own aspirations. A smiling, dependable, cool hero. "That's what I want to be. That's why I'm giving it everything. For everyone," Midoriya declared, determination fueling his words. Todoroki stood still, teeth clenched, as Midoriya's voice wavered but remained resolute. He acknowledged Todoroki's experiences and determination but insisted that true victory required giving it one's all. Naoto felt a shift within himself as he opened his eyes, still focused on the ring. Midoriya straightened, despite his injuries, declaring his intent to win and surpass Todoroki. Then came the impact. The arena shook as Todoroki was blown backward, skidding across the ground. Naoto didn't look at him. His gaze remained on Midoriya, whose arm hung limply, bruised but still determined. Todoroki slowly rose, clinging to his resolve. "No. I'll show my father," he muttered as Midoriya roared with conviction about his own power. The air around them shattered with light as flames erupted from Todoroki's left side, illuminating the arena. The frost hissed and evaporated, the ground cracking under the heat. Naoto watched intently, confirming the moment with his own breath. Present Mick's voice cut through the chaos, announcing the unexpected turn. Ida leaped to his feet in the box, realizing what had happened. "He used it," he exclaimed as steam filled the air. Midoriya grimaced, sweat and tears mixing on his face. "That's hot," he exclaimed, feeling the heat from Todoroki's flames. Todoroki's hand trembled, still engulfed in fire. He stepped forward, questioning Midoriya's intentions. "I thought you wanted to win? So why are you trying to inspire me? Which one of us isn't taking this seriously now?" His breath caught as he acknowledged Midoriya's determination. "But you're right. I want to be a hero too." Midoriya couldn't respond. His body shook from exhaustion and pain, yet he held his gaze steady. Naoto remained focused, feeling the intensity of the moment as Todoroki's flames continued to blaze, the heat radiating even from the tunnel. From the stands, a voice thundered, calling out to Todoroki. Endeavor stood, flames dancing around his shoulders, his face twisted in exhilaration. He stomped forward, each step heavy with obsession, declaring that it all started now for Todoroki. Flames surged around his cheeks, wild and euphoric, as he proclaimed that with his blood pumping through Todoroki's veins, he would surpass him and fulfill his ambitions. A hush fell over the crowd, and people stared. Naoto felt a tightness in his throat, not from fear, but from something colder. He had heard that monologue before, not from Endeavor, but from his own father. The same cadence, the same poison. He shut his eyes for just a second, but the words had already sunk their teeth in. "My blood. Surpass me. Fulfill my ambitions." They felt like shackles in his marrow. His breath caught, and he hated how familiar it felt, as if the arena had peeled open his past and spilled it under the floodlights. Todoroki didn't respond. His eyes lowered, wiping the sweat from his brow, flames still blooming at his side. Midoriya watched, breathless, marveling at the scene unfolding. Todoroki turned slightly, questioning Midoriya's smile, frowning at the sight of his wounds. Midoriya's hands shook, the skin around his arms darkening, but he clenched his fists anyway. Todoroki's gaze sharpened, stating that it was not his problem what happened to Midoriya now. Their quirks flared again, and the pressure cracked the arena beneath their feet. Costumes tore, and light erupted. Cementos leaned forward, calling out to Midnight, who was locked on the explosion of power. He warned that if Todoroki took this any further, his body would be done for. Another wave of ice surged, and Midoriya leapt through it, his arm tearing open. Todoroki's flames spiraled higher as their attacks collided at full force, even Cementos's wall unable to contain it. In that instant, Todoroki whispered his gratitude, and then came the blast. A titanic shockwave rocked the stadium, stone ripping free as wind howled. A whiteout of fire and frost swallowed the arena whole. Mineta yelped in confusion, but Koda caught him by the collar just in time. Even Endeavor stepped back, stunned, as a massive cloud of steam rose, engulfing everything. Cementos muttered about the explosion, while Present Mic's voice cracked in disbelief at the power displayed. Silence enveloped the arena as they waited and watched. Present Mic attempted to speak through the fog, commenting on the blast and heat, while Midnight frowned, questioning if the match had been decided. From the mist, a silhouette emerged, shaking and staggering Midoriya. He dragged one leg, arms limp at his sides, making it 2 steps past the edge before collapsing. Midnight declared that Midoriya was out of bounds, and Todoroki moved on to the 3rd round. Todoroki stood in the center of the cracked arena, flames still dancing along his side, his gaze unreadable. But Naoto was already moving. The moment Midnight finished her sentence, he broke into a sprint, not hesitating or looking at Todoroki, only focused on Midoriya. Midnight flinched as Cementos raised a wall to stop him, but it was too slow. With a flick of Naoto's wrist, an ender pearl vanished into the air, and he warped straight across the field, landing hard on both knees beside Midoriya. Fingers moved quickly as he accessed his console, selecting The Legend of Zelda: Skyward Sword. A shimmering bottle appeared in his hand, from which a faint light emerged. Wings glowed, accompanied by a gentle chime, as the fairy brushed Midoriya's forehead, vanishing into a golden haze. Midoriya coughed, alive. Naoto let out a quiet breath, close to relief, but not yet fully there. He selected Pokemon Moon and activated the next item, a super potion. Midoriya winced as the healing light washed over his chest. Enough to breathe, but not perfect. Naoto remained kneeling beside him, mask still on, with no applause or cheer, only steam settling slowly over the broken ring. Somewhere above, Endeavor's voice echoed, but it no longer reached him. Naoto's eyes stayed low, jaw clenched, hands trembling faintly even through the gloves. He said nothing, but just before he looked up again, a voice returned, not Endeavor's. It declared that being a Shirogane was all that mattered, leaving something behind within him that had burned, just like Todoroki's flame and Midoriya's resolve, awakening something deep inside. The arena had gone silent, steam hanging in the air like a veil over the wreckage. There were no cheers, no motion, only the faint crackle of melting frost beneath Naoto's steps as he approached Midoriya without a word. The boy lay crumpled against the wall, limbs heavy, body scorched and bruised. Naoto crouched, reaching under Midoriya's back and ribs, lifting him and adjusting the weight until Midoriya's arm flopped over his shoulder. They moved step by step through the broken dust and shattered ring, Naoto carrying him as if nothing else existed. No one blocked his path, not Present Mic, not Cementos, not even the medics waiting at the fringe. The silence followed them. A few minutes passed in the infirmary, which was quiet, clean, and still. Midoriya sat against the wall now, both arms set in casts, wrapped tight and white from wrist to shoulder. His body trembled faintly, but he hadn't woken. The potion had healed him just enough to breathe. Naoto sat next to him, without gloves or words, just his hands on his knees and his eyes lowered. The door creaked open, and he didn't look up, but he knew. Toshinori's steps were lighter than they used to be, more human, more hesitant. He stopped beside the cot and Naoto spoke, stating that Recovery Girl said Midoriya would need surgery. His voice was steady, perhaps too steady. Toshinori acknowledged this, and Naoto's posture remained unchanged, but his throat tensed as he expressed his frustration over Midoriya's recklessness, admitting that he had let it happen. Toshinori reassured him quietly that he had done what he could, emphasizing that Midoriya wouldn't have wanted to be saved and that they both knew it. He moved a little closer, his voice low, reminding Naoto that Midoriya had acted to save someone, just as Naoto had done at the UF. Naoto remained silent, and Toshinori continued, his tone gentler, stating that both he and Midoriya had acted recklessly, but not out of ego or desperation because it mattered. Toshinori's eyes softened as he declared that they were more alike than they thought, like two faces of the same coin, and that they both had what it took to become the greatest heroes. Silence enveloped them, and Naoto's eyes stayed on Midoriya, who still hadn't stirred. He didn't respond at first, not fully believing those words, but he didn't reject them either. He allowed the silence to hold, as Toshinori remained quiet beside him. He simply watched Midoriya's chest rise and fall, quiet and steady. Then, gently, he turned toward Naoto. He expressed his intention to stay with Midoriya for a while, his voice softer now. He suggested that Naoto should head back, mentioning that the next matches would begin soon and that if he was late, Present Mike might create a scene. A faint smile crossed his face as he assured Naoto that he would keep Midoriya safe, giving his word. Naoto stood in silence, nodding once. He cast a last glance at Midoriya before taking a few steps toward the door. His hand paused on the handle as he addressed Toshinori, thanking him quietly. He felt he needed that moment before leaving, moving through the aftermath without a sound or fanfare. The crowd had come back to life. Between the last tremors and the new cheers, the tension had dissipated enough for the stadium to remember how to breathe again. Naoto returned to the stands without a word, moving along the upper row with his hands in his lap and his mask still on. A few curious glances followed him, but none lingered. Shinso sat alone, legs spread and elbows resting on his knees. He didn't look up as Naoto approached, merely shifting slightly to make room. He noted that Naoto had arrived just in time for the match between Bakugo and Kirishima, who were already in the ring. Bakugo crackled with heat while Kirishima grinned, slamming one fist into his palm. The crowd buzzed with excitement. When the match began, it was fast and loud. Bakugo moved like fire itself, relentless and wild, exploding without pause. Naoto watched, initially unmoved. However, something strange happened. It didn't unsettle him as it had before. This fight wasn't layered in trauma or a cry for help. It was simple, raw, and clear. The violence throbbed through the ground, but instead of weighing on his chest, it lifted something within him. Naoto exhaled almost unconsciously. Shinso noticed and remarked flatly, questioning whether Naoto was actually enjoying the match. He had thought Naoto was more of a tactician than someone who would watch Bakugo throw tantrums. Naoto quietly pointed out that Bakugo was smiling, which prompted Shinso to tilt his head in confusion, asking if that was comforting. Naoto didn't respond verbally, but his posture eased slightly. The battle raged on, with Kirishima fighting hard but unable to match Bakugo's speed. Bakugo was ruthless and clean, ending the match with a final blast that sent Kirishima crashing against the edge of the ring. Dust settled, and a short silence followed before Present Mike announced Bakugo as the winner. From the top row, two voices spoke simultaneously, acknowledging the outcome without looking at each other or smiling, but the weight in their voices matched for once. The next match began with Tokoyami stepping onto the field like a shadow drawn by gravity, calm and centered, while Ida followed closely, moving with urgency. Present Mic's voice boomed, but Naoto barely registered it as he focused on the competitors. He noted that they were both specialists, with Shinso commenting that one was a cannon and the other a cathedral. Naoto observed that Dark Shadow had a longer range than Ida's engine kick, but Shinso pointed out that Ida could dodge unless the ring closed. As the bell rang, Ida bolted forward with a burst of engine flame, creating a cloud of dust behind him. Tokoyami remained unfazed, and Dark Shadow rose, fast and towering. The first clash was sharp, energy meeting mass. Ida ducked left, kicked off the ground, and circled wide, trying to find a blind angle to break through. Naoto leaned forward slightly, noting that Ida was using the arena as a grid. Shinso acknowledged the impressive speed, admiring Ida's ability to strategize mid-fight. Ida's speed blurred at the edge of vision as he went low, then high, kicking off the arena wall and angling for the rear. But Tokoyami spun, and Dark Shadow caught him midair in a sweeping arc. Ida crashed back first into the concrete, gasping and staggering as he pushed himself up on one arm. He paused, not due to pain, but because he realized he wouldn't win this match. In a moment of vulnerability, he expressed his regret, apologizing to his brother for not being able to make it. The bell rang again, and Dark Shadow withdrew like smoke, folding back into Tokoyami's frame. Present Mike announced Tokoyami as the winner, and the applause came slow and respectful. Ida stood on his own, jaw tight and eyes lowered, bowing before walking off the field. Naoto and Shinso remained silent, simply watching as the noise of the stadium faded once more. At the same moment, Ida's voice echoed through the stadium. Another scene unfolded far from the lights and crowds. In an alley soaked in sirens, emergency lights flickered across the walls, while smoke curled from rooftops still recovering from chaos. Here it was quiet. Stain sat on the slumped body of Ingenium, one hand resting on his thigh, the other still wet with blood. His breath rasped through the fabric of his mask, steady and almost meditative. The hero's limbs twitched beneath him, barely alive and defeated. Stain didn't smile. He stared ahead with sharp conviction, his mouth curling in disgust as the radio crackled nearby. He listened to the call for immediate backup, but he remained still, expressing his disdain for those who called themselves heroes. He declared that only one person had permission to kill him, All Might. As the radio hissed louder, announcing a hero killer on the loose, a shift occurred. A soft hum resonated, followed by a shimmer as a portal opened behind him. From it emerged a figure who casually leaned against a rusted pipe, teasing Stain with a playful tone. Stain didn't hesitate and lunged, drawing blood with a precise strike, but the figure staggered back, hand flying to his face, revealing the tension of the moment. He hissed, more annoyed than hurt. Stain's blade was already back at the ready. With a practiced twist, he slid it across his own tongue, tasting the blood on the edge. Then he waited. But nothing happened. No paralysis, no shift, no effect at all. Only that strange light in Reiji's cut, like liquid refracting through glass. Stain's brow furrowed as he wondered what Reiji was. Reiji touched his cheek, dragging a finger slowly through the glowing trail of light. The residue shimmered faintly, like a reflection in oil. He looked at Stain with half-lidded eyes, his voice a slow lilt as he remarked on the situation, noting that the curse seemed to have forgotten how to work. He stepped forward, hands raised in a show of mock innocence, but the air around them pressed tighter. He gestured lazily to his own chest, explaining that he was older than Quirk's and branded as one, but wilder too. His grin twitched as he declared that it wasn't Stain's to command or freeze. He circled around, moving without haste, not taunting, just observing. He described himself as a walking side effect, a collection of fate's bad decisions stitched together by curiosity and inertia. Stain remained silent, his grip firm as he tracked each word like a predator. Reiji seemed unfazed, noting Stain's disappointment at the unfolding events. He leaned slightly to the side, his smile widening as he explained that he had come for spectacle, not meaning. Then, something changed. Reiji's pupils widened, leaving only two beady, cyan dots that felt cold and empty. The intensity of his gaze pierced deeper than any blade, sending a chill through Stain's spine. As quickly as it had intensified, Reiji's expression softened, almost sincere. He complimented Stain on his graceful movements before twitching his hand toward the fabric of space itself. Another ripple formed, and a new portal opened, jagged and humming. He stepped backward, halfway into the light, playfully suggesting he might return if boredom struck, before disappearing entirely. Only the sirens remained, the blood, and the quiet where something unspoken had nearly taken root and vanished. Back at the UA Sports Festival, the crowd had settled into a calmer rhythm. The atmosphere felt thinner now, less electric, as if even the audience needed a moment to recover. From the corridor leading to the medical wing, Midoriya reappeared, walking slowly with his arms still bound in casts and gauze. Each step pulled at something under his ribs, but it was nothing compared to the silence that had taken root inside him since the match. Ida noticed him first, standing abruptly from his seat in the competitors' section, eyes wide and the crease between his brows deepening. He welcomed Midoriya back, who nodded, his breath still slightly shallow as he expressed his desire to watch the end of the matches. Ida adjusted his glasses and helped guide him into the nearest seat, then shared that he had been eliminated by Tokoyami, who overwhelmed him with Dark Shadow's mobility. Midoriya blinked in surprise, processing the information before asking about Kirishima. Ida confirmed that Bakugo had decisively defeated him in an explosive match, which left Midoriya in quiet awe as he imagined the sounds and heat of the battle. Ida then mentioned that they were about to call the next match, and Midoriya turned his head slightly to inquire about who was left. Ida informed him it was Shirogane versus Todoroki. Midoriya fell silent, not out of surprise but because a memory flickered behind his eyes. He knew that match was going to hurt in a different way. He sat back, exhaling quietly, expressing his desire to see it. Under the stands, the tunnel near the arena was silent. Naoto adjusted the strap on his arm where the console was mounted, his movements methodical and silent. Behind him, a figure leaned against the wall, legs crossed and arms folded. Shinso made a dry comment about not getting flash frozen, and Naoto nodded in acknowledgement. He crouched beside his bag, opening it carefully to reveal the lined sleeves of his cartridge case, familiar and ordered. The first cartridge he reached for was bright and colorful, labeled Splatoon. He inserted it, knowing what to expect in terms of mobility and control. Then he paused, fingers searching further until another cartridge slid into view. Minecraft. He stared at it for a moment before slotting it in, recognizing it as the most reliable option that could build and deflect without causing harm. Continuing to dig, his hand brushed against something heavier. The old gold tint of the label caught the low-light Elden Ring. He hesitated, holding it between two fingers before slowly inserting it, just in case. He had learned from watching Todoroki's last match that force alone wouldn't break him, but unpredictability might. The weapons from Elden Ring were versatile and beautifully chaotic, and he knew he couldn't afford to hold back this time, especially with someone watching from the crowd. The arena was quiet, focused, until Present Mic's voice rang out, energetic as ever, welcoming everyone back to the semi-finals of the UA Sports Festival. He introduced Todoroki, the Ice Prince, who stood tall and composed at his mark, while Naoto lowered his head slightly, his mask reflecting the sun. The distance between them felt like a taut wire, stretched to the edge of sound. Todoroki exhaled steadily, looking forward to the match. To learn more about Naoto and his fighting style, Todoroki observed his stance intently. He reflected on the match against Midoriya, acknowledging that he had learned a great deal. There was no smile on his face, but his expression was clear and focused. He was determined to make this match a memorable one. As Midnight's voice echoed through the arena, announcing the start of the match, Todoroki made the first move, unleashing a surge of ice that spread across the arena floor in jagged waves. Naoto sidestepped the initial attack with a calm and calculated motion, choosing not to retaliate. Instead, he activated a device at his hip, a flicker of code illuminating his eyes. Suddenly, a splash of ink-colored paint exploded to Todoroki's left, not as an attack but as a decoy, disrupting the ice's pattern and forcing Todoroki to hesitate. Naoto continued to move, flicking his wrist to summon a fishing rod that cracked the tension in the air. Todoroki instinctively stepped back, needing to recenter himself. The match progressed slowly, with neither fighter making aggressive moves. Naoto poured a bucket of water ahead of him, redirecting Todoroki's ice attack, which froze the liquid and subtly altered the terrain. Todoroki felt his footing slip slightly, just enough to waste his breath. In the crowd, Midoriya leaned forward, eyes sharp despite his bruises. He whispered about Naoto's ability to adjust the battlefield. Ida nodded, feeling the tension between the two fighters. Bakugo, sitting a row back, scoffed, expressing his impatience for action. Yet, his gaze remained fixed on the arena. As Naoto advanced, the baiting phase ended. Present Mic's voice wavered, noting the cerebral nature of the match. Aizawa remained silent, urging the audience to pay attention to Naoto's strategy. Naoto reached into his Quickslot, hiding something in his uniform without equipping it, as if preparing a backup plan. His eyes flicked upward, catching Endeavor's frustrated expression in the VIP row. Endeavor questioned Todoroki's hesitation, recalling his previous use of fire. Todoroki's breathing grew heavier as the cold began to weigh on him. Suddenly, a crack echoed from above, followed by Endeavor's booming voice, expressing his fury at Todoroki for not taking control of the match. The word, "nobody," struck Todoroki deeply, reminding him of past criticisms. He felt the pressure of those words, clawing at his mind. Naoto, feeling the weight of the moment, exhaled long and controlled, his hair brushing against his mask. He straightened and looked at Todoroki, declaring his intent to show what a nobody could do. Twin blades appeared in his grip, one glowing with a pale light, the other radiating a searing heat. The atmosphere shifted, and Todoroki instinctively stepped back, sensing the change. Endeavor's expression faltered as he questioned the legality of Naoto's weapons. Aizawa confirmed that as long as Naoto didn't use them to slice, they were allowed. The frost beneath Todoroki's feet stilled, and he realized that Naoto was no longer holding back. This was a moment of stillness before the storm. Naoto stood firm, the blades steady in his hands, their opposing lights flickering against the scorched terrain. He slipped his hand into his uniform, revealing 4 capped vials. In one swift motion, he uncapped them and consumed the contents, feeling a ripple of power surge through him. Fire resistance, strength, speed, and agility coursed through his veins, though nothing appeared to change on the surface. Across the arena, Todoroki remained focused on the blades, feeling unsettled by their presence. They did not radiate chaos, they waited patiently. Then, the match resumed. Todoroki launched an ice attack, sharp and wide, attempting to bait Naoto into a dodge. But Naoto did not leap. Instead, he vanished sideways, moving with a blur that was both efficient and clean. He flowed between the shards of ice, his blades low, one behind him and the other raised loosely. Every step Naoto took was swift and light, as if he glided across the ice. From the moonlit blade, frost silently erased sound, while the seared edge of the other blade spun fire in tight coils, cutting through the air without erupting. Todoroki struggled to turn and retaliated with another wave of ice, higher this time. Naoto jumped, but not high, ready to respond. Far away, Todoroki's foot tapped against the rising wall, weightless, before launching off it in a pivot that was nearly impossible to track. The landing was precise, a glide into another angle, then another. Todoroki twisted again, but his timing was off. He realized that Naoto was not rushing him, he was compressing the fight. Naoto's stance shifted, and he struck once, low. The frost blade brushed Todoroki's calf, sending a chill deep into his muscle. Todoroki flinched, his knee buckling momentarily. Then came the flame blade, not a slash but a feint that seared the air just an inch from his ribs. Todoroki jumped back, wincing as ice surged from his palm, defensive and sharp. Naoto moved under it, sliding and rising again behind it, seamlessly navigating through the icy barrier. Todoroki muttered to himself, realizing that Naoto was not fighting him, he was reprogramming the fight. His heart raced, and the cold of the field no longer emanated from him. The blade in Naoto's left hand, which seemed to watch him. The fire, too, was not chaotic, it was measured and pressing. In the stands, Midoriya leaned forward, observing the match intently. He noted that Naoto was controlling every collision point. Beside him, Ida's jaw tightened as he recognized the strategy. Naoto was shifting force without increasing damage, a technique that felt more like a kill switch than a combat style. Bakugo, arms folded, scoffed, dismissing Naoto as merely flashy and eager to see how he would perform against him. Naoto advanced, faster than before. Todoroki launched a wide, urgent blast of fire, but Naoto did not dodge. Instead, he ran through it, just fast enough to escape the burn radius. The potion beneath Naoto's skin glimmered, enhancing his strength, speed, and jump. He leapt vertically, landing on a pillar Todoroki had not intended to create, fracturing it on impact before rebounding toward him. Todoroki raised his arms too late. A heavy impact landed against his guard, not a slash but a push. The force behind it drove him back half a meter. Gritting his teeth, he slid and fired ice to slow his fall. Naoto spun midair, landing crouched before lunging again, a blur with the flame blade carving low. Todoroki attempted to parry with a wall of ice, but Naoto did not relent. He followed upward, foot on the rising ice, coiling like a spring for another jump. He landed silently behind Todoroki. As Todoroki turned quickly, palm igniting, he found the blade already at his collar, not touching but close enough to freeze him in place. Todoroki felt a chill run through him as he realized Naoto fought as if he had already decided how this would end. The silence between them grew unbearable. In the VIP section, Endeavor's glare shifted from anger to disbelief. Below, Present Mike could hardly contain himself, questioning whether Naoto's focus was due to speed or instinct. Aizawa remained silent, observing Naoto's steady footwork. Naoto lunged again, and this time Todoroki countered fully, unleashing a powerful blast of ice and fire together. The attack came fast and fierce, a manifestation of his emotional turmoil. The crowd gasped as the wind slammed into the barriers. Yet, Naoto did not stop. At first, he only moved, slipping between the arcs of flame and bending past the edges of frost, his twin blades low. They did not cut. They reminded Todoroki of the path he had yet to see the end of. The blade of lunar ice sang with silence, tracing across Todoroki's walls, folding them in half and scattering the crystals like feathers. It did not break them, it dismissed them. The flame of mesmer, now tighter and ritualistic, coiled inward and met Todoroki's fire without flinching. Where Todoroki lashed out in desperation, Naoto responded with a spiral of living fire that consumed his heat and continued onward, humming low like a distant memory. It was not resistance, it was refinement. Todoroki grunted, raised both arms, and launched a wide burst of flame across the field. Naoto did not stop it or run. Instead, he pivoted around it, body low and eyes level, as if walking past a curtain. The flames passed too high, and by the time they struck the barriers, Naoto was already at Todoroki's side. A single graze of the lunar blade touched Todoroki's shoulder, not deep, but it froze the sweat on his skin. In a surge of fury, Todoroki sent a jagged spike of ice through the dust, but it shattered against nothing. Naoto had already slid behind him again, drawing two arcs with his blades, almost elegant in their movement. Todoroki barked for Naoto to stop dodging, but Naoto continued to circle him. Another flame burst erupted, wider and angrier, but the mesmer blade sliced through it effortlessly, not with strength but with legacy. Breathing harder, Todoroki's disbelief sharpened. He accused Naoto of not even trying to hit him, but rather showing him that he couldn't win. Still, Naoto remained silent, his twin blades marking the ground with a silent X, creating space rather than claiming territory. In that moment, the arena felt too small. Todoroki's breath hitched as he felt the pressure from both sides, ice clawing up his ribs while fire pressed from his lungs. It was overwhelming, and every wall he raised was folded, every strike met with an answer. He was no longer fighting Naoto, he was being measured. "Enough," he muttered, grounding his stance. Then louder, he roared, "Enough!" A primal cry erupted from deep within him, igniting flames in all directions. The largest blast yet surged forth, a spiraling cyclone of red and gold that swallowed the battlefield. Walls of fire twisted upward, blinding half the stadium. The heat slammed into the crowd like a physical blow, eliciting screams from some students as screens blinked white. Present Mick's voice cracked with excitement and concern, questioning whether they were allowed to broadcast such a display. Aizawa remained silent, while Midnight stood half up, alarmed. Cementos shook his head, acknowledging that it was too late to intervene. Bakugo leaned forward, recognizing that Todoroki had lost control. Ida clenched the railing, worried that it was too much even for a quirk like his. Kirishima's eyes widened in disbelief, realizing that no one could survive such an onslaught. Silence followed as ash scattered and flames hissed. In the center of the chaos, Todoroki stood, arms slack and shoulders rising and falling as he gasped for breath. There was nothing left in him, and still he remained motionless. Then in the VIP booth, Endeavor leaned in, witnessing his son's fire uncontrolled, raw, and glorious. But it had not been summoned for him. The silence was not one of victory, it was an absence. Then, a step was taken quiet and measured. The fire began to part, revealing a figure walking forward, unscorched. Naoto, still in his UA sports uniform, remained intact, not a single thread burned. The blades remained in his hands, low and patient, surrounded by faint spirals of orange particles that flickered like dust in sunlight, drifting gently. Like embers without heat, the fire resistance shimmered off his shoulders. He walked through the blaze as if it were steam in a bathhouse. Up in the stands, silence cracked into whispers. Some spectators expressed disbelief, noting how he walked through the flames without flinching or burning. Midoriya's gaze rose above the flames, catching a glint of green, arc-shaped and floating. A flicker caught his attention, an ender pearl spinning through the air like a signal flare. Others looked up as well. Todoroki noticed it too, just barely, as heads turned and eyes followed the movement above him. He looked up, but it was too late. The ender pearl struck the ground at his feet, and a pulse of green light exploded outward. Naoto appeared, not just standing but already attacking, low and direct. The flame blades were gone, replaced by a contraption, a piston, a slime block, a button bolted to his glove like a punchline forged in hell. Todoroki's mouth opened in disbelief. Then, with a whump, the piston fired, launching the slime block. Todoroki was propelled backward, slamming into the far barrier of the ring and sliding to the ground in a cloud of ash and dust. Silence fell, broken only by the flickering sound of dying flames. Present Mick's voice broke through the haze, questioning if Naoto had built that in the inferno. No one answered. Naoto remained kneeling, one hand against the ground, breath even, his face unreadable behind the soft glow of fading particles. Across the field, Todoroki groaned, trying to rise but falling back, his eyes dazed and chest rising slowly. They looked at each other, no anger, just recognition. Then Midnight stepped forward, her voice steady, declaring Todoroki unable to continue and Naoto the winner. The crowd erupted, but on the field, no one moved. Naoto stood again, not raising his arms, bowing, or blinking. He simply stood still, then slowly lifted his gaze past the crowd and the scorched barriers to the VIP booth, locking eyes with Endeavor. The silence between them was brief but profound. Naoto didn't speak, smirk, or flinch. He simply looked, breathing calmly, his uniform untouched, not a scratch or tremble to be seen. It was a statement without words, and something in Endeavor's jaw twitched. Naoto exhaled, releasing a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. The tension in his brow faded, the sharp edge in his eyes dulled, and the fire that had haunted his posture melted away. He looked small again, not weak, just human. He blinked slowly, lowered his twin blades, and let them vanish back into nothingness with a flick of his wrist. The green particles drifted off his gloves like stardust, dissolving into the air. He walked forward to where Todoroki lay on the ground, chest heaving and arms heavy with heat and exhaustion. Naoto crouched beside him, his movements slower now, careful. He extended a hand, and for the first time since the battle began, there was no war in his expression, only a calm neutrality that people had started calling his normal. Todoroki looked up, surprised, searching Naoto's face for something: rage, mockery, a lesson, but found nothing but stillness. Naoto's voice came softly, even lower than before, offering an apology for hurting him. It was a small gesture shaped like regret, resting between two boys who hadn't asked for any of this. Todoroki took his hand, and Naoto helped him up without effort, their hands brushing against the burnt sleeve. Todoroki swayed slightly, still radiating heat, and Naoto steadied him without comment. Their eyes met again, but Naoto looked away first, toward the stands, the sky, and the man in the booth above. Then he spoke once more, noting that Endeavor had seen it. Todoroki blinked, startled, but Naoto didn't explain. The meaning hung there, suspended between the scorched earth and the quiet determination behind his eyes. Todoroki lowered his head slightly, realizing Naoto had planned this. Naoto said nothing, but for a second his gaze softened. Then he let go and walked away, while Present Mix's voice rose behind him, hyping up the crowd for his victory and the match to come. The noise faded behind Naoto as he continued walking, the residual heat from the battlefield clinging to his sleeves like smoke. He didn't think of the crowd, the match, or the man in the booth. His breath was even, his hands still. A figure detached from the wall. Shinso, arms crossed, noted that Naoto moved like a cut scene. Shinso's tone was casual, but his eyes were serious. He remarked that Naoto hadn't flinched once, moving with an almost glitchless precision. Naoto remained silent as Shinso continued, questioning how he transformed into a formidable opponent mid-battle and if he had some hidden abilities. Naoto walked past him, and Shinso muttered a teasing remark about him being a show-off, but not unkindly. When Naoto reached the edge of the student seating zone, the voices of his classmates began to rise, excited and curious. Kaminari sprinted the last few steps, asking about his incredible performance. Naoto didn't stop walking, and Mina appeared next, wide-eyed and glittering, questioning if he was human. Behind her, Shiro laughed, commenting on how Todoroki had thought they were playing chess while Naoto had dropped an anvil with his piston punch. Naoto's steps slowed, not from shame but from inevitability. Tsuyu's voice came softly from the side, acknowledging the impressive display. Impressive, Shirogane Ida remarked, approaching with a formal demeanor, still recovering from the recent events. He noted the precision of Naoto's actions, every motion calculated, and inquired if it was a premeditated strategy. Naoto, calm and composed, simply replied with a list of potions he had used: Speed 2, Jump 2, Strength 2, and Fire Resistance. Ida blinked in surprise, taken aback by the revelation. Silence enveloped the group. Even Bakugo, positioned farther up the stairs, remained silent, observing Naoto with narrowed eyes and an unreadable expression. Uraraka whispered something to Midoriya, but her words trailed off, leaving Midoriya speechless, his gaze fixed on Naoto as if replaying every moment of the fight in his mind, not out of fear, but from disbelief and awe. Jiro finally exhaled, breaking the silence, and asked if Naoto had stocked those potions. Naoto offered no response, choosing instead to walk to the first row of seats, sit down quietly, and pull his sleeves down to cover his hands. He averted his gaze from the field, focusing instead on the spot where Todoroki had fallen. A long pause lingered in the air until Naoto yawned, a genuine yawn muffled behind his mask, his shoulders lifting slightly. He rubbed one eye with the back of his sleeve and stated flatly that he was tired. The group stared at him in disbelief, and after a moment, Mina burst into laughter, exclaiming how he had transformed into a blur of energy only to feel sleepy afterward. Kaminari choked, humorously questioning if that was Naoto's ultimate move, power nap. Shiro pointed at him, grinning, calling Naoto an efficiency god. Naoto blinked, still rubbing his eye, seemingly unfazed by their banter. Mina wiped a tear from her eye, still chuckling, and suggested they save their questions for later. From his position on the stairs, Bakugo warned Naoto that if he fell asleep during the finals, there would be consequences. No one disputed Bakugo's words, and Naoto remained unresponsive, small and tired, yet as unreadable as ever. This time, however, the silence surrounding him felt different. It felt real and earned.